You made sure there was audio, right? Can you not hear me? Oh no. Oh dear. Great. Great, cool. And now it works, yay. Well, hello again, everybody. Now you can hear me, I would assume. Yay! Well, good morning. Okay, now reintroduce. I'm Sable. Hello. We are playing The Last Guardian. Ideally not for 12 hours and 30 minutes, even though that's what I said, because it all really comes down to Trico. This giant creature screaming at me so loud I'm not even sure you can hear me. Thank you for the good luck. So if you're wondering why I'm just standing in front of a screaming creature and not doing anything, there we go. It's because we are trying to get a bunch of hints, which is the narrator talking like this. We're trying to get all the trophies in order to get the platinum trophy. Oh, thanks, Trico, for chilling. In order to do that, one of the trophies, honestly one of the worst ones, is listening to all the hints. So I need to stand here and trigger these hints in a very particular manner. Trico, behave please is going to be the motto of this run. This trophy sucks, if I'm being real, because it's a lot of standing here. There are very specific conditions, and I have like a guide that I wrote open on my computer for like what all these conditions are. There are 64, I want to say, hints. We've gotten 2. So out of the 12 hours and 30 minutes, usually about 7-ish hours are hints, but don't worry, it's not literally just standing here for 7 hours. We're still going to play the game. I think maybe we set up an exclamation progress command. Okay, I have to focus for a second. Okay. With these hints, if I do something wrong, if I go too far, I lose the ability to get the hint, which obviously messes up the trophy, so. Hey, thanks. Oh, is Morty moving? Oh, we do have Morty, by the way, for those who are not sure what you're looking at on the camera there. That's Morty, he's a lizard. He's sleeping right now, which is why we have night vision. He will wake up in probably like 4 hours. But yeah, if you look at this exclamation point progress, that's the list of all the trophies that we need. Eventually, someday, we'll check some of those off. So yeah, we've got some front-loaded hints here. Like I said, there's like 64 in the game-ish. I think it's 64. Okay, hold on. Okay. We gotta go mess with Trico again to get this next hint. But thankfully, they're pretty front-loaded, so I want to say like 20 of them are in this room. So we would usually be out of this room within the first 4 minutes of an any percent. And we're gonna spend about 30 minutes here in the plat. Alright, there we go. We're gonna stay here and wait for thinking it unwise to approach. Sorry, Trico, I know you're upset. One of the problems, and the reason that we need to focus on like doing this whole, all the hints in this room pretty quickly, is not just because we don't want to be standing here, right, for any longer than we have to be, but because Trico has the spear in his shoulder, in his right shoulder. And there's a separate trophy called Intensive Care for getting all of the spears out of Trico in a timely manner. So if we don't do this quickly, we're gonna mess up another trophy because he's had the spear in him for so long. Hey, my dude. Oh. Thanks. Alright, there we go. Looking for that one. Jeez. Sorry, Trico. Okay, now we can let him chill for a second. This one can be a little tricky. I'm gonna put Trico and this barrel, which is what he wants, in the camera at the same time. And we're gonna hope that eventually the narrator says I was more than a little surprised. Oh, there we go. You love to see it. And then we're gonna stand here in the same spot for more. I suspected the great beast had not eaten in some time. Is the next one. So, while we're standing here, how you doing, everybody? You doing good? Trico once got me stuck inside a wall. It's terrifying when that happens. Another runner, he was on such a good pace. About 2 hours into an any percent, which should be like 3.5 hours-ish. And Trico jumped up into a hole and just jammed him into the mountain. And he was just like permanently trapped. Like, had to completely start a new game kind of trapped. Sometimes it do be that way. Again, I promise, we're not just standing here for no reason. Alright, I suspected. Beautiful. I'm gonna give him the other 2 barrels. Technically, all he needs now is to eat 2 of them. But this one on the right is easier to trigger the hint with, so. Are you playing on PS4? I'm currently playing on PS5, actually. Just because that was what happened to be plugged in. Before this, my husband and I were playing Final Fantasy 16. I tell you what, at the beginning of this platinum run, actually getting to play the game is so refreshing. So he eats 2 barrels. 1, 2, after he crunches twice, we can't interrupt him anymore. Which is why we wait to approach until he's done that. Alright, so I saved this barrel instead of the others, because this way I can have the barrel and Trico in view at the same time, really easily. And now we are looking for... I wondered if its hunger might not yet have been satisfied. So whenever that pops up, I was going to say we can proceed, but the hint after that is the same conditions, so we're just going to stand here for a bit. Does that happen often? Thankfully, no. Thankfully, Trico does not usually jam you into the architecture. But sometimes Trico himself will vanish into the architecture. And sadly, if that happens, we just have to start over. Because, like, straight, it's really funny. We call it a U-zoop because it's like Trico zoops into the wall, and it was found by Yuzu, a runner. It will happen, if it's going to happen, it'll happen outside this room before Trico jumps down into the lake, which should be in about 20 minutes. Trico will just look at you, and then he'll turn into like a big stretchy boy and just disappear into the wall like he has been vacuumed inside. I decided to go and search for more barrels is the next one. I'm guessing one achievement is to trigger all voice lines. Yeah, it's to get all hints. I appreciate that these don't really look like hints to most people because, you know, that's fair. The hints suck. They're not really very helpful. So technically, there are voice lines that don't count as hints. And so, like, whether you get those or not is irrelevant to the trophy. But yeah, it's about 90% of all the things the narrator can say that count for the trophy. So yes, we are. That's what we are doing. Beautiful. Okay. We get to play again. These next couple are easy, thankfully. Trico won't eat this while I'm near him. Well, geez, dude. Chill. Didn't want you to throw it that far. This one usually triggers pretty quick. And it does get better, like I said before, the hints are pretty front-loaded. Like, okay. Oh, this is actually a good example. That hint is not required. So we can't just leave, because that was not the hint we're looking for. That was like flavor text. Don't, Trico, don't. Do not eat that. I need this hint first, dude. Okay. Alright, now you can have it. You can have it. I'm sorry. Alright, this one comes basically automatically. Trico's gonna fall down. The spear in its shoulder. Come on, narrator. This one, for some reason, can sometimes just, like, decide not to go. Let's see how long this takes. Wonderful. I have to stay so focused during this. I know that it seems so simple, but the conditions for these hints to appear are usually really specific, and if I go past a hint, I can't go backwards. Which is why I just, like, go silent sometimes, because my brain is chugging. But yeah, so thankfully the hints are front-loaded. We get, like, 20 of them. Well, I guess what number am I on? I'm currently on 14. We get like a solid 20 or 25 out of the 64 in this first room. And then we actually just get to like play the game for a little bit. There are stretches that actually just feel like any percent, so. Just gonna do my little dance here while we wait. Alright, we get to do something! Child, please. So the spear is out. That's fantastic. That assists us with another trophy. Like I was saying before, there's a trophy called Intensive Care for taking spears out of Trico basically as fast as possible. So the fact that we have had to stand there for 15 minutes and not take that spear out of his shoulder puts us in not a very favorable position for getting intensive care. So we have to be really on top of it for the rest of the run. It's not entirely clear how that trophy works, but as best we can figure, there's kind of a timer, and every spear that is in Trico, you know, it counts how long that spear has been in there. So say you have, you know, you're not allowed to have more than like 60 minutes of Trico having a spear in him. If he's got 5 spears in him, they're all counting, right? And they're all taking time away from that 60 minutes. So we've just spent 15 minutes with Trico having a spear in him. And we don't know how long it is. How long the timer is. Now, ideally, Trico is just gonna run to me if he's being a good chill dude. Come on, buddy. Zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. No, 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 no. Oh, you dingus. You ding dong. Okay, fine. So the chain around his neck pulled him there. The hint will pop when it pulls him like that 3 times, or if he runs and it yanks him like really hard, it only has to happen once, which is why I wanted him to run at me, so that we didn't have to do this rigmarole back and forth across this room. Come on, dude. Zoom. Yes. Nice. All right. Wait 30 seconds. Okay, we're gonna keep walking him around. Ideally, we can get him to do that again, but... we're getting there. This is one of the slowest parts of the run. So another problem, which we will gradually come to, oh, dude, you're awesome. Oh, but he didn't yank on it. My guy. Is this how we're gonna be today? Okay, good. It worked anyway. Come here. Come here, come here. So yeah, one trophy that we're gonna really have trouble with, I know we are, because we always do, is a trophy called Call of Nature. We have to catch Trico pooping. Which sounds cute and adorable, except that it's 100% RNG and there's nothing we can do about it. So technically, this run might not be completable. We will see. We have 12 hours and 30 minutes to try to get him to poop. And what's even worse, it's not even just that he poops. He has to poop and you have to see it. You have to be looking at him before he's done. And he doesn't like to be watched while he's pooping. So it is entirely possible that we get to 12:30 and we just don't have that trophy. So we're not going to go over 12:30 estimate. And we just might not have a valid run. We'll see how this goes. I have never had a platinum that has not eventually gotten poop. But there's a first time for everything. I feel him on that, right? He's gonna have fun in this room for a little bit. He's gonna mess with the barrel that's up there. He's gonna be following me around. Eventually, he'll get bored. Which he might be doing now. What are you up to, dude? We just want him to get bored. He'll lay down in this patch of grass. But right now he's giving us, honestly, one of the better hints in the game, which is he's actually engaging with what we're supposed to do. That's a good hint, game. Not all of these random ones that you're talking about. Do you have a favorite hint? Let me think. Well, I always have one that comes to mind. Trico, hey. When I think about the hints. We're not to it yet. But we will be kind of shortly. Trico is gonna eat us. Spoilers. And then we're going to wake up outside of his mouth. And we're going to look around. Nothing seems to be remarkable about the room. Trico's laying on the ground. And to be fair, it is kind of difficult to know where you're supposed to go at that point. And yeah, I promise, by the way, that things are happening right now. I know Trico's just following me. We have to exhaust him to sit him down here. And at that point, it's pretty unclear what you're supposed to be doing. Would you step on this trigger, please? Good sir, and go to sleep? So it's in a room that would really benefit from there being a hint. And the hint is, I searched the room carefully, essentially. And it's like, bruh. If I'm at the point where I need a hint, I've probably already done that. Thank you. Did you put a barrel on the ground, my guy? All right, you know, I'll take that. He knocked the barrel down from the ledge, and another trophy is to give him all the barrels, so you know what? Sure, he's being proactive. I will accept that. Hey, unicorn! Oh, here we go, finally! Maybe. Sit down. Yes. All right, we get to do things. Big yawn. All right, at long last, Chico has done something. So this is an example of a hint where, like, the conditions are really specific. I had to exhaust all of the stuff that Trico wanted to do in this room, which is like looking at the barrel, looking at the tunnel, looking at me. Get him to go to sleep. He has to sleep for a certain amount of time. We have to be away from that tunnel. We can't have touched Trico already. We need to have Trico in the camera. We need to have the tunnel in the camera. It's all just really specific. He eepy. He's so eepy. And the hint that we're looking for is having thoroughly explored the area. Which will happen eventually. Great. Remove color. Okay. Great. I always have to like triple check the guide that I have written up because, like I said before, if I make a mistake and go past a hint, we are just past it. And there's nothing we can do about it. So. We'll eat that in a minute, Trico. You'll find out in the end game, you will. You will discover what is so delicious inside the barrels. Inside our Baja Blast barrels. In an any percent, I would reset a checkpoint there, which would teleport us forward into here. I'm not going to do that now because things like resetting checkpoints and dying and things like that can mess with the hints. So I'm not going to do some of the resets that are close to hints. So yeah, exclamation point progress in chat if you want to see what trophies we've gotten so far. Spoiler, it isn't any of them. We're still very early. But examples of some of the trophies are like all the hints. That's going to take up a large portion of our time. Obviously, Call of Nature, trying to get Trico to poop is going to take up... That's always going to be on our mind, right? Intensive Care will always be on our mind. That's taking the spears out of Trico really fast. Exclamation point poggers. This next hint is going to take 3 minutes. I promise, again, we are not standing here doing nothing. The boy is eventually going to say, "The beast at my side, I raised the mirror." In the meantime, Trico, I have to be really careful. Oh yeah, there you go, buddy. Good job, dude. Since we have to wait anyway, you might as well be eating this barrel. But other hints are going to be things like, once we start finding the enemies, which are suits of armor, it's going to be like, have Trico save me from them 20 times, or pull their heads off 10 times, have Trico destroy them 20 times, things like that. Eventually, I'll be able to paint Trico, so that's a trophy. We got to paint all of his body, which is actually a lot harder than it sounds. You know, there is a barrel up here. We might as well just go get it while we're waiting. But that's another trophy. We have to give Trico all of the barrels. There are 48. We have given him 2. Or rather, he's given himself 2. Thanks for sitting down, my guy. You're the best. Technically, we're going to need to do 2 playthroughs of giving him all the barrels, because while we do only need 48 for the trophy for the barrels, you unlock things by giving him barrels, and things like the feather painter, which are required to paint him for a different trophy, require 96 barrels. So we're going to get the trophy for giving him all of these, like, well before we're done giving them to him. Let's make sure you actually eat this, because I know you like to play with it. Good job. Okay. Easy peasy. And I do want to stay in this room. We're going to have another hint after this in the previous room. So, bye-bye, Trico. He can go in that room. It doesn't matter. It's just me. Trico's just complaining over there. But yeah, let's see. What other trophies are we looking for? There's speedrun trophies for, like, completing the game in less than 15, 10, or 5 hours. Like, obviously we're going to do that. Not this first time. This hint playthrough is going to take about 7. Okay. Next hint. Though assailed by doubts. We have to excuse me, dude. You have an entire room. You don't have to be right up my butt. Thanks. So yeah, by the way, we have a mirror now that lets Trico shoot lightning out of his butt. That's cool. I have not been doing my splits at all. I haven't split a single time. Is there any possibility that Trico poops this early? Yes, technically. From what we have kind of data mined from the game, you need to have spent at least 30 minutes in the game, and we're basically there. So technically, yes, Trico could... We are in the part of the game where Trico could poop. The earliest that we've seen it is up ahead a little bit. Probably, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes from now. There'll be a pillar that falls down, and one person on the internet without video evidence has claimed that Trico has pooped there for him. which in an any percent would be about 10 minutes in, which is why it's kind of unclear whether that happened or not, because, like, obviously that violates the 30 minutes rule, but was he playing on, like, New Game Plus? Does that matter? We don't really understand it, so. We are in the poop window. The hint we're looking for now is though assailed by doubts, if I didn't say that. Trico is trying to show us the way out. Which, again, like, Trico gives such better hints than the actual hints. Okay. Excuse me, Trico. I have understood your hint, buddy. So what just happened is kind of relevant. Whoa. Really swung around there, didn't you? We're free! 31 minutes and we're out of the starting room of the game. But yeah, what Trico did there is actually really helpful. You know, he kind of moved himself out of the way. You can aim the mirror through his tail and it won't disturb the light, which is great. But otherwise, if Trico steps in the way when you're shining the mirror, it'll unfocus the light, and the charge up time for him using his lightning will reset, which becomes extraordinarily irritating later. I'm not gonna use the checkpoint reset here. Trico will join us eventually. Checkpoint reset there would have just zipped Trico right to this spot. We wouldn't have had to wait for him to wander down the hallway. But I want to make sure that his AI is primed to do this hint, though. I don't just want to teleport him here. The boy is going to say you don't like water. When Trico, like, kind of attempts to follow me, but then he gets scared. Yep, okay. So once we do that, we've got a little bit of stuff we can do before we do the next hint. Oh, child, why would you do this? Why are you the way you are? Hopefully those barrels went right through him. Yeah. Doing this run actually, like, competitively is just a nightmare because, like, you're doing everything right and it's like, do you try to just, like, run around in empty areas not paying attention to Trico and, like, trying to get him to poop that way? Or do you just go for it, go as fast as you can and just kind of hope that he's gonna poop on the way, you know? Okay. So obviously, if you can't tell, we're going to tempt Trico into the water with his barrels that he loves. But for players to whom that is not obvious, there needs to be a hint, so it's going to be a little bit. This is another longer one. The hint is my friend seemed reluctant to swim. I wondered if I might tempt the beast with one or two of its beloved barrels. And then we get to play for a little bit. I know, Trico. Me too, buddy. But yeah, we get these hints done in the first playthrough. The second playthrough is much, much faster. The second playthrough is essentially just an all barrels, which is really nice. The other nice thing is, technically, if we miss a hint in this playthrough, we can get it then. It remembers, like, cumulatively. So we don't have to do, like, an entire hint playthrough again if we miss one. Which can be really important because sometimes they just don't trigger no matter what you're doing. There's one, of course, right at the end. It's like 3 hints from the end that just, it will never trigger for me. Something I think about getting, like, the barrels around it kind of messes with it, I think. And so it's not uncommon that we have to get that at the end of the next playthrough. But of course that's stressful, right? Because then you're doing an entire second playthrough and you're like, oh shoot, well, what happens if it doesn't trigger this time either? You know, I would just so much rather have the hints like all trigger on the first playthrough and then we can just put it out of our brain. Yes, there is a second chance. Pray to the poop gods. Really, that's it. I don't want to, you know, tempt fate, but poop is really the problem. Not so much hints, so. Truly riveting gameplay, right? We're almost there. We are almost there. And that will be hint number 20. There we go. Alright, now we get to play again for a while. For actually like a decent little while. Immediately after that, coming upon, of course, one of the hardest hints to trigger, because, you know, why couldn't you just have like this nice little calm, completely unproblematic chunk of gameplay? Hey, Draco. Whee! Did you actually get that, dude? Okay. I believe you, maybe. Because again, he has to eat all of the barrels, so I need to make sure he actually eats them, instead of just picks them up and then throws them away. Good catch. That's another trophy. Trico has to catch, I think it's 20 barrels. That's super easy. I don't even keep track of it because feeding him barrels by catching is so much faster. Hello? So, like, we try to do that anyway. And it will happen, like, super organically. What are you complaining about? Now, I can almost promise you, I'm gonna go get this barrel, and I'm gonna pop out and I'm gonna be like, Trico, I have a treat for you, and he will just be gone. He will be all the way over there, just noped out. Which is why I'm calling him a ton right now. I'm like, Trico, Trico, please, don't leave, Trico. It sounds like he's still behind me. Oh, look at you, dude. Whoops. Don't do it, Trico. Don't do it. Trico. 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 Thank you. Takes forever to get him back down here if he leaves. Are you ready? Good catch. Okay. Look at this. Things are occurring in the manner in which I intend. Impossible. Alright, let's get out of this cave. And for perspective, in a really decent any percent, you want to be out of this cave at about 8:30. No, 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 no. Trico, let me go, let me go. He's gonna shake the water off of himself and that can like knock you down. Oh, we're free. We just like straight up try to leave Trico behind. We're like, okay, you're really cute, but like, bye though. So mean. I'm gonna try to be cheeky here real quick. He's like staggered me with the weight of his jump. Sometimes you can grab onto his tail there, and it doesn't make a difference. Like you're just gonna teleport to a certain spot anyway, but it's kind of funny. If you like Last Guardian, and you don't want to run a 12.5-hour category, or a 3.5-hour category for any percent, run Windmill. You may have noticed a little windmill spinning up on this side of this mountain. All you have to do is get to this point in the game and shoot it with Trico's lightning. The moment that it explodes, the run is over. Most people can do it in about 15 minutes. So if you want to spend time with Trico, but you don't want to like really spend time with Trico, it's a good little run. Alright, we're gonna be really extra careful. Because one of the trophies is Deathless. In any percent, we would make this jump like very aggressively. But it's also really easy. Hopefully you don't really get to see it, but the boy has some weird physics in this game. So if you jump and he kind of skims a wall with his shoulder, he'll just like bounce off of it like a bouncy ball. Like way off to the side. It doesn't like slow you down, it just straight up ping pongs you off of the wall. So it's really easy to die in places like this. So this pillar thing that we're gonna knock down over here in just a minute, hopefully just a minute, is where that person claimed that they got poop. But first we have a hint, in case you forgot that that was the playthrough we're doing. It seemed that the door on the far side might be broken, with the aid of my companion's lightning. So, here we go. This one, cross your fingers, it has taken me upwards of 15 minutes to get this to trigger before. I have faith that we can do it in like 90 seconds. Hopefully. Alright, Trico's behind me. Come on, buddy. Get over here. This is all extraordinarily specific. Hey. Thank you. In case you thought that the hints might actually be helpful, how dare you? Trico, why are you just staring at the wall? Need you to stare at the door. So here's just hoping. I didn't mean to just give you an uninterrupted view of Trico's butt. Sorry. No, honey, I don't need you to be calling me. I need you to be barking, please. Tried to send Trico away, unbeknownst to me. Need him for literally everything. The boy just, like, trudges back 3 minutes later. Like, actually, sorry. I mean, he's paying attention to the door, which is good. But he's not... He won't bark at it, which is less than ideal. Oh. Nope. Okay, fine. I mean, we are keeping this door in view, which is important. Because both the door and Trico need to be in view. So we're not just doing this, like, fruitlessly. I hate this hint so much. That's such a good angle, Trico. Come on, buddy. Borf, borf. Do it. Do it. Okay, we've run up a timer here. That was not a bark at the door, that was a bark at me. We've run up a timer here. So now it's just a matter of actually getting it to trigger. We've spent the time on it. There we go. That was good, Trigo. You'll love to see that. Yep. That's all we were waiting for, was that bark. That's what I was trying to get him to do. Okay. A relief to have that one done. That one can really be, like, yikes. Like I said, I think that the longest I've spent on it was, I think 15 minutes, 30 seconds, and it was at a marathon. So that's cool. Now, normally, I would, like, run through here and all the way up and try to intercept Trico before he steps off that pillar so that he doesn't have to, like, spin around and try to find us. He can just jump straight up to where we need him to be. But there is a trophy for having him stick his head through every hole. Called Collar. And we get to go quite a while now without hints, which is very nice. Thank you, Trico. Good job, buddy. One more. Yoink. He's very cute when he sticks his head through these. I'll get closer this time so you can see. This game is capped at 30 FPS? Yes. Technically, you want to get fancy, you can downpatch to 1.0. Hi, Trico. Doink. There's his foot. You can downpatch to 1.0 and then it'll run at 60 on a PS5. However, it's pretty, but it's busted also. So, a lot of the times it will, like, straight up hard lock. It'll just freeze, and it doesn't matter how many times you do that section, it'll just freeze there. There's a couple spots where it's not technically guaranteed that it'll freeze there, but it's like 99.5, you know? If you play at 60. And the other problem is that some of the puzzles just, they do not know what to do at twice the frames. So, the Master of the Valley at the end, for example, he has that, like, aura that shrinks and expands. It expands twice as fast when you play at 60 FPS. And so it makes that puzzle, like, almost impossible to solve. You can, if you're, like, really, really precise, but it's not meant to be played that way. Come on. Bruh. Really? My dude? Thank you. Just gonna go ahead and go over and touch this molten hot barrel. I'm sure it will be fine. I don't need my fingers. Much easier to get Trico to eat this down at the bottom, so I'm gonna throw it down the stairs so that the momentum carries it down faster than I would. Hey, dude. Alright, you gonna stop there? Ready? Nice. Nice job, my guy. Got another barrel to get in here. Ah, it feels so good to just be doing things. Trico is in a mood today. He's very talkative. What? What? Back in the realm of actually speedrunning and not just kind of standing here, there are little optimizations like the way we got up that wall. The boy has multiple climbing animations, and we're intentionally triggering the fastest one, the straight jump up, not the one-handed grab, which saves, you know, like 0.1 or 0.2 every time you climb. Which, over the course of multiple hours, obviously makes a difference. You want this? You want? Nice. Trico's body language will tell you if he's going to take it out of your hand or if he wants you to throw it. And not doing whatever he's asking will cost you a lot of time. Now I am just going to put my camera right like this. Not gonna look at Trico, because technically this is a big, wide open room where I am not looking at him and he has nothing better to do. So I'm gonna look at him a solid once. Now, okay, he's paying attention to me, so I'll use this checkpoint reset, that's fine. I wanted to give him a chance to poop, was basically what I was doing there. Let's put the mirror away so I don't accidentally use it. I'm gonna pull this out. But this is another hole for Trico's head. So we have to get him stuck in here, which kind of sucks because it's hard to get him back out because there's a barrel. Oh, you're not gonna stick your foot in this one? Get... Alright, now I gotta get the heck out of here before he comes back. Don't do it. Don't, Trico. Don't do it. Yep. Just wanted that one from my hands, which is fine. I am 2000% not worried about getting the trophy for having him catch barrels. It's gonna happen probably in this first playthrough, or if not, like at the lake in the second playthrough, which we're already past, so. But hey, we're about to get our first trophy soon. That's cool. Barrels really do grow out of the soil, yep. They're like pumpkins. Don't you know that's where Taco Bell gets its Baja Blast from? They grow it. It's already in the cups and everything. Taco Bell branded cups. How many playthroughs in total for this category? Ideally 2. Hopefully. Sometimes if you want to, if you find it easier, you can go into a third playthrough. Because basically you need 96 barrels in order to unlock Trico's Feather Painter. But once you go through this first playthrough and get each barrel one time, it doesn't matter which barrels you give in order to get to 96. So in the second playthrough, we're actually going to probably skip some of the barrels that like really suck, especially like the one at Coliseum that we could very easily spend 20 minutes on, in favor of just giving Trico those 3 barrels at the beginning that are just sitting there, you know? So in that sense, you can go into a third playthrough, and you probably do want to. But if you don't mind just giving all of the barrels each time, then it's 2 playthroughs. Right? Yeah, this game was initially announced for PS3, and then after they developed it for a while, they were like, nah. Which is part of the reason why it took 7 years. Oh, Trico, look at you, my dude. You're doing so good. When we have to go get this barrel, that walks Trico over this little trigger in the floor that made him angry back there, which that takes about 45 seconds of time loss if that happens during an any percent. But he got over that really quickly, which, you know, good for him. Baru, tell me about it, man. Dude, do not. Can you stop? Why are you so far from the ledge? Why are you the way that you are, is basically my question. Can I... please. Jeez. You might think that the armors are the enemies of this game. They're not, it's the camera. I am going to be playing this game on my channel on Thursday on a banana, and I fear. I fear for what happens when I can't just jam the camera like that. Alright, we'll let him... Normally we would reset the checkpoint there, but we'll let him wait. Because I don't want him to follow me very closely. He won't eat this barrel if he's down here. Hey, dude. Buddy. You know, you could make an effort. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now get down here. Come on. Drago, no, I'm not bringing it to you up there. You get down here and eat your breakfast. Thank you. On a banana? Yeah, I, through great effort, have rigged up a thing to turn my computer into a PS4 controller and then connect a banana to my computer to serve as the inputs for that controller. We'll see. Alright, let's get a trophy. You love to see it. Let's do it, Triga. What are you doing, dude? This trophy is called Keep On Running. We're supposed to avoid Trico in this cage for 3 minutes. How ripe is the banana? I have a variety. So this is both harder and easier than it sounds. If you try to do this like organically, avoiding Trico for 3 minutes, it's very hard. It's still gonna be hard, even cheesing it like I'm about to, but it's a little better. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Trico gave us so much time there. That was very easy. Normally he is like right on you. And it's risky because, you know, if he is right on you, you can't let him grab you because that will just move the game on. And so you've missed your chance to get this trophy, right? And so then you have to drop down here like really aggressively. And a lot of times that can mean that you accidentally hit a button one too many times And so you grab and then you let go. And the death plane down below you is super, super high. So you have almost no time between when you let go and when you have to reset in order to not die. So you can very easily lose your deathless run right here. Different ripeness for different inputs. So yeah, thankfully this counts as avoiding Trico at the cage. And we just have to sit here until the trophy pops. I'm going to proactively mark it as done. Because there's no way that we don't get it. So yeah, that was our first trophy. Isn't that exciting? We've finally gotten one. And hopefully, if we're really, really lucky, we can get another one here in a second. Well, I say a second, but we have a hint to wait for, so... If not, it's not a big deal. Like, we have multiple opportunities to do this next hint. There's gonna be some armors in the room to my right. And so finally we'll get to meet, like, the antagonists of this game. Well, I don't know that I would call them the antagonists, because they don't really have, like, brains. They're only out to get us because they're animated by the actual antagonist. But one of the trophies is to cling onto their backs for 30 seconds. And there's one of them who, if we're lucky, he will not immediately come out to attack Trico. He'll just kind of hang around in the back. And if we're lucky, we can get on his back and do it. There's a couple variables. He has to not come out to fight Trico. Trico has to not run to come get him, or else Trico will knock me off his back. And the armor itself... There we go. A trophy! Can you believe it? Yoink! Oh, he missed. Yoink! There we go. The armor is also gonna try to get me off of his back, and there is a little bit of finessing to staying on his back. He might throw me off. A lot of IRL antagonists don't have brains. You got me there. So, I don't remember who it was that asked me earlier, what's my favorite hint? This was the one that I talked about. The one that I think is really the worst. So hey, Trico ate us. We had some kind of vague flashback thing that we didn't watch. And now we're here. Cool. What's even more important is that finally we don't have our mirror anymore. That's what the boy is, he's realizing, like, oh, I had this mirror shield thing on my arm and now it's gone. That's wonderful. For a speedrunner, that is wonderful, because that means that there's one less thing that the circle button can do. So I'm not just like accidentally whipping out the mirror when I mean to grab a barrel or something. So this hint, which we are now waiting for, it's 180 seconds, so we're going to be here for a little bit. I can't touch Trico, so I need to be careful. But, you know, you look around, sure, you know, you're running. Oh, there's this door here, but it won't open. What am I supposed to do? You know, as a player, what am I supposed to do? In 180 seconds, the narrator will say, I decided to thoroughly explore the area around the unmoving beast. Thanks. I wasn't doing that already. Like, I don't understand why that hint even exists, you know? It doesn't even count as a hint. He needs his iron. He needs some milk. Poor Trico. So yeah, he kind of gulped down my mirror, and as far as I'm concerned, he can keep it. We'll be here for just a little bit, waiting for this next hint, but that is already hint number 22. We are more than a third of the way done with hints, so that's cool. And thankfully, the hint after that is essentially guaranteed. It'll say something in the armor's ill-omened air told me to keep my distance. That triggers automatically when we look at the armors, so we don't need to wait for that one. Anybody do anything fun over the weekend? How are y'all doing? While we stare longingly at Trico. 1/3 of the game done already. That's how that works. During the upcoming fight, in any percent, we would do this nifty little skip called helmet skip. If we could, of course. That's how this entire speedrun works. It's always, we'll do this if Trico lets us, right? But there's a bunch of armors in that room. Oh, yay! We've done it. That was actually, in retrospect, very risky for me to do, considering I'm deathless, but we're good. So Trico, when he's fighting the armor, really what he hates is not the armor, it's specifically their helmets. So if we can get him to pay attention to a helmet, he'll just follow us. You know, we take a helmet, we pick up a helmet and just carry it around and he'll follow us because he's so angry at it, you know. Also, this was smooth as butter. I have never, I don't think, gotten the boy to go through that tunnel with no snags. So we would wait for Trico to start fighting these guys. He'll smash them and dash them to pieces and whatever. We grab a helmet, drag it into this room that we're currently looking at, and Trico will just bust into this room trying to go after the helmet. And if you can get him far enough into the room, you can just climb him and proceed onward without having to do any of the things you're supposed to do, like calm him down, get him to stick his head through the hole. So it forces Trico into a spot where if he were calm, he would not be willing to walk. But we can't do that for multiple reasons. First of all, I want to try to get this trophy. Stay off my back. Also, we need to get Trico to stick his head through that hole anyway, because it counts as a hole for the collar trophy. At our Friendsgiving, no barrels though, sadly. Ah, so sad. Mucho sad. I'm so sad. My mother-in-law made like the best deviled eggs, and we brought them home, and then I completely forgot we had them, and they went bad. I'm so sad. Alright, I gotta be as far forward as possible. It's entirely possible this isn't gonna work. We're gonna try, it's fine. Trico, I need you to get out of the way, please. That was a nice smooth run. Armors, please, I need you to go forward. Come on, come on, don't throw me off. This is actually like really technically, don't. This is really technically difficult. Please go backwards. Let's just get this done with, child. Oh, 30 seconds is extremely long when you're doing things like this. Oh, yes. Yes, yes. Alright, go ahead, armor. Bye. You'll love to see that. Honestly, huge to have that happen here. Bye. Oh, that's so nice. Big time save, and we don't have to worry about it, you know? Trico. So see, he's paying attention to the helmets. And it's like, dude, please, can you chill? So another reason that we do helmet skip is because, alright, there's the hint that we were looking for already, which is great. This is the only point in the game where you have to pet Trico in order to calm him down. In a speed run, you can just keep shouting at him and eventually he'll calm down. So, you know, in an any percent, we don't want to spend time on this. And you don't have to with helmet skip. Oh, thank you, Trico. The whoop. Buddy. I would really appreciate you not jerking me around like that when we're so close to a place we could die. Alright, stick your head in here, please. Yeah, the other place that we could have gotten Get Off My Back honestly sucks. You know, it's much harder. You have a lot less space. The armor is actively chasing you, so it's hard to even get behind him. Whoops. It requires a lot of resets. It's a lot harder on your hands. So it's... oh, it's so nice to have that done. We've got some temperamental hints coming up, and then after that we go quite a ways without having to worry about hints, which is super cool. We'll do that checkpoint reset, that's fine. You can pet the dog? You can pet the dog. You can pet the dog anytime you want to. Trico just spawned in down there. I don't know if you noticed his tail just kind of pop into existence. Upcoming, Trico has a scripted thing. It's not a cutscene. There is a difference. He'll always do the same general actions, but his AI will path it differently each time. He's going to run forward. So far so good. We'll see if he goes behind this thing or in front of it. Or something in between. Alright, behind. That's beautiful. He'll run forward again. And then he'll turn toward me, walk toward me, and go around this pillar. Then he'll look up at the sky and scream. Which, I mean, you know, honestly, mood. And he did that really, really well. That was beautiful pathing. He didn't really get stuck on anything. But sometimes he can get really confused here. Just doing that basic task, you know? Scream! He's screaming at this. This is the White Tower. For those who have never seen this game before, Trico's super focused on the White Tower, and we don't know how to get out of this place, so we're like, yeah, sure, Trico, take us there, that sounds good. Don't have anywhere else to be. Oh. I was setting up for Vine Skip. We're not gonna do Vine Skip, because we need hints. Vine Skip, we would hop onto this ledge up here that we're not supposed to be on, and then jump onto the roof down here. Use a fall damage cancel to grab onto the edge of the roof, and then we wouldn't have to do this thing that we are about to do. Okay, so we got hints here. They are notoriously temperamental. So, hot here, back here, like this. This is step number 1 here. We're trying to keep the boy, the pot, the smoke, and Trico all in frame long enough for the narrator to say the beast was enchanted by the scent of the pot. Oh, perfect, perfect. It was trying desperately to squeeze is the precondition for the beast was enchanted. Which means technically our setup is working. Which is great. We're not going to touch anything. We're going to keep the camera right here. And we're going to wait for approximately 87.5 seconds. Don't know why it's so specific, but you know. And then all of these, obviously, are holes that Trico can stick his head through. I will have him do that, but that's much easier. We're not going to mess with the pot as long as this hint is working. Yes, ponder the urn. You have all the time in the world. He loves the Baja Blast, you know? Almost there, hopefully. And then we'll have, like I said, a pretty uninterrupted stretch of just actual, like, any percent to look forward to. Alright, the beast was enchanted. Wonderful. Can't really ask for it to be much faster than that. So Trico's only going to stick his head through these holes if I make him. And like, yeah, I could wait until we close this pot and then try to get him one by one just by listening to me, but I know for sure that he'll stick his head in here as fast as possible in order to follow the pot, so we do it now. Okay. Foot through. Technically, it would have been faster to do it like left, right, middle, but it's fine. Because middle is where it needs to be, you know? I'm not gonna wait for him to fully stick his head in there. So if we did vine skip, we would have landed like right here and skipped doing all of that. The pot wouldn't have been in the right... Really? Gonna give me that hint again? The pot wouldn't have been in the right spot, so it would have been a lot more difficult to... Yeah, I'll go ahead and reset. This is probably fine. Would have been a lot more difficult to close. And so sometimes runners, you know, they're like, oh yeah, I got vine skip, I'm so excited. And then they donk against the pot because it's in the wrong spot and it's not meant to be closed there. So like the physics hasn't turned on and then they fall down to the floor and it's so much worse than if they had just solved the puzzle like normal. Alright, no deaths. We're not missing anything. One might almost say this is going well. Don't shove me into the wall, buddy. I am marginally concerned at why my splits say I am 20 minutes ahead of world record? What did I miss? I suspect it's actually just because I'm not very good at splitting during this run because I have so much to pay attention to. So my splits are probably wrong. Alright, technically this isn't a hint, but we might as well get it anyway. Because it's cute. The boy will say, I thought you hated the water. But only sometimes, yep. I thought you were afraid of the water. Which doesn't count, but... might as well, you know? So he's upset. He's looking up. In just a second. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. There's another Trico! Oh, it is like really on it, even. Usually it's difficult to get the camera to kick up like that, but it was very eager to this time. We have to have looked at that Trico in order for our Trico to calm down. He'll just stand here grumbling forever if you don't do that, so. We could reset here. I'm not gonna. Because again, it would zip Trico towards us, but... Hey Trix, you gonna let me do this skip? Nice. Dare I say you are being a good dog. Barrels. Alright, buddy, please, please catch these. Because if you don't, they're going to the abyss. Ooh, I almost went to the abyss. You ready? Are you sure? Cool. You'll love to see it. Now again, another skip coming up that we can't do. Normally we would essentially skip this entire fight. I would use the momentum from Trico bouncing around and being upset to just climb these pillars and leave him behind. But there are multiple things we need to accomplish in this room. Obviously, over here is a barrel. Trico is almost assuredly going to have spears in him. Could you get down here, dude? Somebody grab me. Somebody grab me. Somebody grab me. Yep. Trico, help. There's a trophy for being saved by Trico. And that counts. Honestly, huge. It's being saved by Trico like 20 times. It's not just the once. So things like that. Oh, he's got a spear in him already. Things like that we just have to kind of grind out. He is not going to save me very well from this guy. Hey, buddy. Hey, mister. Dude. Broski. Okay, buddy. I am growing increasingly concerned that I'm just going to die. So, thank you for nothing. Yeah, he was taking me directly toward this door, Trico. I can't die, that's a trophy. Help! My dude. The trophy can be grinded. Thanks, man. You're the best. Alright, before I pet Trico or anything, I have to get this spear out. We'll check if he has more in a second. That's the one that I am worried about. Okay, whew. You'll love to see this hint. Sometimes it can kind of get stuck. Always a relief to see that. How you doing for spears, dude? It is absolutely worth being extra careful about spears. We are going like fully over his body. He's multitasking. He's taking this barrel, which is great. I do not see more spears because a single spear that we miss can just end the run, you know, so. Oh, and he's gonna let me do this? Okay, I take it back. You're actually a cool dude. Alright, we got that barrel. Great. Oh, there's so many things I need to keep track of. This is how we would have left Trico behind. Can't believe Trico seriously just stared at me like 5 times and was like, you know, I'll get to it when I get to it. And then I almost died. Like, bro. Again, technically we could have Trico try to help us there, but getting him down into there is just the worst. And it's one of the only fights in the game that's skippable, in the sense that Trico doesn't need to kill those guys in order for the next checkpoint to work. Trico, if you are pooping, I'm gonna be so upset. Now let's see if Trico's AI knows what to do. This can be really hard for him. These armors... Nice RNG there. These armors can cause a problem for him. When we reset the checkpoint, Trico teleported forward and into this like trapdoor, so his tail is stuck. I'm going down here to help him. Sometimes he might not realize that he's free. Technically he's free right now. We'll see if he cares. Oh, nice. He left. Problem is, he went really far. Already he's in the hallway. Okay, don't love this. I'm standing back here because the armors are technically after me, not Trico. I want him to not do everything he's doing. I think we're just gonna be in a bad situation here, no matter what. We need him to not go down this hallway that he is desperately attempting to go down. Is there still an armor? What are you doing? Is he gone? Okay. Is there still an armor behind him though? I don't know. Boy. If there's not, that might have been the fastest he has ever done that. My dude, look at you, and I was whoop. Hey, excuse me. Sir? Good sir. Hello? The speed of that fight, I'll have to go back, might be task-worthy. The problem that I was trying to articulate before Trico just went rogue is that if he sticks his head down this hallway before he's done with the fight with the armors before that hallway, his AI gets really confused because, you know, obviously it triggered this thing where he was supposed to just run down and smack that guy in the head. But if the previous armors aren't dead, that doesn't trigger right, and so he just ends up, like, agonizingly slowly walking up and down that hallway for no reason. Whoop! Do you have spears, dude? Hey man, I'm sorry. I gotta check. Do you have spears? You got spears, my guy? Ooh. Oh, the camera! I don't see any. You good? I'll check your chest. I think you good. A lot of times it's helpful to climb him in order to check for spears, because even if you can't see them, the, like, remove spear dialogue box will come up. Alright, what is next on our agenda? Right, we have to get 2 hints in command skip room, which yet another skip we are not doing. You don't really realize how many skips this game has until you don't do them. You pooping? Of course not. Not like I left you alone in a flat area and wasn't looking at you. Check for spears one more time. Okay. Usually those guys don't get to throw spears at them. They mostly just have swords because I'm there. That's the main thing. Because the armors are after me. And so they take out swords when they're near me. But if they only think that Trico is there, that's when they take out spears. Alright, Trico has just opened a one-way door. So we need to find a different way out of here. We're gonna need some hints. Which is convenient because there are 4 barrels in this box. Step, beast. Nice. Good job, dude. So, whoop! We will just give these barrels while we're running the timer for the hint. Which is very useful. Thank you for nothing. Wow, Trico, you are just really causing catastrophic damage. This is a nice place to grind out the catching barrels trophy, and he's just making that as hard as possible. But yeah, timer for the hint is running. So we're kind of multitasking here. Back up. Bruh. Fine, you can have that one. Oh no, now you're paying attention to me. My dude. Make up your mind. No, 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 we're not doing pets. Fine, take it. Okay, so that wasn't the hint we were looking for. That's... Trico. That's the piece of dialogue that unlocks commands. And using some commands and stuff is what's going to let us get these hints. You ready? Ah, great. The beast had grown accustomed to my company, is what we're looking for here. We have to give him a couple commands and stuff in order for that to trigger. Which is why we needed to wait for that first little thing, so that we could have commands. Hey, destroy that, buddy. Just for something to do. No, don't feel like it? Don't feel like doing that? There you go. Good job. Alright, the beast had grown accustomed to my company. The next one should trigger automatically. I ran, jumped, capered, and cavorted. Oh, you know what? Actually. Hold on, Trico. I take it back. I take it back, buddy. Ah, okay, fine. That was command skip, but... Trico didn't quite... Like, it's not the same setup, you know? Doesn't work nearly as well. Where am I? Now, we have a long way to go, again, before our next hints, which, of course, are more problematic ones. You'll love to see it. Ah, let's just play for a bit. Make him do a barrel roll. Doink. I am not waiting for Trico to get down from there. So we're just gonna teleport him. Here. Hey, buddy. Hey, Trico, look at me. Look at me. Over there. You feel? Alright. I believe he's got it. He almost splattered me against the ground. Now, I might just very briefly, not grind, but Trico, get down. Down. Trico, down. Bro, get down. So you're just straight up gonna ignore me? That's how this is gonna go? I may kind of... Oh, child. Yet. I may kind of grind poop for just like 2 or 3 minutes. We're near a hot spot. Straighten out. Do not try to knock the barrel from my hands. Just sit here. You can take it or I can throw it. Whatever. This child. Yeah, we can go to the pillar. It's fine. Either way, dude. Boy, is this how you're gonna be the entire time? Because if it is, I'm not giving you your badge, my guy. You don't get to wear your fancy necklace if this is how you're gonna act. After the first playthrough, you unlock a little badge that he can wear. And he only gets it if he's a good boy. Alright. So yeah, I am going to... How do I want to do this? I think I'm going to do this first. Because there's a chance that he's not going to grab this. And I'll have to come back down to the floor anyway. Ready? Would love it if you grabbed this. Thank you. Good job, dude. Calm down. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, just for 2 or 3 minutes, we're gonna go over here and try to see if he poops. It's a very specific way to do this. He's gonna idle in a couple places. And that's fine. I mean, that's what we want. Getting him to poop is just the best way to do it if you're like intentionally trying to do it. Because again, it's RNG. Is to give him multiple opportunities to focus on something, get distracted and walk around, and then focus on something again. Every time that he loses focus and begins to walk around, that's like a... You know, he's checking, like, what are my options for things that I can do? I can find something new to engage with. I can yawn. I can scratch myself, right? And ideally, sometimes, one of those is I can poop. So he'll go and scream at this door. He'll probably scratch it a little bit. And then he'll get bored. And he'll come over to me. And he'll just kind of keep repeating that. So I'm just gonna let him do a couple cycles of that. And we'll see how he's feeling. This has never worked for me in a platinum. But... Hi. Hello. Yeah, so this has never worked for me in the context of, like, I'm trying to get it to happen in a platinum, but when trying to just make poop happen, yes, this has worked. And if you are struggling with this trophy, I highly recommend that you try this location. All you have to do is get to this spot and rubber band your controller. So see, here he chose scratch as the thing he was gonna do. I'll let him go back over to the door, and then we'll proceed. I need him to be over there anyway. He'll lose interest in a second, don't worry. Hello, good luck, thank you. We will need it. Or poop. Distraction incoming? Can I climb like 2 inches higher, please? Hi, please leave. Please go away. Fine, I will leave you then. Goodbye. I've never had him sit on me this long. Why aren't you going back to the door, dude? Really? I have no idea what's happening, but good luck dodging this animal. Thank you. Oh, distraction? No, my guy. Okay, fine. If you're not gonna go back to the door, then we're just sitting here wasting time. I don't know why he got, like, locked there. I'm not gonna call him, though, and I'm not gonna face him. Hi. Get over here, please. Uh-huh. Tell me about it. I would like to proceed also, but somebody has different ideas. Trico, why are you stuck over there? Yeah, I understand game, how to issue commands. I've never seen him just kind of zone out over here. Are you, like, stuck? What is happening? Just get up here. Anyway, onwards. So that didn't work. But again, you know, it's fine. Oh, the game ate my input. We could have done that ladder faster. So that was one of many spots where he's not likely necessarily, but more likely than average to poop. Some spots he just seems to kind of favor more than others. The next hint isn't going to be until we're in a room with like a pot hanging from a lever, or there will be eventually. It's going to have a chain hanging down from the ceiling. For now, I would love to get captured. Beautiful. Thanks, buddy. Nice job. So that counts towards our trophy. That's honestly one of the most cumbersome ones. Because if Trico... You'll see, as the game goes on, the armors get kind of more difficult. They don't just die as soon as Trico touches them, you know? He'll be able to kind of like just bap them and they'll fall down, but they won't die. That doesn't count as being saved by Trico. Trico has to destroy the armor that is holding me. So, it becomes progressively more difficult to make progress toward that trophy. The good news is that there's a fight at the end of the game where there's like a ton of... I'm not gonna do this. The risk of death is too great. There's a ton of armors, and progress over the game is cumulative, so you get to that fight, you have Trico save you a bunch. As long as he doesn't finish the fight, you can just reset and keep grinding, so it's not missable in that sense unless you're not paying attention. It's just, we don't really want to have to do that. We would rather do it organically. Cheville! Half platinum, thank you. Hope you're doing good. Donk. Don't worry, we just keep smashing our face into the ground. We'll be fine. I'm hoping for 2 grabs in this room. There's 6 armors. And only in the TAS has Trico killed all of them in one hit, so... But already we're gonna start getting to the point where an armor grabs me and Trico, like, slams into the ground next to it or something, and it knocks me out of its arms, but it doesn't count, you know? Alright, he's through. Grabbed. Nice. Good job, buddy. There's no way they're gonna make it to the door with me, I say is... I'm sure they're about to try. Oh, good job. Okay, I doubt this guy is gonna have a chance, but we can hope. Hey, hey, okay. That was actually a really good fight. I'm gonna chill him out by resetting. I'll give him this command, but I'm gonna check him for spears. None of them should have been able to hit him with spears. In fact, I don't believe they even have spears because I'm in the room. But you always just want to be checking. I am not going to do eye skip. That is way too risky for a deathless run. We're just gonna go down that way instead. Eye skip is when you jump straight from the top to this ledge, skim the ledge, and then hope that the boy grabs it. Sometimes through, I don't know, the wonders of nature, by grabbing the ledge so hard he breaks his leg. I don't know. Maybe next run, yeah, if we get deathless this run, I may be willing to do it next run. So Trico knows how to do this. I'm not going to give him commands because that's just going to make it worse. But we are coming up on a hint. And this hint is kind of gross because it is 5 minutes on a timer, which means you have to wait 5 minutes before you can even tell if it's working. And then the conditions are just really abstract. So we are going to do our best, but basically we are going to be standing in a room for 5 minutes doing mostly nothing. So if you need a drink or a stretch or whatever, now is a great time. I think I myself will probably stretch. But let me get into the room first. Alright, Trico can go in there. I searched carefully, convinced that there was something nearby. Another just absolutely garbage hint. Right? So here is this chain, right? What the game wants us to do is... It's such a weird puzzle. So if you're playing this for the first time, what you're probably going to do is you're going to notice that Trico is playing with this. Also, let me make note of what time it is here. 1:51:15 according to my splits. So 1:56:15 we're looking for. Trico's playing with this chain, so you're going to be like, oh, I can climb the chain, and you go up here. You follow these little platforms. Eventually, it'll take you over here to a lever. Pull the lever, and it turns a light on up here. It turns like a torch on in this little pillar. And I think the purpose of that, is literally just to tell you that the pillar is there. Because Trico's supposed to jump up onto it. Even though literally right now he's looking at it. So it's such a weird puzzle, I don't know. So yeah, we are going to just kind of stand here. And wait for this hint. I searched carefully. Like I said, it probably isn't going to trigger prior to 1:56:15, or I guess for you all it would be 1:50... I don't know, 1:55:40 or something. You're a little bit ahead of me. So I'm gonna go stretch and get a drink. Please tell me if it triggers. I mean, I can check myself, but if you notice it, please let me know. I will be right back. I'm back, and I would have to assume nothing happened, which is fine. Got my Gatorade, stood up, and immediately my calves were like, why have you been sitting motionless for hours? Alright, I'm gonna move just a little, just to let the game know I'm here. Sometimes that can trigger a hint that is otherwise just stalled. But we're not at time yet, so. Once again, I searched carefully, convinced that there was something nearby. And I have a very specific strategy for trying to get this to trigger. According to my splits, we got about 5 seconds. Okay. So Trico's gonna play with this a little bit more. That's fine. I'm gonna move the length of the room. Thank you, Trico. Up here. No. Can I just have the chain? Please, Trico, you've made this so difficult. Child. Why would I ever want to climb a railing? Alright. So now we're gonna wait here for a little bit. Trico, you are going to break my bones. Oh, beautiful. Alright, thank goodness. That one always makes me really nervous. Because if you can't get it to Trico? Dude. If you can't get it to trigger, there's like really nothing you can do about it except for just like keep resetting the checkpoint until eventually it works. But okay, that was the hard one. So the next couple are, I don't want to say guaranteed, but you know, they're obviously much easier. The conditions are much simpler. Trico, you nearly killed me. Trico, dude, bro, please. Nope. Do I risk it? Alright, fine. That's what I was talking about ping-ponging off of the wall. Damn it. Yep. Trico, you doomed me. We gotta do it again. If you die or reset before the next checkpoint, the hint doesn't count. Thank you, Trico, for being the worst. I just checked the previous hint, and it was the one from command skip, so... Oh, we need to stand here again. Oh, it's a good run, right? It's a good run. Thankfully, there's only like one or two more that are super long like this. Like, I could just proceed and then do this on the next playthrough, you know? But then, if it doesn't work on the next playthrough, we're just done for, right? And the sad thing is, even if my foot would have just clipped that plank up there, that was a checkpoint. So the fact that the boy reached for it in slow motion and then didn't, like his fingers didn't touch it, that's what I meant by, am I gonna risk it? Because alternatively, I could have just let myself fall. Odds are, given the fact that it triggered slow-mo, I would have died. That fall was far enough to die. So, I chose to risk it based on how close his hand was to the planks, and it was not close enough. I also need to be careful while Trico's standing here. I'll invalidate the hint if I touch him. So I want to get on this chain, but I don't really want to be near him, you know? But thanks for continuing to hang out. As we get through these hints, things get much more appealing. Okay, good. He has... Ugh, child! I just want to be on the chain, please. Trico, you are just... this game's speedrun in a microcosm right here. Please go away, Trico. Mm. Boy, I don't want to be on this railing. Thank you. Okay, now we can just hang out here for a little bit. Jeez. Now it's fine if Trico, like, you know, baps me with his hand or whatever. I just can't... The boy's hands can't grab him, is the condition here. As well as obviously just kind of being around in the room and all that. But after this, we've got another barrel. We got another poop opportunity. I'm kind of undecided. We might let that play out for a minute or two. It's really, really simple. Like, Trico is going to do the cycling that we were talking about before. He's not going to bork it up like he did it at the gate, so we may give it a try. I've never gotten him to poop there, but lots of people have. In fact, it's kind of ridiculous. Up ahead are two of those eyeballs that Trico hates so much. And you need to break them in order to get Trico to go past the puzzle. Don't mind what's happening on screen. We're accomplishing things right now. And so what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to find, like, this pile of helmets. Okay. We've got our hint again. Can we not do this for a third time? Trico, please? So you're supposed to break the eyeballs with helmets that are nearby. And I have seen more than once, somehow inexplicably, Trico poops there for people, and then they think that that's just the solution to the puzzle. They're like, oh, he poops, and so I can throw his poop at the glass. Like, do you have any concept of how impossibly rare that is? You know? Please just stand, child. Stand. Thank you. Okay, we're free. Sorry that I wasted 5 minutes of your time. This is fine. Oh, God. That was not fine. Rip Deathless. I even paused, you saw. I contemplated it. And I continued it because this is fine. We do this all the time. Oh well, we'll get Deathless next time. It's not like we don't have 2 playthroughs to do it. Don't touch that. And it honestly is kind of nice because, you know, in the next playthrough, we don't have to worry about things like hints, which, by the way, we're doing another hint right now, which is, it seemed that my companion was very fond indeed of these pots, which is literally just stare at this pot. So if you're doing Deathless on not the hint playthrough, it's actually kind of nice because then obviously you don't face the issue that we just faced. Like, if I had just been able to reset in the previous room as soon as I jumped off of Trico's head and I knew that I was going to miss the platform and not had to worry about the hint, obviously I would have done that, like, immediately. You know, so it kind of makes it nicer. You can be a little more aggressive about preventing deaths. But yeah, we've got 2 hints here. They're both the same conditions, which is nice. Literally, we just have to not touch this pot. And so that means in the second playthrough, we are going to be going for Lightning Emissary, which is finish in less than 5 hours, and Untouchable Emissary, which is the no deaths run. Which, like I said, is fine. Is the runner asleep? Nope. This is part of getting a trophy. So we're just kind of hanging out, you know? The pot is mesmerizing. Yep. I mean, look at that. Look at all that delicious Baja Blast. So we are waiting for... It seemed that my companion was very fond indeed of these pots. After that, we will get... I wonder if I might be able to use the pot with which the beast was so enamored. Those are the two things that we are waiting for. Is Schnecko asleep? Schnecko is currently asleep. Eepy. It is 5:52 a.m. currently. We have been at this, obviously, for about 2 hours. And Morty is a diurnal lizard. He's awake during the day, so... His light... you have night vision of him right now. His light should turn on in... I want to say, like, an hour and a half? A little less, maybe? So there was hint number 1. Cool beans. I wonder if I might be able to use the pot with which the beast was so enamored. And then we're going to have a little bit of time where we don't have to worry about hints. Not too long, because we're going to be on our way to Pendulum Room, and there's quite a few hints in there. And then, I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, after Pendulum, there is a long stretch where it's just an all barrels run. No hints. You know, now we don't have to worry about Untouchable, so we can do, like, some riskier things. So long as they're not tied to hints, of course. I didn't really process what the camera was. That's fair, because Morty is, he's hidden underneath his basking spot among, like, a bunch of bricks, and then he pulled a bunch of leaves over himself also, so it's just kind of visual clutter right now. Oh, he did just move, though. He'll be awake soon. That doesn't mean he'll move, but he'll be awake soon. Almost there. Hang in there. I wonder if I might be able to use the pot with which the beast was so enamored. Anytime. I didn't notice what time we got the previous hint, so that I could keep track of the timer for this one. But it will trigger. The conditions are the same. Let me just, like, move the boy real quick. I can also, kick it a little bit by doing this, which will repeat, it seemed. And yep. That was the goal. You can't do that all the time. You can't just, like, force it to give you a hint, but sometimes when you know that it's been essentially long enough, you can kind of poke the narrator and be like, hey, you remember you're supposed to be giving me a hint? The estimate is the worst estimate, yes. The estimate is we are not going further than this. My world record is 106, or I'm sorry, 11:06:22. Are we going to achieve that? Almost certainly not. But... Alright, we'll do pot reset. Okay. So now we're waiting for hints again. Alright, we're gonna put this here. Now we're gonna leave it like this. We are looking for the hanging chain appeared to be connected to the door in some way. The conditions for this are very precise. In fact, 2:11:30 here on my splits. Just so I can pay attention to how long it's been. How often do you run this category? Once per year in December. It is rough, so I do not run it more than that. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing with this category, right, is there's no guarantee I can finish it. Even if I get all the other trophies and everything goes, like, amazingly, I can't control whether Trico poops or not. That is 100% RNG. And as far as we know, it might even be calculated as soon as you open the game. So, you know, whether you get it or not isn't in your control. Which is why I put 12:30. You know, if we don't have it getting toward the end of the second playthrough, I will try to grind it in order to make this a valid platinum percent, but I won't take us above 12:30. Because, you know, at that point, if Trigo hasn't pooped, there's no guarantee that he's going to poop on this save file at all, you know? Could have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm a fool. We're getting there. Be patient. There are a couple more hints that take like this long time in order to trigger. But thankfully, those are not the norm. There's one more that I can think of that takes 5 minutes. That's quite a ways. That's multiple hours further than where we are now. So... Staff, can we edit that? You're gonna make me grind out poop for 4 more minutes? Thankfully, I started losing time on this split right at the exact time that we started counting the timer for this hint. So I can just look at my hemorrhaging red time to know how long we've been sitting here. I don't want to shift the camera really too much because we have everything in view that we need, but I do just want to keep the boy moving a little bit. And you know, weirdly enough, I'm still 11 minutes and 53 seconds ahead. This run is just that variable. We won't be by the end. Believe you me. Alright, we're coming up soonish on the amount of time this is supposed to take. And then we can start troubleshooting why it hasn't popped up. But for now, first, we need to fulfill the baseline criteria, you know? About 15 more seconds on my end for the full timer, and then we can try to be more specific. Oh, there you go. 15 seconds. Okay. Beautiful. So we can just actually solve the puzzle now. That was exactly on time to the second. Oh, let's play! It always happens this way. Trico's not doing this poorly. He does it in the same amount of time every time. I guess except for when he doesn't, because, you know, this is the last Guardian. Now, I am actually going to do something different. I've never done this before, but I suspect that this will be a much superior way of doing this. Child, please. The problem with giving Trico this barrel in this room is that it causes him to do what runners call footsies. He'll come in here, and if you don't get him to go up to this platform, like, right away, he'll get confused, and he'll just sit down and put his foot up. And once that foot is up, there's just nothing you can do. He will not listen to you anymore, he won't move, so you have to, like, completely leave the room, get him to follow you, and then come back in and try to, like, really quickly get him up onto that ledge. So I suspect that I can beat him into coming into this room at all, give him the barrel over there, and then we can probably do it a little better. Child, give the command. Stop eating my inputs. Child. You are no better than Trico. There's a reason that I have a Trollco emote and a Troll Boy emote. Both of you. This will take him a couple pulls. And by the way, you have to love it. You know that we sat in that previous room for like 5 minutes to get that hint when the answer was just look around? This entire puzzle, not a single hint. You know? Here, buddy, look. Okay, we have to get him unfocused first. Sniff. Hey. Alright, there's one more barrel for the catching trophy. And now if we get him through here, hopefully, we should just be able to do this as if we had not given him that barrel at all. Of course, I couldn't get on him. Child. Please. I didn't really want to trigger this little scene either. And we have footsies anyway because I couldn't get on Trico in time. Come on. Hey, turn around. Turn around. He'll spin. You got it? That would have worked, I do believe, had the boy grabbed Trico at any point. But for those who haven't played this game, and I suppose that that's probably many of you, I don't actually have a choice about whether I grab Trico or not. I'll trigger this scene, it's fine. So yeah, sometimes like I can just donk right into Trico and the boy just decides not to grab, which is what happened there. I just donked off of Trico's face when I was kind of counting on being able to grab Trico, so. Alright, both to wait for a hint and to grind poop a little bit, we're gonna sit like this. It was a striking design akin to an eye in shape, yep. So yeah, I'm gonna let him just do this cycle a couple times. Because you see, every time that he gets far enough away from the eyes that he's not upset anymore, he has another opportunity to poop. I'm just gonna, like, keep the camera facing away from him. And we can face towards him sometimes, but probably we're not really gonna sit around here too much. He's already jammed himself back into a corner. No. I would like to grab it like this, please. Thank you. Specifically so that my back is to Trico. Using the eye to scare the poop out of him. That's the hope. I didn't see him for a second and I was like, oh, is he doing something? Don't worry, buddy. I'm definitely not paying attention to you at all. Or anything. Alright, we get to kind of go uninterrupted for a little bit here. Yeah, Baru, tell me about it. Alright, he's coming, so nothing else there. I can't believe that I let us die. That was so foolish. But, you know, now that I'm contemplating it, that does mean that we can farm Lifeline in this playthrough instead of the next one. Having already died changes our strategy. Lifeline is the trophy for getting saved by Trico's tail 10 times. And normally we would save that for the second playthrough because that would be the deathless playthrough, or the run where it's fine to die. But now it's the opposite. So we will do Lifeline here, which is better. That gives us more wiggle room for poop in the second playthrough due to time constraints, because we do still have to get Lightning Emissary, which is the 5-hour speedrun thing. And we have to do that while giving all barrels. So not having to do Lifeline in the Lightning Emissary playthrough is nice. It gives us more time for poop, and it gives us more time, like if we should fail intensive care in this playthrough. So, being adaptable is important in Platinum %. You have to be able to change your strategy according to what is actively happening. This thing next to me is breaking, if you're wondering what you're hearing here. This does not count as being saved by Trico's tail. You cannot grind this spot. Not that you would want to, because it takes a long time between each tail grab, but... So if you want to run a different Last Guardian category, you can run Bad Ending, which ends here. You just simply don't save Trico, and eventually he will fall. Alright, here we go. I'm going back to hints now, of course. But, at the very least, I can leave Trico during this scene. Again, it ate my input. Weird. Alright, so I am going to reset. I don't especially love that this guy has a spear, but he shouldn't hassle Trico too much because Trico's not down there yet. We're going to try to fulfill the criteria for multiple hints at once. Did you throw your spear and hit Trico? Can't tell. I don't think so. So the hint that we're looking for is I examined the chain with great interest. It seemed different to the ones I had encountered before. So obviously we have the chain in view, but I'm also trying to keep the glass eye and Trico in view, but not like directly behind the chain, because that's going to be necessary for the next hint. And I want to try to burn two hint timers at the same time. I also don't want to climb right now. There is a barrel up and to my left, but I don't want to touch the pendulum until we have the hint. But this is hint 34 out of 64. So we are not halfway through the game and halfway through the barrels. Or it's not the barrels, the hints. We are not doing bad with barrels. Oh wow, that was fast. That was faster than it was supposed to be, in fact. Okay, we are going to stand here for just a little bit. Yep, there we go. So we did do both hint timers at the same time. Let me just, real quick. Please, child, sit. Hello, little boy. Please, thank you. Fearful of? Yep, thank you. Just checking. Alright, I am going to briefly... No. Little boy. Just look backwards, please. We're gonna preemptively get this down for Trico. I don't even know where the armors went. They're somewhere. Alright, Trico, so the question is, did you get hit with a spear? I don't know. We shall find out. Trico's gonna be taking care of those armors. And by the sounds of it, he did a good job. Skim across the front of that lever to cancel the drop animation. Dude, you decimated those guys. You got spears? You do. But this must have just happened because that armor couldn't have reached Trico's hips before we were waiting for the hints, so I'm not too worried about how long that had been inside him for the purposes of intensive care. Here, buddy. Please don't. Oh, thank you. There's a ramp right here that can take that barrel straight into the abyss. Alright. That's done. Can't touch Trico here. He's gonna come out on his own here in a second, and then he's gonna get real scared of the eye. Which is over here. I didn't show it, but it's over here. And the boy's gonna say like, oh, you're so scared, it's so far away. And that's not the hint we're looking for. We're looking for fearful of the symbol in the glass. The beast refused to take another step. No, I'm sorry, that was the previous one. The beast appeared to want to show me the way ahead. That was the one. They all sound the same. So I clambered onto its back. Oh, he actually listened. Way to go. I need to not accidentally touch his tail. Okay. You gonna come down? Hop down. Trico, get down, buddy. And then can you do that again, please? Thank you. And then get down. He's like, why are you having me do this? One more. Okay. Thank you. Alright, now we got a ways where it's just regular gameplay with a couple barrels. I don't believe for a minute that you're gonna do this, dude. Okay? I would love if you would get up here, but I don't believe that this isn't just gonna bounce right off your nose. Because I know you, Trico. I know what sort of creature you are. Oh look, it bounced right onto the floor. So surprised. Here you go, have the other one. Sadly, I can't just leave him behind to eat these. Because as soon as I get up there, he will go back to being upset about the eye, and he will never return to eating these on his own. I have to come down here and, like, babysit him, you know? That's fine. You can take that one yourself. You don't need to catch every single one. Alright, now we'll get back up here. And we will proceed, and things will be good. Yay, it's just any percent. So if you look around, which I am not especially going to do, but if you play through this yourself, I encourage you to. Ooh, that was close. Got my little magnet hands going on. You can actually see a lot of the places we've already been. In that sense, this is basically Dark Souls. In that it's a very vertical kind of place. If you see places, you can probably go there, and you can always look back and see places you've already been. For example, I can show you over there. Behind these pillars is that Colosseum thing where Trico took a bath, and then we looked up and saw the other Trico running along the top. And Orlando looking, yep. Alright. We will do, because we can. I skip, please. We did. Beautiful. You're supposed to go like out the break in that eye and then shimmy around the back and come through this break and then shimmy around the front, and it's like, no. Not gonna do that, we're just gonna skip the puzzle. That puzzle's fun though, because... or that skip rather, is fun. Because like many things in this game, you're only like 80% in control. So sometimes you get here and you're like, oh yeah, my time is so good, I'm just gonna do this eye skip. And then the wind is blowing in such a way that like the eye moves out from under you in the middle of your jump. And you're just like, well, okay. Guess that's how it is then. Which honestly is why I like this game. It's why I like the run for this game. Sorry, Trico. Like, there's only so much you can do. It's gonna be different every time. And yeah, that can be really frustrating. You know, like you're on... It's happened to me before. You're on world record pace and... You know, Trico bops you through a hole in the floor and you lose 3 minutes. Don't worry, I'm not still scarred from that. But it is what it is, you know? See, even things like that little jump I might not have made if we hadn't already died. You coming? It's all part of the speedrunning experience. Exactly. I firmly believe that it takes a certain kind of speedrunner to enjoy runs of this game, you know? And I say that with love and affection for this game. So we get to go, like, a long way before we get another hint. Which is nice, we get to pick up the pace a little bit. We have this area, we have the area after it. And then we technically have one more fairly large puzzle to solve after that. Before we get back to hints. So we can start doing skips. All sorts of stuff, once again. I'm shimmying. Even though it seems obviously very slow. Because there's a cutscene trigger there. So I'm walking around it. Ooh, that was a super jump. Not like we needed it, but... So running up the sides of these stairs, where they're not actually stairs, it's just like the smooth part, is faster than running up the stairs themselves. But... if you get too close to the edge, you wobble, and then you lose all your time that you saved. It's kind of a give and take. Like the sort of top 5 runners will do it, usually. And the people who are still kind of learning, that's one of the things you add later, you know? Most speed games have that, right? Where there's like some stuff that that the beginners like do right away, and some stuff that it's like, if you're gonna add it like last. White Tower Skip is another one from Last Guardian that it's like, if you're learning the run and you're just starting to try to get a time that you're happy with, don't do White Tower Skip. Like, save it for when you want to start going for like a sub 3:30. Please, child. So drawbridge skip. Also, Trico has a bunch of spears in him right now. We're supposed to like call Trico over and he's gonna cling to this drawbridge and it's a whole cinematic scene. But, it wouldn't let me do it, so I guess you get to see that scene. Hi, Trico. Not like it takes that much longer. But, Trico, could you get over here before you get more spears in you? What would have happened is we would have just landed on the top of the drawbridge where we weren't supposed to. It will be faster to get him on the ground, hypothetically, child, than to try to struggle to take the spears out now. I'm gonna skim the wall toward this ladder. That at least we can still do. Alright, get up here, buddy. We gotta get those spears out, like, right now. You can't have these in you. He's had them in him since we started this section, which sucks, but there's not much you can do about it. They never run out of spears. There's some places where if you just kind of tough it out, eventually the guards will run out of spears to throw, but they do not here. Alright. Is that all? You got spears in your butt? You good? Okay. I was sure I was going to drop through one of the holes in this drawbridge. Like that one. Alright, so Trico's gonna get upset. He's gonna be like, man, I've been through it today. Can we take a break? And so he's gonna sit down and he's gonna be unwilling to move until I give him food. Get that going, because there's no sense in not having it moving while I'm doing something else. Wow, nice, extraordinarily long animation. Appreciate that. You're supposed to throw this barrel kind of from platform to platform and keep like rushing over and catching it and all that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna walk out of the puzzle. That's called barrel skip. We will do another one of those later. Technically we'll do 3 of them, but only 2 of them truly look like barrel skips. Now Trico, I will stand out here and watch you eat this. I swear, anytime that I stand out there, he's fine. And it's like, oh, well, I could have just left you and it would have been fine. Anytime I leave, he somehow finds a way to fling this barrel halfway across the universe. And then I'm like, why aren't you following me? You gonna eat it? Okay. Oh, I'm thinking ahead to my next playthrough, and honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to Deathless. Knowing that I have literally nothing to worry about when I reset a checkpoint is honestly huge. It's so different from doing it in the hint playthrough. Where it's like, oh, oops, gotta wait 5 minutes for a hint again. And that lets me be a little bit more aggressive with the barrels at the end in this playthrough because it's so easy to die. It's the second to last barrel. So easy to die. And it can mess with the hints. in that area, it's the worst. So, that's honestly kind of nice. Buddy. Please. Alright, you got it. While you're figuring it out, I'm gonna check for spears some more. He changed his mind. This jump is hard for him. I don't necessarily blame him, but that dead was a blessing in disguise. It may very well be if that gets us the hints in this playthrough. Because almost without fail, that's what happens. I'm so focused on not dying during that final, you know, the final 3 barrels and, you know, the final 5 hints or whatever. Because it's so easy to die. That's usually, I think, what triggers that one hint. Or what makes that one hint not trigger. And so I have to get it at the end of my second playthrough. So if I don't have to worry about dying, I can change the path that I take a little bit. And that should hopefully not interfere with that hint as much. And I can tell you exactly what hint is it because it's burned into my brain. It's the one where the narrator says, "It seemed as though the plinth was made to house the mirror." It is exactly that hint that is the bane of my existence. Trico, we're not gonna do a little skip here, buddy? That's alright, I suppose. Sometimes if Trico's really behaving, you can get him to make this jump before this plays. And then you don't have to watch it. Plus also, I can make this jump up here without fear. It's the kind of jump that I will still do during the Deathless playthrough, but obviously a lot less stressful right now. Trico, pay attention, please. Here. Straighten out your head. It's this jump. It's obviously a little bit stressful in Deathless. And I probably will still do it, like I said, because honestly, trying to get to the rope the intended way is just as stressful. And you do have some space between the rope and the death plane, so... But isn't it nice how long we've had to go without a hint? No poops yet, but that's pretty common. I don't think I've ever gotten a poop at this point in a platinum, so... That's no big deal. At this point, honestly, if we get through this playthrough with all talked out, which is the hints trophy, and intensive care, that would be... I would consider that a great success. Intensive care does get harder, and in fact, intensive care is challenging to get in the hint playthrough. That's the one for taking the spears out of Trico. Because there's going to be a point... I believe that we only have one more hint that takes 5 minutes to trigger, and of course, it's the one where Trico has more spears in him than he has at any other point in the game. He's just been in a huge battle, peppered with spears constantly, and you cannot touch him. Camera, please. So you have to spend 5 minutes watching, you know, 15 spears be in Trico's body, and it's like, well, all of those are adding to the timer. That's fine. We were cheesing our way across this rope. We're almost there. So, because you have to wait that 5 minutes, it can be really hard to get intensive care during this playthrough. But if you're really diligent before that point, you have enough wiggle room to get it. Bye, Trico. So much for Panda Plummet. Oh, you gonna come back, dude? I'm gonna actually wait for a second to allow him to come back. So that I can do this skip. That is so much faster than doing it the other way. Well, I always ask people, my gut just drops watching these kinds of acrobatic shenanigans. I always ask people, you know, because they love Trico. Like, if you were in this situation and I told you, hey, you get to keep your Trico as long as you actually do these things, you know, would you do these things in order to own your very own Trico? Because at the beginning, right, it's like, I could run away from some armors, I could find my way out of a cave, sure. But by the end, it's like, are you willing to jump 70 feet through the air blindly and hope that your chicken dog catches you? There's an eyeball that you kind of can't see from here. But that's what Trico's upset at. Blind trust fall is part of the chicken dog adoption process. It's one of the things they ask you when you go to the Humane Society for your Trico. Is Trico a juvenile of his species, or are the wings always supposed to be that small? They are that small. Every Trico that you see will have wings that are the same size. I would last slightly less than a few seconds trying to balance on that rope. That's the kind of thing where you just like, you hang onto it with your arms and legs and just kind of shimmy for the next hour, you know? Alright, we'll touch this just to get the checkpoint. And then Trico is very good at this. He can do this on his own, and I am not going to tell him what to do because he is a smart chicken dog, don't need no man. But, for you all, I can pet him because it removes the blood. And we take good care of our chicken dog. And also, perhaps if we convince him that we love him, he will poop. Right, Trico? There, isn't that better, buddy? Up and up he goes, doing such a good job all by himself. Can you believe that we're at 3 hours out of a 12-hour run? And yet somehow it feels like we've accomplished a lot. I mean, every single hint that we've gotten is a hint that we don't need to get again, so... Big win. Alright, buddy, I don't have time to clean anymore. Sorry. Here we go. Get some Lion King going up in here. Alright, we are getting back to hints soon. And perhaps more importantly, we're getting to one of the poop hotspots. I will have us sit and chill for a little bit there. Not too awful long, because, I mean, really, trying to grind to get Trico to poop is just a mostly futile endeavor. But I do owe it to the run to make an active attempt. Trico's tail is stuck. Little sproing, there it goes. Rude. I know, right? That's exactly right, Shivio. I don't know if you were here to see that we already died. So Deathless has to be next run. So, I mean, in that case, Trico can drop me into the void all he wants. Yeah, I do have to keep calling for Trico constantly. Sorry. Long live the king. In fact, that is what that split is called. I couldn't help it. I had to. Well, that's a relief, sorta. It is sorta, kinda. Like I was saying earlier. Like... the fact that I can be so much more aggressive next run with, like, even at the hint that I'm gonna die, I can reset and not have to worry about, like, oh no, now I have to get this hint again, is kind of appealing, you know what I mean? Because, like, this time I died because I chose to risk it instead of waiting 5 minutes to get a hint again. You know? And it in the end, it was stupid of me to die. It was very stupid, and I should have known better, but you know, it is what it is, and it's okay. Child, could you just, like, move, please? And so next time we can be, like, extra super aggressive with it because the hints aren't tied to the run anymore. And in fact, I mean, bye. I'm gonna do Vine Skip because who cares if I die, right? Like, we already don't have Deathless, so we can save some time by being a little more aggressive. So there's barrel skip number 2. That puzzle is done now. Once again, we were supposed to, you know, throw the barrel from platform to platform and rush over before it falls off, but... First try vine skip. It was modified vine skip. It was the one that cost you an extra like 5 seconds compared to the ideal one, but it's also the one that doesn't require you to repeat the entire section if you fail. So, nice throw. Me? Please, Trigo? I put that down there very specifically so that you could reach it. Broski. Broski, this is in like a beautiful spot. I literally manipulated the game so that that would land within your reach. Please eat it. Thanks. Alright, so we're back to hints. I always wondered what's even inside the barrels. We get to find out at the end of the game. We get a very definitive answer on what is inside the barrels. It's fiber. Barrel splinters. They're Trico fiber. Slowly but surely, all of the lizards in the house are waking up, so Morty should have a light on soon. Huckleberry. What are you doing? This lizard just making noise. Alright. So, the hint we are now waiting for is, having found myself at what seemed to be a dead end, I searched for a way forward. And then we'll get to go for a ways again before we have to worry about another hint, so... No, Trico, honey, I don't... No. I don't need pets. This one's usually pretty easy, so... I don't know that I've ever had any problem getting this one to trigger. It's mostly just standing here, so... Blackthorn, thank you for the raid. Welcome. You have come at an exciting moment of us standing here for 120 seconds in order to trigger a hint. But then we get to proceed, and we get to do some cool stuff. We get to do a fight. Hopefully Trico saves me a little bit. So we work on that trophy. If Trico's feeling extraordinarily generous, we'll get Call of Nature. Got some barrels to give. So yeah, again, we are looking for, having found myself at what seemed to be a dead end, I searched for a way onward. And then we get to deal with the dangly puzzle, which is everybody's favorite. There we go. Yay! Let's go, Trico. Let's accomplish something, huh? Don't step on me. But also don't leave me behind. He usually needs another command to do this, but he seems to be understanding. Maybe. Oh, look at you, Trico. Smart guy. Now, again, because I have now died, I am going to do this differently. We're going to do this in a much riskier way. Because death isn't a consequence anymore. We will still do a version of that during the Deathless run, but it won't be that aggressive. We won't go that far. Because trying to grab that on the area where it's sticking out is much harder. The boy doesn't necessarily always grab it, so... Alright, so we got a fight. I would like for Trico to save me, like, once? Twice would be ideal, but that seems like maybe a bridge too far, so... So we got that guy to trigger his grab animation, which gives me just a second longer to do this. Both of these guys need to drop their shields, but if I'm really lucky, I can get this guy. It didn't count. That's fine. If Trico smashes this guy, which he did, that should count as saving me. I guess I'll grab this guy. The odds that Trico's gonna save me from this guy are pretty small, and I need to pull their heads anyway. So... Do you have any, spears, buddy? That was a really fast fight, and I am very proud of you. In an effort to encourage Trico to poop. Oh, that shield isn't even destroyed. I'm gonna pet him instead of call him. You chill? Cool. Good guy. Get your ear out of the way. Big old flappy ears. Alright, so we are just gonna kind of chill. We're gonna get in here. Definitely minding my own business. Not looking at you at all, Trico. Except for when I'm looking around the corner. Hi, okay, I don't think you're pooping. Considering your head's glitched through the wall. Weirdo. Hi, you want it? Yeah, okay, we'll go down here. I know how you operate. Ready? Here. Buddy. You are making this just a journey, okay? Can I just take this? Okay, fine. Get all the way off of the stairs then. Just make up your mind. Okay. Well, that was something. Alright, so again, I'm gonna pop in here just real quick. We're just gonna give Trico ample opportunity to be on his own in here. Not too long. Like I said, grinding for this is usually pointless, but... I am listening. Oh, he's doing it! He's doing it! Oh! Look at Trico! Look at Trico! Okay, these are Trico poops. He will poop during this section. We know that now. As long as you don't trigger the next checkpoint, he will continue to poop every time in that checkpoint. It's unfortunate that it didn't count that for me. Because I was definitely looking at him. Yep, there we go. That might be the fastest I've ever gotten that. This run is now technically completable. That was 100% RNG. And you know what's even funnier is that we have done this during a hint playthrough, and it still is almost the world record. Yes, we have done it. And those little orbs are his poop. Oh, huge, honestly. That saves us so much time because we don't have to grind anywhere else and we don't have to be like going slow or paying attention to him for the rest of 2 runs, you know? It might be a stretch to say no more RNG. But... Here, Trico, save me. Good shot, man. Very close, huh? See, like, that doesn't count as a save, sadly. Okay. Alright, Trico. Just chill for a second, please. Can you chill? Chill. Stop. Incoming world record confirmed. Stop, Trico. Please. For the purposes of trying to grind out for the trophy a little bit, I'm gonna wake these guys up. Schmack. Good job. Hey, pay attention to me. Ugh, fine. That one didn't work so good, but we got one of the Trico saves out of that, so I will update the trophy list shortly. Hey, buddy. Could you calm down? Fight's over, man. He has taken so many of these. We're gonna get that trophy in no time. Alright, while he's going through here, let me get to Call of Nature. Exclamation point progress to see what trophies we've gotten. Spoilers, not that many yet, but we're getting there. Yeah, he's screaming at his girlfriend. Sorry. I sneezed. I don't know if you heard that. Alright, another hint. This one's easy. Trico's gonna step on this pressure plate, which brings the door down. Trico goes through. I definitely didn't drop that spiky gate right directly on his head. And here, we just don't drop down to him. And actually, this part across from here, we're going to be there shortly. Alright, so we just keep an eye on Trico. The entire area was alive with the strange aroma that so captivated my companion. Distracted by the scent of the pot as it was, the beast would not heed my call. And that's going to be hint number 38. Well on our way. Thank you for the bless yous. I don't have written down how long this takes. But the next one takes 3 minutes, so we're gonna be here for a little bit. Good morning, Frankie. Pretty sure everybody in the house is awake except for Morty. Oh yeah, I think Mort's light doesn't turn on until like 8, so another hour. He's a late sleeper. But we've got another section here of kind of a string of hints. And then... how are we looking? Okay. In the water. Yeah, we got some pretty equally dispersed hints for a while, but none of them are especially bad, mostly. We've got a couple that are a little suspicious, but... I kick the camera real quick just to make sure it knows that we're looking at Trico. I mean, you could see him, it's fine, but... this one always makes me a little nervous. These couple. Oh man, did I miss the poop? You did. Surprisingly, you did. I am just as shocked as you are. Yeah, I've never had it that early in a plat. It's happened there, for sure, but not during the first playthrough. Okay. I have to try to jump on Trico's back. I'm reading through my notes real quick. And then it's gonna say, I fell through the air, convinced for a brief moment. And, that's always stressful because, like, I can't control whether it triggers or not, you know? Oh, you know what? We missed a hint. If I reset, I'm here, right? It's okay. It's an easy... yep, easy recovery. I'll just make a note. There was one more. Up above. Okay, so... let me move this forward. It's super easy. Literally all we had to do was call Trico. For some reason my brain just glitched out. So that's, you know, that's part of the cleanup playthrough now. It removes some of the pressure to get the other hint also. Alright, we'll keep going. Get these next couple whoops. Thank you, Trico. Next couple problematic hints. Dude, get up here. I can rewind on Twitch. Trico, please. Stop jerking your head around right as I'm about to do something. Alright, so we're on to the next puzzle. I need to make a note while we wait for Trico in that puzzle. Not to miss that hint. It'll be super, super easy. I'm 100% sure we can get it. So that's great. It's not the same as the White Tower hint where it's like, is this gonna work? I don't know. How do I fix it? I don't know. Okay. So we go down into this puzzle. We're going for more hints now. The conditions are very simple. It's just a matter of whether the hint triggers or not, which it doesn't always. So we will see. I have to be very careful about which buttons I hit. Alright. And now we just stand here, which means we're looking for, I would not be able to leave this place unaided. And then shortly after that, we should get, I clung on tightly and together we made our escape. Both of those are necessary, and that will bring us to number 42. All right, time to take notes. So we still need Deathless. That didn't happen in this playthrough. We also need a hint. What number is it in my guide? 38. Okay. All caps. So we shan't miss it. Because like I said, it's super, super easy. The only thing that... Oh, Trico broke the floor. That's nice. The only thing that needs to happen is before we jump down to Trico, we just need to call him once. And assuming that we do the rest of this playthrough right, at that moment we will get all talked out. So we won't get it at the end of this playthrough, sadly, but that's fine. That's a really easy thing to do. Presuming, of course, that we get all the other hints. If we don't, then we will have to wait until whatever the other hint is that we're missing in order to get that trophy. But that's a problem for future us. I shouldn't even touch this controller. I don't know why I picked it up. I set it next to me very much on purpose. Because there are a lot of button presses I could make that will mess this up. Which is weird, right? Like, if you're a player and you're trying to get a hint about what to do, why would it be so picky? You know? But yeah, I would not be able to leave this place unaided. Okay, there we go. And now we are going to do exactly the same thing. And wait for, I clung on tightly, and together we made our escape. Now, the reason that these hints are not pleasant is because we now, after we get that hint, are going to have to solve the puzzle. The puzzle requires Trico's tail to come down through this hole. Okay. First problem with that is that Trico's tail can get stuck. Oh no, he didn't. He didn't break the floor. I was looking in the wrong spot. His tail can get stuck. And obviously if we reset this, we have to get these hints again. But perhaps the bigger problem is once you're on Trico's tail and he's trying to pull you up, he's pulling you up through all of this scaffolding and everything. And he twists his tail during the pull. So you have to be in a really, really specific spot, or else you run the risk of him like shaving you off as you go past the scaffold. And if that knocks you back down into the water, Trico will never put his tail back down to help you again, because the game assumes that you solved the puzzle. Which means you're just hard locked and you have to do it all again, you know, so. Would watch Trico poop again. I should have picked them up and like thrown them around. They make like a jiggly noise, like a sloshing noise. When you run poop %, which is a thing if you want to torture yourself like that, it's mandatory that you go and touch the poops. That's when time happens. Jiggling them is not mandatory, but is encouraged. I promise, chat, we are accomplishing things here. I know we have been staring at Trico for like 5 minutes. Sometimes these hints can feel longer than they are because there's multiple in a row that have like the same trigger conditions, you know? So it's like, yeah, we've been standing here for a bit. I'm gonna briefly move the camera just to let the game know I'm still here. And we are looking for... I clung on tightly, and together we made our escape. Suppose I could start solving the puzzle at this point. So long as... Okay. Beautiful. So now we can just actually solve the puzzle. That wasn't me missing the box, that was me moving that piece of wood out of the way. Promise that I was doing it on purpose. You'd be surprised how much those little pieces of wood can slow down moving this box. Okay. This is fine. And now we can start actually engaging with Trico again. Oh, wonderful. Love to see it. Good job, Trico. Come on, buddy. Get your butt over the hole. Where are you standing, dude? What? What is happening? Don't make me get these hints again. Get your tail over there. He's working on it. There we go. Alright. So now we're going to very intentionally not look at him. Because, as with most games, it unloads what you're not looking at a little bit so as to preserve memory. And here we go. That helps Trico's tail. Hello? That helps Trico's tail not get stuck. It was here. Will he put it down again? I've never seen this happen. Did he just leave? Oh, okay. He just yoinked it and then put it back. Okay, whatever. So yeah, looking down helps some of the scaffold stuff not exist. So it doesn't get stuck. Now all we need is for us to not get stuck on the way out. Which means we want to be approximately here-ish. Because see, he twists his tail like that. Ooh, almost dropped me back down in there. Beautiful. Onward. Making progress. You got this, man? I feel like you weren't paying attention. Normally I would let Trico do this fight entirely on his own, but I want the opportunity for another save or like a head grab or something. Oh, they're both paying attention to him though. The door is right here though, so I do need to be careful. I don't know if that counted. Technically he died after he let go of me, so okay. That was still a pretty quick fight though, I'll take that. This is the area that I said before, looking across, that we would be there in a minute. Alright, Trico's once again grumbly. He says, please, I would like food before I move anymore. Alright, that little strat was called Sancho's Step. Stepping up onto that box when you're not supposed to be able to. Otherwise, you're supposed to just like place the barrel on top of the box and then climb up on your own. Okay, very good. all of these are holes for the collar trophy. And so we will be trying to get these now. Come on, buddy. Gotta stick your head through some holes. Come on. Okie dokie. There's one. There's 3 on the other side too, so we're gonna be here for a minute. Thank you. I don't know how you would ever do this organically, right? Like, no player would be like, I'm just gonna do this for fun. Three more. Draco, I swear, you're gonna stomp on me. So this is where we would next attempt get off my back, had we not already gotten it. There's gonna be an armor in this hallway. You cannot see him currently. And he's where I would usually get it, but it's honestly kind of a nightmare, so I'm glad we got that done with. One more, Trico. Beautiful. We got our trophy and everything. That is an easy one, but still nice to not have to think about anymore. Would you like to go up there to where you were looking, Trico? And there's collar. Trico, get your butt up here. This is the chicken dog that we've got today. Alright. Always feels good to get a trophy. And you'll see that a lot of them come at the end. Like, we're gonna get them rapid fire at the end. We will not get all talked out in this playthrough, and we will not get untouchable. But that is fine. That's what 2 playthroughs are for. Playthrough 2 is the cleanup one, in addition to, you know, barrels. It's where your goals and priorities change based on what has happened so far. Most of the time, playthrough 2 is exclusively focused on poop. But... so yeah, you can see this guy is usually the one that I would try to get on his back for that trophy, but... oh, good. I just remembered where we were and what we have to do next. Oh boy. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love this game. Platinum percent just kind of brings out all of the things that are easy to forget when you run any percent, you know? All of the rougher areas. I left the beast behind and ran. There was our next hint. Wasn't really worried about that, so... I am not going to do Colo Skip. Coliseum Skip is an option that we have to despawn some of the enemies in this next encounter. If you reload while they're in the middle of spawning, it will cut off that process. So usually you can just have 1 armor instead of 3 to 4. And normally that would be great, except I would like for Trico to save me, / for me to pull some heads off some armor. And also, I want as many helmets on the floor as possible because we might end up losing one or two. How's the run going? It's going overall pretty decent. We got essentially the single hardest trophy already. But we did make some minor mistakes on other trophies that technically we should have still been vying for. But it's alright. You know? We can get those trophies in the second playthrough. We haven't, like, permanently messed anything up. It's just kind of annoying to, like, know that you have to get those, you know? Trico, please. Okay, so that didn't count as a save. I will go over and grab this guy. Let me do it, Trico. Thank you. Alright, so that counts for a trophy. Pulling off that guy's head counted for a trophy. I don't believe Trico actually saved me there. But, you know, we still made some progress here. Next hint. The cogwheel on the wall seemed to be connected somehow to the gate. Hi, buddy. Please don't. Oh, does he have spears? I saw that guy throw a spear. He doesn't. Spear must have bounced off, I guess. I'll look more closely once I'm allowed to touch him after this hint. The cogwheel on the wall seemed to be connected somehow to the gate. Thank you for the good luck. I don't like this hint. Sometimes it just seems to, like, not appear, you know? Trico, I don't want to give you pets right now, buddy. I'm sorry. Please leave me alone, bud. Just go back to the cog. I can't tell you. Oh, here's the spear. And yeah, it's very clearly still intact, so. I can't tell him to engage with this cog, so he has to just kind of do it on his own. And he's just, like, not focused at all. Honey, the cog, please. The barrel after this is the thing that I was kind of dreading, though. I mean, I don't like this hint, because like I said, it can kind of not trigger. But again, you know, we already have hints that we need next time. So that kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off here. Okay, me standing next to the cog doesn't seem to impact his desire to engage with this. I'm gonna give it a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna try to force the hint. Which I'd rather not do so as not to burn our time, but I want him to go through that cycle one more time. The fact that these hints are sometimes so hard to actually get to trigger is, I think, a testament to how poorly designed they are. Like, if I'm actively trying to get it and I can't, imagine how many actual players are getting it, you know? Alright. Gonna have the whole room in view. Yep, okay. Good. You'll love to see it. Now we can give these barrels. There are two in this room. One of them you just can't see because it's gonna be a whole thing. You got it, buddy? Or you want me to throw it? Want me to throw it? Okay. Trophy? Not quite. We're almost there. He's caught a lot of barrels. Let me just double check that I'm not going to mess anything up. Yeah, okay. Good. Here we go. Let's make some progress. Get another trophy, huh? Also, I really need to check him for spears. Now, I just realized. I don't think he has any, but just in case. Something I would rather not risk. And he's busy opening the door anyway. Okay, I do not see spears. So, there are two things that we need to accomplish. The first, hopefully, is fairly easy, and we will do that now. I need a trophy called Broadbacked, which is landing on Trico's back after he flings me from this catapult. So we're going to put this like here-ish, and then we're going to adjust as needed. It always takes him just a minute to adjust here. He usually moves the catapult. I think I like where I'm standing. We'll see. Beautiful. First try. I didn't really land safely on his back. I landed on his head, but you know, same difference. Now, here is the truly challenging thing. We need one of these helmets, doesn't matter which one, to go up through this grate and stay there. As you can see, Trico is already making this challenging by moving my very carefully placed cart. So a combination of Trico, game physics, it's a little bit of everything, you know? No, I definitely didn't have that at that angle for any particular reason, Trico. Come on, dude. So yeah, this can certainly be a challenge. This is where all barrels runs come to die. Because we're doing this because there's a barrel up there that is tied to this helmet. Okay, and there it fell, so we'll make adjustments. But yeah, it's so difficult because, like, Trico keeps moving the cart, you know? I'm gonna try to get him to just sit. Because then he's closer to where he needs to be anyway. Why would you drop that like that, you stupid child? So yeah, we're gonna get through this as fast as we can. Trico, please. We need to get this barrel once. We do not need to get it in both playthroughs, which is why we will often skip it entirely in the second playthrough and choose to go into a third playthrough to get barrels there. Because basically anything is easier than this. You can see there's like a small invisible wall that hypothetically stops this helmet from sliding off the bottom. It doesn't always work. Trico, please stop spinning this. It is where it is for a reason. Yeah, now you've spun it too far. Get this off here. Do you remember what angle I had this at? Because it certainly wasn't this. No, I don't want to pet Trico. Turn this, and Trico is in the way. I have to let him do this now. Good morning, husbando. You're here for the best part of the entire game. Oh, did that actually make it? I'm gonna choose to believe that it did because I don't want to believe that it didn't. Now I need to be up there. I don't see the helmet down here. Big if true. I also don't see it up here. Wait, is that it? Is that a helmet? It is, I think. Yes, that's a helmet. Okay, we did it. Oh. That's over. I'm so happy. Good morning, Viv. Dragon Sage. Nice to see ya. How you doing? Oh. So yeah, essentially, to have a really competitive all barrels time, you need to get that on the first try. Which is just so much of Trico's AI, you know, physics, like, it's a lot. Come on, buddy. I need you up here because we have a barrel to get. Sometimes if you're really lucky, it will go so far that it just turns that armor on its own. You don't even have to throw the helmet. Just gonna let Trico take care of this. I don't need him to save me or anything. What has occurred here? What are we looking at? Is he gone? Did you destroy him in some manner? Okay. Did he fall down here? Like a what? I don't know what happened. The armor is gone. That is all I care about. Hi, Trico. I don't like the way that you handle this barrel. So please just take it from me. No. 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 It's so hard to get him to eat this, and if he nudges me, he'll knock this barrel out of my hands and down the grate. Which you can go back and get it. It's not like a permanent loss, but... Come on, buddy. We gotta go this way anyway. And this is better, right? Can you not get so close? Thank you. First try every time. Okay, we can proceed. It's great. We've made progress. But we are going to come up on another very long hint. At which point I am probably going to take another stretch. But oh, we don't have to grind for poop in this next room. Water puzzles are another hot spot for it, so we would have spent some time there. How you doing, husbando? Okay, good. That's how it goes, Viv, you know. Ready for this, buddy? Oh, I forgot to mark broad-backed. We got poop. Already. And then, of course, I messed up the hints and I died. Both of which are trophies. But we'll get the hint on the next playthrough, and I'll just do the next playthrough deathless. No, thankfully, you can just get one hint that you missed, and it's fine. Alright, broad-backed for landing on Trico's back. You're gonna shrimp next to me? Oh, you could do that also. We got 5 minutes on this hint, so we got time to just kind of chill. You're looking for the beast appeared not to want to enter the water. I resolved to lead by example. Takes me 5 minutes to build up the resolve, I guess. And then we get to solve the water puzzles without worrying about... I mean, I guess there's still a barrel in there, but... So I suppose while we wait for this, we got 352.30 essentially on my splits, so 357.30. That's 5 minutes, right? So I'm gonna get up and stretch. I will be back. Alright, I presume that I've missed nothing. We're getting there. Yeah, Mort's not even awake yet. 15 more minutes, maybe? Rico, why you gotta be so upset, dude? This will be hint 45 out of 64. And some of them will be loaded kind of toward the end, so... Just about 1 more minute-ish. And Morty's over by his basking spot. Nobody knew what they were looking at when I turned Mort Cam on. Enjoy your stretches. And for those of you who have been here for 3 hours and 56 minutes, please also stretch. Get some water. Okay. We got that a solid minute early, I do believe. Which means we can now just actually solve these puzzles. And since we've already gotten poop, we don't even need to attempt one of the hotspots here. We just have to worry, whoopsie, about the barrel. Child, please. I don't know what ad it was that I just got. It was a man weeping. Alright, down we go. By hitting these levers, we've opened a door underneath the water. I don't know how they expect you to know that. Which is why a ton of people get stuck here. Now we do have one barrel in this room, thankfully without the pressure of hints or like poop farming or anything. This is a lot more palatable. There's no place in this room where I can stand, or rather where I can step up to stand from the water without using my arms, which means that I can't carry this barrel anywhere to give it to Trico. He must catch it. However, in order to eat a barrel out of the water, Trico needs to be standing. There is nowhere in the water shallow enough for him to stand. So, hi, Trico. Hello. You just gonna be stuck there, dude? So because both of those conditions are true, if Trico doesn't catch this barrel, it's just gone forever. And we need to reset the checkpoint. That's why we're doing it first, before we solve the puzzle. Doggy paddle over here, my guy. Don't back up, please. So we've done Coliseum Barrel. We are not going to do that again. I'm sure you can see why. We've done Poop, which means we don't need to spend any extra time in any of these areas. We have one hint missing that is incredibly simple. And I have made note of it. So really, our main... Hi. Dude, are you ready? Are you sure? Okay. Okay, he did catch it. Hey, and that was practice makes perfect. That was catching 20 barrels. I will mark that off of our list momentarily. The main thing that remains a challenge is intensive care for removing his spears. And the final hints at the White Tower, which just don't trigger sometimes because they feel like it. Congrats on the poop. Thank you, Viv. It was a relief. And it's lucky that we learned about the checkpoint thing, where he'll always poop within the same checkpoint, because I was looking directly at it. I saw, like, I was looking at his feet, I could see his tail, and it did not give me credit the first time. Is that a marathon PB? It is, and it was almost, despite the fact that we had spent, you know, 3 hours at that point, 3 hours and 10 minutes, getting hints, that was still almost a world record for poop percent. Because, I mean, usually you get poop... The earliest that anybody has it on the leaderboard is at Coliseum. And funny enough, I believe the top 3 people all have it at Coliseum. Possibly from the same race. Come on, Trico. Don't leave. Don't leave. Where are you going? I mean, poop percent is one of those things where you don't just sit down and say, yeah, I think I'd like to improve my time. You just wait until the universe smiles upon you. This can't be the only game where that's a possibility, right? Surely we could have some sort of multi-game poop percent. Bye, Trico. So we're gonna be without Trico for a little bit. That makes things easier. Naturally. Can you? Is that like a regular feature of the game, or is it like a hidden, you know, Easter egg type thing? This is where snuggle percent would start if we were running that. That armor over there is going to be barrel skip number 3. He's got a barrel behind him. He's essentially the only armor in the game that we just straight up leave behind without dealing with him at all. Oh, I also forgot to mark. Practice makes perfect. We now have 6 trophies completed. You make grenades out of it. Alright, next hint, number 46. Higher and higher I climbed in hopes of finding my companion. We're just gonna hang out at the bottom of the stairs over here. I could hear that dog burp from over here. Alright, waiting for about 4 minutes for higher and higher I climbed. I don't think it's your own. Well, you know, get creative, I guess. Oh, good morning, Morty. Finally awake. Yeah, Monster Hunter. That's fair. I should have known that one. Because it is true that in this game, it's not just that Trico poops, it is true that you can throw it. And in fact, we determined one time he pooped in Coliseum while we were trying to do that helmet barrel thing that we were just doing, shooting the helmet up top. And we determined that his poops must be essentially the heaviest thing in the game because we put one on the catapult, and he was unable to fling it up into the air. So I guess we can throw Trico's poop, but Trico can't. Or else the boy is just, you know, monstrously strong. Playtime already for the dog. Oh yeah, she's squeaking. Maybe you'll be able to hear her squeak. Maybe the noise gate on the microphone is enough. That's true. The kid can fall from more than 30 feet and be alright. Except for that one time I died and messed up the trophy. Because, you know, that wouldn't have been nice to not die or anything. You know, just break your leg. Walk it off. He's got Baja Blast flowing through his veins. I mean, he probably takes a sip out of those barrels before he gives them to Trico. I'm gonna move just a little bit. Just to let the game know we're here. And again, we are looking for... It vanished. Higher and higher I climbed in hopes of finding my companion. Technically, we could progress a little bit further in order to wait for this, but that makes me nervous. I know that we can get it here, so we will stand here. I'm gonna try to kick the narrator, though. So that's the last thing he said, obviously. This was what he said when Trico was leaving us behind in the tunnel. There we go. Sometimes the narrator just needs a little bit of convincing. So technically that should be able to trigger any point up to when we grab the tail up here. But I would rather not walk past a trigger point that I didn't realize existed. So it hurts basically nothing to be a little more careful. You should see the load times on base PS4. I mean, to be fair, it's more like they just switch. Some of the ones that are really slow on base PS4 are fast on PS5, but it also happens in the inverse. For example, running toward the gate right before command skip, PS5 will stutter and actually bring up like the loading icon. And PS4 is like, oh, I don't care, whatever. Alright, I could kind of cheese my way around this, but I don't want to break things. Like, we'll just do it. So normally, oh, her tail was stuck. In an actual any percent, we would not be going up this tree. I mean, in any category, we would not be going up this tree, because there's a fairly simple way to get around behind her and skip this entire tree to go, like, deeper into the puzzle. But, for the purposes of triggering the hint, we want to make sure that we trigger the checkpoints before it. which is why we're doing this. And then she's gonna be pawing at us in like a hole. Desperately, I searched for a means of escape, is the hint we're looking for. I wish that, like, just once I could come up on a rope facing the direction that I want to go. So down below here, we could have climbed up from the floor. And she's going to be trying to get us in here. And so we just kind of hang out back here. Desperately, I searched for a means of escape. When it comes to actually leaving, I'm gonna have to, like, recycle her so she leaves me alone for a second. This is obviously a situation you never want to be in the any percent. You want her to be trapped in her cycle on the left-hand side, out of view. Also, look at how much energy this boy is expending. He's burning so many calories just standing still. I don't know that I have ever done what he's doing when I have been terrified. He's like a marathon runner. I didn't notice. Okay, I was gonna say I didn't notice when we started the timer for this hint, but turns out we fine. Alright, she should be moving. Cool, she can't catch us now. So, we get to solve the rest of this puzzle. We'll reunite with Trico, and then we've got a couple more hints. They can be a little annoying to trigger, but if they don't trigger the way that we want to, we have alternatives, so I don't think that we should have to worry about skipping them entirely. I could jump across here. There's no need to, because I need to wait for her to stick her head through anyway. I can't just force her to start over here, so might as well not try to outpace her, because then if she sticks her head through while you're on that platform, you'll just go flying and have to start over, so... I almost missed. Almost missed again. Really risking it here in this playthrough now that we've died. What is happening to this dog? She's going crazy. Her hackles are all raised up and everything. There's nothing I can do to make this section go faster. It's just kind of on rails. The best I can do, as I discovered when recording for the task, is, if she ever lets me, which she won't because my leg is busted, I can get as close as possible to the place where she's gonna run off to, and that just gives her like another step and a half or something that she doesn't have to run. But she's already kind of locked into where she's standing, so my moving won't make a difference. Bye-bye. So yeah, we're just sort of in this cage, I think the timer is 60 seconds. I don't remember. But the boy is going to say it seemed like we waited an eternity. So we do actually need to wait for a while in order to justify him saying that. And then we'll have a hint about Trico pushing us around in this thing. The difficulty is that if you move the cage over basically to where I'm sitting, this is ideal for getting the hint, but sometimes Trico is like super cooperative and he'll just solve the puzzle before the hint has time to trigger. If we don't do that and we wait like off to the side somewhere, yes, the hint will trigger, but then Trico might be like irrecoverably in our way and we can't even get the cage over here in order to solve the puzzle. So it's kind of a lose-lose. We'll just kind of see how Trico is behaving. Okay, first of all, doesn't really matter what we do here, because we just need to get Trico back to us. Trico? Hello, good sir. Thank you. He'll be here in his own time, apparently. So once Trico hops down, he's gonna want to like sniff all over the place because that other Trico was here and, you know, they're animals. So we need to wait. He'll turn and he'll go borf borf. 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 Alright, and then we can reset. Now, I think I will risk it and we'll just stay here. At least for a little bit. Because now we are, like, charging up the timer for this hint. Which the hint is, by having the beast push the cage, I was able to overcome obstacles. And this kind of prevents him from assisting us with the puzzle, but you can see like he's stepping in the way of where we need this cage to go, which is like not ideal. Trico, can you stop actively sabotaging me, please? Okay, that's actually not a bad lineup at all. And I'm not going to tell him what to do, because that'll slow him down a little bit. Like, right now he's just, like, staring at me, which is what I want. Okay. Now we can solve this puzzle, because now Trico's not going to go faster than the hint. Come on, Trico. Now I actually want you to participate, please. Or it doesn't matter if you're like a beginner runner or somebody who's run this for years. This puzzle can absolutely just mess up your run. This is much harder than it looks. Okay, we were able to work with that. But yeah, like, in just a general any percent, cage puzzle is one of the hurdles. Trico can push you in just a horrible direction. He can make you, like, spin or push you into a corner. There are so many things that he can do to just ruin your day. Gotta walk off my broken leg. It's mostly pieces now, but we're handling it. The next hint has to do with that armor that I was talking about before. Trico is gonna sit down again and be like, no, I'm not gonna move unless you feed me. So we need to give him another barrel. There's a barrel behind that armor down below. But before we can get it, we need a hint, which requires me not to pick up this helmet. And that hint can kind of be a little finicky. Oh, that was so beautifully close to a hole-in-one. Oh, I don't want to go this way, though, please. Still lovely, though. Okay. So. I think what I'm actually going to do is just reset this checkpoint. It's going to give us a fresh timer. Where I have not been in contact with that helmet at all. It's still in there. Trico's gonna sit down. I don't know. I was gonna say, I don't know why the colors are suddenly not as saturated. Can you stop following me, buddy? So the hint we're looking for is the helmet. Perhaps attaching it to a suit of armor would reveal a way onward. Trico, I don't want you to step on me, buddy. So we're gonna wait until Trico sits down because he realizes he's hungry. All that Baja Blast can't be good for him. Well, to be fair, his horns are growing back. And they're kind of the same color as the Baja Blast, so maybe that's helping. Alright, Trico, so you're here chillin'. Now we're just gonna be on the move. But without the helmet. Good morning, Frankie. Frankie the lizard is awake. So this is the armor that we need to bring it to. And then we're going to do a little bit of grinding down here for a trophy because it's, like, by far the best place. One day, Dragon Sage, Taco Bell will recognize how much I stan them. Alright, now I'm gonna stand here for a little bit. I'm gonna stare right at this helmet. And we're gonna wait. If we don't get the hint presently, I don't want to look at Trico, thank you. We will repeat this process. I don't know why sometimes this one just, like, doesn't want to appear. The further you get into the game, the more you kind of get hints like that. Where it's like, here's this very obvious, like, set of instructions for how to trigger this hint. Except, just kidding, it just didn't work for some reason. So you reset the checkpoint, you do exactly the same thing, and it's like, oh, surprise, it worked this time. Which is why we're just gonna keep moving. Okay. You'll love to see it. So now, after this, we're gonna have like a long period of time where we don't have to worry about hints or anything. But for now, we are gonna go and grind a trophy called That Hits the Spot, which is hitting barrels, or hitting armor with barrels 20 times. This is, without question, the best place in the game to do so. Because I can just keep running circles around this guy. So first we have to do barrel skip to get this barrel away from him. We would do that during any percent, regardless. It's honestly very easy. It's the easiest of the 3 barrel skips. Excuse me, sir. You wait for him to start doing his Naruto stuff. Sir, thank you. And then you sneak past him and just right here. Voila! Excuse me, sir, you're not allowed to stand up here. So he's gonna come around the side, and I'm gonna throw this at him. And then I'm gonna lead him away. You see how this is gonna go, right? And he follows me over there. And I pick this up. And he comes back. And I throw it at him. So this is by far the fastest way to get this trophy. We don't truly need to let him, like, come all the way around the side, you know. But we also don't want to get him too close to the, like, the curve up here. Because it can be that you kind of run out of enough space. So I'm actually gonna, like, go backwards a little bit. You run out of enough space to lure him over here and get back to the barrel in order to throw it. And then you gotta do a bunch of repositioning, and nobody likes that. So like, already that was a little bit closer. I might take you down here this time, buddy. Will he let me do that? That's close. That's alright. Just put me down. Don't take me through the door. So yeah, we're just kind of in that awkward spot, you know? Get over here. All the way, though. I'm gonna spend... Did you really have to trip, child? I'm just gonna throw it this way. Didn't even let me throw it, really? This is exactly what I was talking about, because once when it hit him, it, like, kind of bounced through him and got closer than I intended for it to. Alright, child, can you not stumble this time? That was kind of a big deal. I'm gonna let him catch me again. Because now we've made a lot of progress, so... Each time that they catch me, I get more tattoos. So we should have quite a lot by the end, between getting caught here and being caught on purpose so that Trico can save us. It's weird to me that this would be a trophy, though, because there aren't really that many other places in the game to do this. Like, yeah, this is the ideal spot, but it kind of feels somewhat like it's the only spot. You know? It's not, but... Still. Alright, we're gonna start encroaching on that curve again, which I don't want to do. And if you can't hear me, because I don't know how loud my noise gate is, I'm button mashing to get rid of that. That's the way that works. I don't know why I'm calling Trico. I'm just used to calling him when fighting the armors, I guess. So yeah, I don't know what your plan would be if you weren't doing this here. If I'm being honest. Oh, throw, child! I think maybe it's my controller. Because you probably heard me like 4 or 5 other times during this run ask why my input just vanished. That was another one. We shall get there. You're not. So while we are working on this, it is currently 8:18 a.m. in my location. On a Tuesday, of course. We've got, I think it's maybe exclamation point schedule, or possibly exclamation point really, really longathon 9, but like abbreviated. I'm pretty sure is how you get to the schedule. There are a ton of other runs, obviously, because this event goes until the 31st. So what are you looking forward to watching? I saw that there was a Silk Song, I'm pretty sure, if I recall. There was something else that caught my eye, and I thought to myself, wow, why would that take so long? And it was like 21 hours or something. Don't remember what the run was. Oh, there's a GeoGuessr? I didn't even see that one. Yeah, Silk Song I remembered. Yeah, if there's one thing Last Guardian has going for it, it's cozy factor, honestly. Like, you're just kind of vibing, you know? You're accomplishing things, but you're not doing all of this, like, frenetic movement tech and everything, you know? There's a lot that kind of goes on the runner's end that viewers never see, like the constant way that you're engaging with Trico. So for me, it feels, you know, like constantly tech-based, but it's very cozy. Alright, we've kind of got him into a rhythm here. Okay, balloons. Is that, Deacon? Is Deacon running balloons? I'm pretty sure that he runs that, and I know that he loves long runs. So... Oh, does that count as 2? It wouldn't surprise me if that was him. Oh yeah, Twilight Princess. That was another one that I remember noticing. Yeah, that must have been the 21-hour one that I thought to myself, like, wow, why is that so long? I don't think I saw Muppet Race Mania either. You know what I don't see, chat? Legend of Dragoon. Somebody. Come on now. Okay, so we got our trophy, obviously. Yeah, poor Deacon can't just run Batman all the time. That hits the spot. Another trophy. Legend of Dragoon is my favorite RPG of all time. Same. I love that game. If you ask literally anybody from my community who is in chat right now, I've played Legend of Dragoon like 3 times on stream. For no reason other than just I wanted to play it. And it takes us like 6 months every time because I only stream for an hour every Tuesday and Thursday. But I get to the end and I finish it and I'm like, but what if we started over though? Like, have we really played enough? We got a ways to go before we really have to accomplish anything. Hint-wise, I mean. I'll probably have to watch all of Vampire Survivors, given that I'm the one running it. Do it with your eyes closed. No, seriously though, I love Legend of Dragoon, and I wish that I saw it at any marathon ever. But it also kind of like intimidates me, because my favorite part of Legend of Dragoon is the additions. And you don't use the additions in speedruns, you use items, because items are justifiably OP. And that then requires you to... I don't know if you're allowed to use a turbo controller. I don't think so. Which requires you to then have the, like, very technical finesse to button mash, like, really, really fast. Because you have exactly the items you need in order to beat the bosses, but if you don't button mash enough, they won't do enough damage. You know, so... It seems kind of intimidating to me to learn the run. Yeah, can we just acknowledge how amazing the name Lavitz Slambert is? Best. It's the best RPG name ever. Oh. That was a lizard falling down somewhere. But maybe someday. Maybe someday I'll learn the run. I thought about maybe just learning disc 1. Even though discs 2 and 3 are my favorite. Hey, this is the spot I was talking about at the very beginning of the run 4.5 hours ago, where that other runner got shoved into the wall, like permanently. Trico just forced him into the geometry. Once again, we're gonna hope that physics takes this down the stairs faster than we do. That worked pretty well. Hey, buddy. Come here. I got something for you. We already got that trophy, right? I already don't remember. We got practice makes perfect for Trico catching things. Not like it matters because I'm not actively trying to get it. It's just really easy. Exclamation point progress. By the way, if you want to see the trophies that we've already gotten and the ones that we still need to get, we'll get a lot of them toward the end. Like, we've kind of cashed in on most of the gimmick ones at this point. You know, like having Trico catch you from the catapult in the Coliseum, things like that. But ideally, in this playthrough, we are going to get... Though we are far apart, Fleet Emissary, Spry Emissary, Balancing Barrels, Cryptozoologist, Intensive Care, Lifeline, and possibly one or more of the armor-related ones, like blowing them up or pulling their heads off. It kind of depends on what Trico gives us in terms of his behavior during some of these later fights. We've made it a decent way toward being saved by him and pulling the helmets off. Obviously, we've done none of the shooting them with lightning because we haven't had an opportunity. That all comes at the end of the game, but at that point it does tend to come pretty fast. So, because lightning then just becomes the superior way to deal with anybody. Are barrels nutritious or just snacks? I think they're nutritious because the more barrels you give Trico, the faster his horns grow back. So one might say they are a nutritious snack. Coming up here as soon as we get through this little encounter in the cage that we're going to kind of just cheese. We're going to have a scripted event. It is not a cutscene, so Trico can do it a little bit different every time. But it's going to take 3 to 4 minutes. I don't remember exactly how much. And I'm going to stand and stretch again. Alright. Come on, Trico. Let's go. I'm just gonna let the cutscene stop these guys. Because they fall apart in order for the cutscene to start. And I'm standing here on purpose because that's the direction that Trico is going to be facing. And I want him to be able to just grab me right away. Yoink. Once again, not gonna watch the cutscenes. Sorry. Okay, that doesn't count as a death even though I have to mash the things from the screen. So we've got a couple minutes here of watching Trico be cute. I'm gonna stand up and stretch once again. If you've been watching for a while, maybe you should too, or go get some water or a snack. I'll be back.
They're only
Enjoy your sleep, Fuddle. Thank you for hanging out and setting me up. See you in 7 hours. I might still be here. We are currently at 447. Estimate 1230, but we do have Call of Nature. So basically it comes down to, do we get the untouchable and hints? But I guess regardless, we're not going past, or rather we have no need to go past the second playthrough, except for to just real quick grab the barrels at the beginning of the third. So I see no circumstance in which we take the full 1230. Allegedly, I am currently 17 minutes ahead of PB, which is 11:06. I don't believe that, but I wouldn't put it past us to have something like an 11:30, barring catastrophe. So we're at essentially 5 hours out of 11:30 at 8:30 in the morning. Our neck is definitely in multiple pieces at this point. Rico's just windmilling us around before attempting to drown us. How has Trico been? Trico has been... You know, Trico, I'll do it. I'll call you a doll. You've been good. It's been me who is the problem. Both of the bad things that happened were 100% my fault. So Trico has been doing good. Have a wonderful day, my dear. Be safe, please, in the snow. I got you fruit cups on the counter. Bye-bye. We get poop yet? We did, actually. Incredibly surprisingly, we did. Very easily, even, which, I don't know, weird. Alright, we got another hint to grab here in this mine. We have to be really careful. I was saying goodbye to my husband as he left for work for the day, if you're wondering why I was just randomly talking about fruit cups. Yes, this run can now finish as long as I am not a ding-dong. I need to stay on top of spears, I need to not die in the next run, and I need to get hint number 38 in the next run, assuming that we don't miss any more hints in this playthrough. Okay, so this was 451-ish on my splits. We should be looking at about 454-ish by the time this hint triggers. This one can also be kind of weird, so... But yeah, poop is the thing that can make the run impossible. The rest just comes down to how many times are you willing to play the game, you know? This is not the first time that I've done Untouchable on the second run. And it's not even a problem. The only reason that I'm kind of grumpy about it is just because I like to have more trophies done early, you know? So I don't have to think about it. Same for intensive care. But as I also said, if I don't have to get hints during my untouchable run, then I can just kind of yeet myself around. And it's like, okay, if I even think that there's a chance that I could die, I'll just reset, you know? And how willing are we? We are willing to go until 12:30. Estimate. The hint we're looking for, by the way, is though the way was narrow, Trico seemed able to squeeze through. We're gonna wait about 40 more seconds, and then I'm gonna change my position. I'm gonna go into the tiny mine. And we are gonna go from there. Also, I apologize greatly in advance. I have a bowl of corn checks that does not have milk. And I'm going to do my very, very best to not give all of you corn checks ASMR. But I am extremely hungry. And I know that that's possibly like the worst food that I could have picked, but it was what we had in the house. So. Yeah, munch. What it's gonna be. I also have 2 Reese's cups that are what the package calls shapes. It doesn't specify what shapes. And they kind of just look like logs, but you know. Okay, good. Oh, the way was narrow. So, we've got some stuff to do that doesn't involve hints now. Oh boy, shapes. When we first opened them, I asked Husbando, my husband, I was like, what shape did you get? And he was like, shape. We have no idea what they are. So shape. But yeah, I completely forgot to purchase, like, even a single piece of food for this run. And we don't tend to keep a lot of just random food in the house that we're not, like, actively cooking with during the week. So I dug out this box of corn checks that expires shortly and was already open. And I was like, this is close enough to edible. I have a bag of Reese's Pieces. I love Reese's Pieces. I think the only peanut butter candy I like more is the peanut butter filled M&Ms. Not like the peanut ones, but the peanut butter ones. He's coming. He's trying at least. So we'll see how Trico does with this fight. Usually he does pretty poorly, but honestly I'm kind of counting on that for the platinum because he almost always doesn't kill the armors on the first hit. Which means sometimes they land on the ground in such a way that I can pull their heads off. And that is in fact what I want. Where am I? The camera just went rogue. Whoa, super jump. Can I ever get super jump at any of the places that matter? So hopefully we can pull some armor heads off here to count toward that trophy, because it's a lot harder to do if you're trying to grind it out at the White Tower at the end, because it's like the White Tower fight is a massive fight, and not only do you have to worry about like Trico leaving the armor alone once he's knocked it to the ground, but there's all these other armors that are trying to capture you and like interrupt you doing that, right? So this is a good place. Maybe getting two of these guys would be a success. Stop hitting my Trico with spears! Alright, well there's one. There's two. Oh, could I get a third? Leave him alone, Trico. He's mine. He's mine, buddy. I got him, dude. I got him, dude. I got him. Leave him alone. Okay, good. I believe that that counted for me. Is that everybody? Yep, okay. Well, 3. Certainly very good. Calm down, Trico. I really need to take your spears out. Okay, I know you have them. Is that 2 in your chest? He's gonna scream for a second anyway, so... Boy, please. I don't have forever. Trico is going to proceed. Is that really the only one that hit him? No, I knew it. Yeah, but now he's going because the boy won't listen to me! Oh, just go get this spear, please. Okay. I don't know if he has more. We can check in a minute. I just wanted to get those out before we get this, little scene. Alright, we'll just wait for the scene. Alright, let's just quadruple check. Trico's gonna be walking during all this. He's going to be getting me toward my destination anyway, so... Not seeing any other spears. We will end on his tummy. Just to make sure. Okay. What is the next thing I'm doing? It's lifeline, right? I have to check my thing. Alright, so this is White Tower Skip, which I was talking about before. The thing that runners who are just starting out really, really don't need to worry about. First try. You don't add that until, like, when you're starting to get up, like, toward the top of the leaderboard. So, what we were supposed to do was go all the way around the outside of this white tower next to me. I'll show you in a minute. All the way around this. And instead we just kind of cheesed our way into a place we weren't supposed to be standing, and then got back up to the top. So we skipped straight from the beginning of the puzzle to the end, essentially. Nothing I can do here. There's too many. You can see if I like mash. There's too many symbols. At long last, Trico has overcome his fear. I was more important than the eyeballs. The symbols, what do they mean? I mean, actually, they are PlayStation symbols. Stylized PlayStation symbols. So when the guards are like... The point of not being able to move, right, is that the guards are like hypnotizing you or taking control of you or whatever. And mashing is your way of like fighting back against their mind control. But the symbols that they're shooting at you are all of the PlayStation buttons. There are obviously X, square, circle, triangle. I think there's R1, L1, and possibly the center button also? I don't remember. The wings do get bigger, yes. They stay small until they want them to get big. Because you'll see now they're small again. He doesn't get to keep the big wingdings. It did give Trico wings. I'm going to... Oh, he wouldn't quite let me. So, normally we would save this for the second playthrough, but because second playthrough is now deathless, we do this now. We're going to be farming Lifeline, which is being saved by Trico's tail. As long as we trigger that slow motion, we know that it's counting. We don't have to go all the way to Trico's, like the tip of Trico's tail. And the reason that we only do this in the playthrough where there has been a death or where we've already gotten Untouchable Emissary is because sometimes just like the curve of Trico's tail like this makes it so that there's no angle at which he could catch you. Oof, like that. That was close. And unlike, the place earlier where I said bad ending ends, kind of like an hour into the run, Trico will not just, like, fall after 60 seconds here, so we actually have the opportunity to do this. I thought I fell through. So it is a little unusual to be doing this in this order, but like I said, you gotta be adaptable when you're doing Platinum %. Every single time I see one of his feathers sticking out, I'm like, oh, I missed a spear. I wish they made the spears glow a little bit more. Almost there. It always feels longer than it actually is. I'm still looking for spears though. I truly don't see any. There we go. So there is Lifeline, saved by Trico's tail. Another trophy in the books. Like, at no point going up his body there did I see a spear either. Like, I have to believe that they're all gone. Because the further we progress into the game, the further we are getting into every single enemy has spears, and it gets to be a lot, you know? Hello, buddy. That jump is a lot less stressful when we've already died once. Alright, we can cheat our way out of this little scene. Now, we got a barrel that's 6 miles away. We're gonna take this one slow because, yeah, there's a much faster way to do it, but it wastes a ton of time if it fails, and it's very easy for it to fail, so... We're really going. Alright. So you can just go, like, to the front out here and drop the barrel straight down, and if you do it just right, the barrel will fall straight down and land flat on its bottom, and it won't bounce around, and it'll just land, like, right in front of Trico's face. 99% of the time, though, you drop it, and obviously physics kicks in and sends it careening off somewhere. And that's a cliff, so where it goes careening off to is somewhere you can't get it back. This never rolls down the stairs like I want it to. No, like, I'm faster. Where you at, my dude? Hi. Alright, I am not feeding this to you on the stairs. And you are ridiculous if you think that I am. You stay here, and you may catch it if you like. Thank you. We are not doing... It's just called The Thing. And because I named it. Because failing the thing means death, which means giving the barrel again. So we are not going to do that. We will, however, get your wings out. We'll see if we can get Trico to fly across this gap instead of jumping it, because that is both faster and cooler. It looks like he's kind of keyed in on it. Yeah. Looking good. So down there, down there is where we did the eye puzzle skip. We've certainly been to these places. Straight down here was drawbridge skip. A lot of places that we've already been that we're now much higher. I would love to be able to see what's happening, but that's a tall ask in this game. Please. Oh, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a good stream. I am going to assist Trico with this fight, I think. Not just because he could have spears in him, but because he can save me. It's just more opportunity to get the trophies. He's usually pretty good at this fight, though. Who has spears? You have a spear. No. Alright, that's a guaranteed kill when Trico picks up an armor like that. I can't see. I would love to get you by the helmet, though. Okay, Trico saved me. That's great. This guy has a sword. Okay, he's gone. Trico, could you chill for a second so I can make sure nobody hit you with a spear? I think we're looking good. Yeah, seems good to me. So here's where things get gross with the spears. This is what I was talking about before. Trico is about to be absolutely pin-cushioned with spears. And I need to stand here and wait for 5 minutes for a hint, you know? So... So we get this little scene. Yeah, poor Trico's about to have a rough time, sorry. We do also have another hint in here, but honestly, that's not really my primary concern. Yeah, it's his girlfriend. They have such a on-again, off-again relationship. Now, there's a ton of cool tech you can do during this fight. We are going to do none of it, because we need the hints and everything. I forced the camera out so that I could move during what is technically still the scene. Okay. Now. We're gonna be on Trico here. We have 5:15, so basically 5:18. We are going to have a hint, I believe. Is that how long this takes? Yes. Ish. So I'm standing here in the meantime. And these guys are, yep, throwing spears. And my goal is to not let these spears be in Trico while we're waiting for this hint. There's only going to be so much I can do. And he is going to get spears to some extent. Either because there's somewhere I can't reach, or this guy doesn't run out in time. Oh, I think that one missed. It might be up here somewhere, I can't see it, but I think it missed. So we're doing double duty here, you know, we're prepping for a hint. But we're also keeping Trico safe. Well, I was gonna say, where's your next spearman? What did Trico do to make her so mad? She gronky. She's so gronky. Because she's wearing her special hat. Her hat makes her grumpy. Oh man, if you're just gonna miss, I'll take that, man. Every time he misses, that's a little bit of time between when he hits and when I can pull it out that we're not adding to the timer. That one might be in a place I can't get it because of Trico's arm. Hurry, 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 hurry. Oof, that was really close. It's not still in him, it's just donking around. Stop! And there is actually a second armor as well, which is part of what is going to cause him to have spears. It's not just the one that's behind me. We are still waiting for a hint. Haven't forgotten. Is he out? Now the worst part of this, I believe he's out of spears. We now have to get through Trico without getting flung to our deaths. Which is impossible with this Trico. Okay. Can you pet him so the boo-boos go away? You can. You can. Now, boy, I just really need this hint to trigger, please. I would very much appreciate that. Rico's not still getting spears, is he? The hint is throwing caution to the wind. I gave the mask beast tail an almighty tug. This is her tail. I can't grab it until it says that. See if I can prompt him here. Okay, so obviously that was the last thing he said. It wasn't a hint, it was part of the cutscene, but... I'm sorry, Trico. I'm trying so hard. I don't really want to be climbing all over them because that's a death risk, you know? They're moving a lot. I'm keeping track of time. I might have to start getting into more drastic measures if this doesn't trigger. She hypothetically shouldn't be able to throw me off as long as I'm actively clinging to her instead of down by her feet. Trying to converge upon the area here. Sorry, Trico, but at least you don't have spears in you, right, buddy? Boy, why is this hint not triggering? We have met all of the criteria. I have a couple more options here. That'll do nothing. I don't want to have to reset this, but we have gone well past our time here. Boy, could you... Child, please, do what I'm asking. Alright, we'll wait for the narrator to once again get through this. But if we don't get anything, we gotta try again. I see the tail, game. I don't think we can... Alright. Sorry, Trico. Yeah, I don't know why sometimes it's just like, hey, here's the solution to the puzzle before you even asked. And other times it's like, nah. Alright, so what we're gonna do this in a very specific kind of way. Alright. So I have touched the other Trico. I'm gonna take care of this spear, please. I don't want to just pet Trico. So now I'm intentionally keeping the camera angled so that as much of the situation is in view as possible. Specifically, the tip of her tail we can see is on screen, albeit in the background. I have touched her. I really don't want this to be an outstanding hint, you know? Didn't really expect this one to be a problem child this time, but that is what this game is, isn't it? There's always something. Stop hitting him every time. And again, I'm paying attention to time, so I should have an idea of whenabouts this should trigger. There's no way he's out of spears already. Nope. That one missed. I'll certainly take that. Alright, maybe this will be a lucky ad break. We could get it by the time that the ad break's over. Still got about 40 seconds before I start to get a little concerned. The guy is out of spears, as far as I can see. It just kind of seems to be gunked up, though, unless we get it here shortly. We might have to save it for next playthrough. It could just be, like, really stalled out. Which happens sometimes. Sometimes it just decides it's not gonna do it. Let me give it just a little bit longer, because we're just now crossing over the threshold for time. And I'm trying to go anywhere except for touching her tail. What has happened to me? I don't want to be here, Trico, please. Oh, we got it, we got it! Good. I would gladly give the masked beast tail an almighty tug. Thank you. Alright, I'm not gonna chase them because that's a great way to die and have to get that hint again, so... So right now, he is going to be getting absolutely nailed with spears. And there's nothing I can do about it. Because that second armor down below is hitting him. Also, as far as the previous hint, you could see I didn't do anything differently. Just kind of worked that time. I'm not going to risk this. Normally, in a speedrun, we would jump down to be on Trico during this time. But there's a fair risk of dying if you do it that way, so... Hopefully, most of the spears that guy threw missed. We don't want to see, like, 3 or 4 spears in Trico at this moment. Oh, stop throwing them! Alright, now I need to get off. Trico, please fall before he hits you again. Okay, good. He just went and got his other spear, so... Okay, 5, 29, 30. This is a long hint. This is the stressful one. I had to help my companion. I had to jump. One of the reasons that this is stressful, I mean, obviously it's because Trico has spears in him and now he's just like lying down here on the ground with a bunch of spears in him. But also, it's because once this is done and we get this hint, we have to get down to Trico, which means dropping straight down from this thing. And it's really easy to just like land between his legs and just die. In which case you have to get this hint again, you know? So... But while we're waiting... Sable running eco games is pure cozy. Thank you. I'm gonna get up and stretch again because I'm going to have increasingly fewer opportunities. I'll be back. I have to keep finding new and exciting ways to sit so that my legs don't fall asleep. I'm assuming that nothing happened. We have not yet reached the allotted time. There we go. But did you pet both dogs? I touched both dogs, and that is sufficient. Oh, please. Thank you. Alright, we are safe down here. Trico had 2 spears in him that I no longer see, which thankfully means that they don't count. Child, get off! Hey, there's our mirror. We finally get it back. Yay. Alright, so we've got a couple things to do here. Including a trophy. Which is just one of the weirdest trophies. First, taking out this guy. This is one of the armors that was throwing spears at Trico. We're gonna be going back up there in a second, and I don't want any more spears thrown at Trico, so same with this guy. I know it's like hard to see, but once you know that they're there, it's easier. Now, this trophy is called Balancing Barrels. Can you guess what we're gonna have to do? It's balance barrels. This is so much harder than it looks or sounds. It's the kind of thing where you read the trophy and you're like, oh, okay, just stack 2 barrels on top of each other and walk with them for a little bit. Okay. And then it's so hard to do that you're like, wait, are you sure that the game meant for you to do this? You know what I mean? Like, this is a perfectly flat piece of ground. Okay, first try on loading it up. Now I know that this looks stupid. We are literally just going to shimmy like this. Because walking any faster... Okay. Walking any faster can cause problems. That was possibly the smoothest that's ever gone. Here you go, Trico. I'm gonna mark off balancing barrels in exclamation point progress to see the trophy list because we've done it now. I wish this piece of wood wasn't here. Bro. I told you I wish this piece of wood wasn't here. Try again. Thank you. He has to put his head down in between each barrel anyway, so it's not necessarily a bad thing that they take so long to go and get. Hi, little lizard. They're Shadow the Colossus lizards, if you didn't notice. Except that I don't think there's any in here with the silver tail. Almost there. Alright, and we immediately got this little camera pan, which is looking good for spears. That won't happen if he has too many spears in him, so... We are on hit number 53 out of 64. We're almost there. I mean, we missed 38, but don't worry about it. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. We'll get it on the next playthrough. It's fine. Plus, the next hint is easy. I just, oh boy, I always get a little anxious about the hints right at the end at the White Tower. I told you about it earlier into the run, like 3 hours ago. The plinth seemed as though it was made to house the mirror. I swear to God, that's not going to trigger. I know it. Or at least not without any pain. Alright, let's check you for any of the spears that might have survived. It seems like you're okay. The armors are gone because I destroyed them in the previous scene, so we don't need to worry about that. You can see there, that's where one of them would have been. Yeah, okay. So the spears that they threw into his butt are gone, which is great. Now he always looks in the wrong direction with this. He'll change his mind here, right at the end. And then he'll go... Trigo, do it. Whoop. Alright, come on. I gotta look at Trico. Get him to spin around. Yep. Because for some reason, in this spot only, he won't shoot his laser butt if he's facing away from you. So we gotta make sure he spins around. Come on, dude. Alright, next hint. This one's super, super easy. We just get Trico down here, and then we wait. The hint is... my companion struggled valiantly to resist. I'm looking at my, so the guide that I'm using for this platinum is just like my own guide that I have created, over years of running this. So it's got like notes in different colors and different font sizes and all that. And for these upcoming hints at the White Tower, I have like notes underneath notes underneath notes in different colors. One of them says, you know, here's the amount of time. Worked last time by meditating / standing sort of near it for 180 seconds and then walking right up to it. So we're just gonna see what happens. And hopefully we just don't have to worry about these hints. Because I have such a hard time triggering them that I have notes about what I did differently each time. Also, I really love the effect of these rings as they come out of there. They kind of distort the wall around them. Kind of goopy. Alright. Easy. You may also notice now that Trico shoots lightning balls instead of lightning. Like a bolt of lightning. So yeah, I don't usually have problems with the first hint, which is, you know, scouring the outside of the tower. Don't step forward, buddy. Stop, stop, stop. No, you ruined it. As you are wont to do. Now I have to make a shot without being able to see. Ooh, that was a miss also. Way to go, me. That's alright. Draco, you're the one who messed this up. Bro! Okay, fine. If you're gonna go up, then just go up. But you're just gonna boost. Because you're just being the worst right now. Literally every single thing that could have gone wrong here went wrong. Get down. Get down. Now shoot your butt lasers the way I ask you to. So yeah, when I think of hints that make me nervous, it's always this second one at White Tower. Please shoot before this thing spins, buddy. Trico. What are you doing? Get out here. Don't Baru me, mister, or I'll send you to your room. You just get out here and follow my instructions. That's very true. There are many waiting for things to come out of butts in this speedrun. Far more than you may have anticipated. Great. Thank you, Trico. Now can you do this also? I have my doubts. And the reason we're doing those now, like we don't have to do those now, but the reason we are is because we're about to step over a checkpoint, which means that that progress is banked. One of the highest risks of death in the run comes in those towers over there. And so if we were to die, we would have to do all of those eyeballs again. Unless we do them now. Which is why we do them now. This game, or this run, I suppose. I've done a lot of routing changes to this run. Because simple things like I used to believe that it wasn't possible at all to do intensive care in the same run as hints because of that section we just passed. Where Trico just has like all of those spears. And then you find ways to deal with it. And it does become possible. The thing with not doing like an identical barrel run each time. So basically skipping the 3 worst barrels to get the 3 barrels at the beginning. That happened after a couple of runs when it became clear that that would be useful. Don't be so hard on Trico. That's fair. He's having a bad day. So up here are two platforms with armors on them. Again, we're not supposed to destroy these right now, but we will, because when Trico gets up there later, it's not even that they'll hit him with spears because they're way too far away. It's that he gets grumpy when he sees them. And if they're already destroyed, he never even knew that they existed. So you don't have to deal with that, like, time loss of having to calm him down. But I tell you what, this run is tiring. You know, you have to always kind of be on as the runner. Because there is so much moment to moment you need to be doing to make sure, like, oh, I wasn't supposed to call Trico here because that distracts him, and I took 2 steps too far, now I'm past a hint, you know. All that kind of stuff. And last year I did a Platfecta, which is platinum % of Last Guardian, Shadow the Colossus, and Eco in one continuous run. And I do have to say that in comparison, this is very easy. I don't want to do that again. It was worth it. Once. This section here is where you die, usually. If you're gonna die in an untouchable, it's this spot. It's a very far back reset. So yeah, like, when doing this, and knowing that this run was the first of 36 hours of Team Eco games, suddenly you're 5 hours in and you don't feel like you're halfway done, you know? We get this nice long section where we're just doing any % here. I slept, for sure, during it. Because as a community, we all just agreed, like, hey, we shouldn't ask somebody to be awake that whole time. You know? But... So I don't already remember the rules that we decided on, but I think we allowed a maximum 8 hours of, like, free rest time to give somebody enough time to, like, go to the bathroom, eat, and get a reasonable amount of sleep. And then anything after that was counted against your RTA. And I was so angry too, because I don't exactly remember what happened. It was something about, like, sinking the ability to get trophies or something, but I completed Eco, and it didn't give me the platinum. Like, it didn't count that I had done the trophies. And I was like, no. No, I have been running this for so long. You are not about to ruin this because of a PlayStation error. And I don't remember what we did to solve it. One of my community members was there and figured out what we had to do to get the trophies to appear. And then I got the platinum, but... Ugh. Yeah, if you want to play Last Guardian, Captain Duck, we are very quickly approaching the end of the game. You will start to get pretty significant spoilers starting in about 5 minutes. So... But we do skip cutscenes. So basically all you're going to see is what the end of the game looks like, which will color your opinion of what happens in the rest of it, to be fair. But it won't provide you answers. In fact, it will probably just provide you with more questions. Because without the context of the cutscenes, or possibly even with it, you won't have all the information you need. One of the most lingering questions in the game is answered in an unskippable cutscene, so... Oh, I love his eyes every time he walks out there. So if you're wondering what we're doing, just zipping back and forth between these two places, we're building a bridge. Yeah, it's definitely worth experiencing at your own pace, I would say. And I mean that in multiple ways. I mean it both... Haha, you missed. I mean it both in the sense that, like, it's worth playing without watching somebody else, but also... Get him, buddy. Oh, Trico! He was, like, a half a second from shooting. Why couldn't you whiff on the last one, dude? Thank you. But also, when you play it, it's worth taking your time. And not necessarily because you want to immerse yourself in the world, but because you want to be patient with Trico. You know? So many people are like, oh, I hate this game because Trico just is not listening to me. And it's like, yeah, well, he's an animal. So, you gotta give him a little bit of grace. Thanks, Captain Duck. I hope you enjoy Last Guardian when you play it. But yeah, a lot of people, they, come to the Last Guardian Reddit, and they're like, help, I can't get Trico to do whatever. And then, if they're streaming or whatever, you go to their stream, and they're just, like, spewing commands every half a second, and it's like, if you talk to your dog that way, they would also be very confused. If you called your dog over and you were just like, sit, stay, roll, bark, they'd be like, oh god, what? You know? And Trico does the same thing. If you overload him with commands, he doesn't listen. And I'm not trying to excuse... Can you catch me, buddy? You couldn't. I'm not trying to excuse the fact that sometimes he does just, like, mess up. Sometimes he just doesn't listen. Hey, Rossi, nice to see ya. How you doing? Excuse me, Trico. Did you move? Or don't, you know. That's also cool. Okay, we're about to get into the thick of things pretty quick. Even in an any percent, this is where the run kind of starts zooming. A lot of things are about to happen in very quick succession, and we have to add hints to that. The worst hints, the most finicky hints. Most finicky? Finickiest? This is a great place to die. If you're at untouchable, which is why sometimes I won't do this during a plat. If Trico decides to turn here, yep, it's very easy to miss him. I'm not sure if Trico understood me. That was a perfect command, but I doubt that he understood. Did you get me, bro? I don't think so. Are you going, or are we just gonna kind of stand here? Okay. I hear the music. That means Trico did understand. He's just being a goober. Oh hey, Morty moved a little bit, if you can believe it. There was a lizard here all along. Alright. So we may get some trophies here. Probably not, but we might. It kind of depends on how Trico handles this. Ah, Trico. Please. Just let me off your head. Oh my god, just get off. Now I'm gonna roll all the way down the stairs. Just let me accomplish something. Somebody grab me. That might have counted. No, that guy's already getting up. Okay, wow. Jeez, dude. Okay, hold on. We gotta... Okay, okay. This is going so much faster than Trico usually does. Chill for a second, dude. I was not even close to ready to start this phase. Stop, bro. Leave that inside. Do you not understand a speedrun skip when you see it? Hey guys, come on. Somebody pick me up. But not that close to the door, actually. Thank you. Are you just gonna, like, stand there? You chilling, or...? Okay, that didn't work, obviously. It didn't even count as me being rescued, so I can't pull this guy's head off either because I don't have control of the boy. Okay, well, we got one of their heads off. Hey, grab me. Come on, Trico. Quickly, quickly, quickly. What are you waiting for? Dude, turn around. Okay, so Trico's like not gonna bother. There's a door like right down there, so... Hey, don't grab the spear, grab me! Bro. This has been like... No, I don't want a helmet! Somebody grab me! Thank you! Of course, Trico propped this guy up so I can't even grab his head. He has so many spears in him! Finish the fight or work toward a trophy, don't do neither! Can you get up, dude? Bro, okay, fine. If you're not gonna get up, then we're just gonna do it this way. There. Thundering Wonder. Bye! How do you have so many spears in you? Trico! Trico! Calm down! I will get them. Why are you standing like this? Just to make it as hard as possible for me to move? I will get them, dude. But definitely just back up so that you're in my way. This has been infuriating. For the purpose of our trophies, Trico has just done about as poorly as he possibly could. Shoot, Trico! Why is he just, like, stalling like this? God, he has so many spears! Oh! Stop moving, stop getting in the way, just finish the fight! Ah, thank you! Now let me take these spears out of you before we fail 6 hours of work! Alright. Look at these, dude! How many do you have? No, there's at least one more. Alright, we are recovering. Alright, do you have more? I would fully believe that you do, because armors can hit you from any direction in this battle. Alright, are you good? Nothing under the tummy. Nothing around the butt. We're spending time on a hint while I'm doing this, so no need to worry on that front. Yeah, he did the first part of that fight so fast that we basically couldn't accomplish anything, like, of value trophy-wise. And then the second part he did so poorly that we couldn't accomplish anything trophy-wise. But I mean, it's fine. Those trophies are, like, the least of my concerns. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. How you doing? Trico, I am begging you to catch this, okay? Please catch this. Thank you. Because if he doesn't, guess where it goes? It's out there, where he can't get it back. Okay. So we're working on a hint at the moment. Which is having scoured the outside of the tower or something. At last, having scoured the outside of the tower, I found a way inside. So we're working on that. We're doing that. I have a note in all caps in red that says "Do not do tail barrel." So we're gonna not do that. We're just gonna hang around. Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of hang around and loop this as if we were grinding for poops. Which we obviously are not. Because when I do grind for poops here, we just kind of get this hint automatically. I didn't notice when the fight stopped. Like how long it's been. But I don't especially want to get close to that plinth. Okay. So here we are. The plinth seemed almost as if it were made to house the mirror. Here we go! We are not getting this barrel right now, and I'm going to weep if we get the plinth hint and then we die getting the barrel. It's by far the riskiest barrel in the game. But getting it and bringing it back up requires me to walk. You can see over there on the left of the wall is that little, like, monument. That's the plinth. And getting the barrel requires me to basically walk right in front of it. So I'm trying to manipulate where I am in space to give myself the greatest chance of triggering this hint. I didn't expect it to trigger there, so that's fine. Alright, we gotta wait a couple minutes for this hint. Please just work. Trico, don't knock me off the cliff. I've been there before, buddy. I will never forget. I was doing a race with Yuzu. We talked about her earlier. She was the one for whom the Yuzup is named. We're doing an all barrels race. So obviously this barrel that I'm describing, like I have to come up these stairs in order to bring the barrel up from where it is. And we were just neck and neck at that point. Because we both had some unlucky stuff happen. Like, I know I got stuck on that catapult barrel for a long time, and I think Yuzu got it either first or second try. And, so we were neck and neck. And it's this barrel and one more until the end. And I brought that barrel up. I was a little bit ahead. I brought that barrel up this set of stairs. Walked toward Trico. He just strode so confidently toward me. And his footstep smacked the barrel out of my hand. And it just went careening off into the abyss down here. Which required me to reset and then get not just that barrel, but also the barrel in the front that we got out of that window again. So needless to say, I lost that race. Alright. There was our hint. Beautiful. Now we have to actually go get that barrel that I've been talking about. I hate it greatly. There it is. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Come on. I can't get this without you, ding dong. See, Trico knows what to do. But now this is just like 100% not gonna work because he's gonna move before I actually get to do what I'm trying to do here. Please, please, please. I'm just like so lined up with it. Please just let me take the jump. I hate this every time. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We never have to get this barrel again. Right, Trico? Don't, I swear to God, don't kick me. I'm going up this other way. I'm superstitious now. You can take this from my hands. I'm not throwing it to you. Oh, let's do it. Love to see it. So we got a couple hints to get in here. Should also be fairly simple. Little Pac-Man's on the wall. But we are not doing elevator skip. Which is a really cool skip, and we will do it next run, even though next run is the untouchable. Because honestly, I find it more likely to die when you do this intended. But we can't do it now because, you know, hints. Okay, so there's one. Very easy. And then we need to just kind of sit here and wait Trico's readjusting himself accordingly. And this is gonna be 180 seconds before climbing down his tail. I dislike this hint because, like I said, climbing down his tail, the intended way, is actually really easy to die. So, if we do that and then do not succeed in making the jump, we have to wait for this hint again, you know? Alright, I'm going to have one of my Reese's shapes, which I think it alleges is a present, but it's not. It's like if they were trying to make a Christmas tree, but they just didn't commit. I am gonna preemptively mark some trophies. I'm gonna mark Though We Are Far Apart, Fleet Emissary, and Spry Emissary. Though We Are Far Apart is literally just finishing the game. Fleet Emissary is finished in less than 15 hours. Spry Emissary is less than 10. And I guess that is all that I will mark for now. The boy's a living tattoo? Yeah, I got captured a lot. Because like I said, you get more tattoos if you've been captured more. Okay, Trico has put his tail down a thing. I don't know if I trust you, dude. Child, look in the direction you're gonna jump for more than like 5 seconds. Okay. Okay. Cool. Let me just make sure. I did climb. Yeah, okay, okay. Okay, we're good. We're good. So ideally, we are going to make some progress on Thundering Wonder here. That's blowing armors up with Trico's lightning. I'm not going to farm it just yet because this is obviously our first playthrough. We'll get some free progress in our second playthrough. But this should be a good start. Come join, everybody! I don't know if one of those woke up. Seems like neither of them did. Come on in, guys. What? Where did that other guy go? I knew you were out there. Only one, though? Oh, no, there's both. Trico, would you like to shoot, or...? Okay. That should be everybody. Whoa! Not you. That's fine. We'll save you for last. You don't need to kill all of them with lightning. A lot of the time, the way that you want that to happen, ideally, is you wake up those first 4. When you blow them up with Trico's lightning, 2 of their helmets just happen to shoot in 2 separate directions and wake up those other armors. It's fine the way that it happened here also. Because as you will see... we can still turn that on from a distance. So... And then we're back up here. Good to go. I love that skip. It's just so satisfying to just pop up somewhere else. Big fight here. We should try to get it over with quickly. Trico's gonna have spears. This can be rough. There's a lot of things we want to accomplish. Getting saved is not one of them. I mean, if it happens, it's fine. And I mean, that's great, but we're not gonna... Unless it's advantageous to the situation, we're not gonna get captured on purpose. There's gonna be a lot of Trico hitting things and not quite killing them. To be seen. Wow, okay, and then he just goes ahead and kills him. Impressive. I can't see anything. Maybe we can knock that guy down. Trico got in the way. I need to keep track of where I am. Okay. I'll take this. I will gladly take a free head pull for my trophy, thank you. But... I need to be attentive. What are you doing, Trico? Alright, we can take this guy with lightning, right, Trico? Please don't kill him. Ugh, bro. Alright, that starts this phase. We can get this guy to leave his shield inside there so as not to bother Trico. You guys both coming out are going after me and not Trico. Oh, we already got Thundering Wonder. Okay, well, that was easy. Bro, really? I'm standing extremely close to a door, and I actually don't like that. Like, a lot. Please let me out, Trico. Please let me out, Trico. Jeez. Alright, I knew he wasn't gonna kill that guy. I'm gonna drag him toward the middle, though, so that if I get caught, I'm a little bit further from the doors. Trico's just gonna have to take care of that guy. Stop! Why are these guys hitting me so much? With those, sigils. Also, Trico, can I get around you, please? 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 Nope, not in time. I have never in my life been hit by these guys with the sigils during this fight. Trico, I need your assistance over here. Trico, help! We are gonna get caught in a cycle, dude. I need him to kill one of these guys, and he's just not. I'm getting caught in a cycle of being trapped and him being stuck by the shield. Just break the damn thing. That wouldn't have been a problem if these guys hadn't been shooting these sigils at me, but I swear I have never in my life been stopped from doing something in this fight because of these guys. They've always just been walking around like that up there. Like, being angry at Trico. I didn't even know they could do that. Where is this guy? Oh, well, that's a garbage angle. Every single place I look, there's one of these guys that was on the ground. Are you, like, alive? Yeah, you are. He's just decimating all of these before I can pull their heads off, which is fine. Alright, that counts. If you get put in a door, you lose? Yes, that is correct. Chill, chill, chill. How do you have so many spears in you? Trico, really, bro? Did you have to sit down on the only obstacle in the entire room that prevents me from getting your spears? Stop. Get over here. I know it hurts. Get your ass off the thing, then. Turn around. Ugh. Made it so I couldn't get these because he sat down on the plinth. Can they ever be dead when they're not torn apart? No. If they are not in pieces, they are still alive. No, I don't want to be petting you. I want to be pulling the spear out. I hate how you can't pull the spears out of that location without him standing up. Because the boy just starts yanking on his feathers for whatever reason. I don't know why, but I think we've gotten the spears now. So we wouldn't have had the problem we had with that armor with the shield. Oh, there is still one up here. If those guys had not been able to hit me with those sigils, which, like I said, I've speedrun this game since it came out, and I've never had that happen. Can you look at this? He's literally putting his hand up there to be like, no, you don't get to do this, actually. So because they were using sigils on me, I couldn't lift the mirror when I needed to. And that was actually really important because I was going to be stopping an armor from coming out of the door using that mirror. And by doing that, weirdly enough, I would have been stopping the armor across from him from coming out of the door, or I would have delayed him. And that was the armor that had the shield. So had that happened, I would have forced the opposite armor to drop his shield inside the door, and then when the door closed, he wouldn't have been able to go back to get it. But because I had those sigils on me or whatever, I couldn't move, which meant that I couldn't do that. And that's why that happened. Alright, so this should be our final barrel, unless I have made some horrible miscalculation. Which should award us lock, stock, and barrel. Okay. So that is for giving all of the barrels. We now don't need to give every one. We can choose to ignore the bad ones. Which are essentially the two that we just got outside the tower. And the Colosseum one. So there's lock, stock, and barrel. We are now more than halfway done with the trophies. Kind of, technically. And now we have another hint. All that we found was a hole so small that only I could squeeze through. I'm debating how I want to do this. I think I'll just stay the way it is. When Chico hops up there, it's gonna be scary because it's really hard to get off of him on these teeny tiny platforms. So I could just reset and it'll put me on the floor right in front of it. But I don't want to mess with the hint. So we're going to take the risk that we die. In which case it's going to force me onto the floor anyway. There's the hole that it's talking about. We've got a giant fan above our heads. I'm going to use this opportunity to go over Trico one more time, make sure there aren't any spears that I missed. I don't think so. The wait time for this one isn't especially long, so... Alright, Trico, please. Ooh, okay. Okay, we did it. Boy, child, just get in there. I know now that this was the Master of the Valley. He is like one of the easiest hints in the game. Hello, Master. We just kind of hang out with the Master, vibin'. We are looking for both. It seemed that the light of the mirror suppressed the great darkness somewhat, and also... Oh wait, no, that was it. The other one was just the one we just got. But still, we're waiting for that one. I am so grumpy that we could have had, all talked out at the end of this playthrough. And I was just a ding-dong. Like, hint number 38 is literally one of the easiest. And I just, like, walked past it. Why would I do that? It seemed that the light of the mirror. Anytime. And then once we have that, we can get another hint very easily. We're almost done. Like, both with the game and with the hints, so... And then the next playthrough, you will see it goes so much faster. So what's that spinning ominous orb? That's the Master of the Valley. He's not friendly. Again, just moving a little bit. Making sure the game knows I'm still here. You can see a reflection of my head. Alright, there we go. Now, like, that is a hint. Like, that's an actual hint. Good job, game. You know? That might not have been far enough. The boy also kind of stumbled. Right when he got up here. Quickly, please. Quickly, please. Okay. If you push the Master's aura, or whatever you want to call it, all the way in, it'll explode out really fast. But if you only push it most of the way in, then it'll come back out slowly. So Trico is underneath these fan blades. Huh. Ever a speedrunner, land right in front of that thing even though it didn't matter. Child, all I am asking is for you to grab this ledge, please. Yeah, so Trico's underneath the fan. In order to trigger this hint, I need to, like, try to leave without him. We'll just kind of hang out up here for a while. Resolved to face whatever may come, I brought the spinning blades to a halt. So that's gonna be just a little bit. Anybody doing anything fun this weekend? Since we're just kind of chilling here. Should be just about time, but... Yeah, the things we still have to do in the next playthrough are... You know, pretty alright. I'm really hoping that we get intensive care. It's been a little rough, this playthrough. Trico has not made it easy. This lighting, though. Am I right? Very saturated colors and everything. Watching really, really long-a-thon? Fair. Very fair. We are almost to the end of Final Fantasy XVI, so I imagine that's what we will be doing this weekend. And it was honestly better than I expected, if I'm being real. Okay. There's our hint. Let me make sure I don't accidentally skip anything. Okay. Let's not whiff in the final 5 minutes, you know? Oh man. How long did that run take at that time? That 100%. Was that just the whole marathon by itself? Two weeks? Jeez. Trico, where'd you go, dude? Okay, he already made it to the cutscene trigger. That was an unusual voice line for the boy. He doesn't usually say that one for jump. Like one of the rarer ones. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how that run works. Does the runner just like... You know, do they have like a set... Alright, y'all, I'm gonna sleep for 8 hours every day. You know, or are they just kind of really powering through it? I mean, obviously they're not staying awake the entire time, but I could see a runner being like, yeah, I'm taking this really seriously. I'm only taking like 4 or 5 hours of sleep a day. Don't you love games that operate on like real-time tracking? Is that the Baja Blast? It sure is. You put the people in, the Baja Blast comes out. What's the point of the game? You're trying to dethrone the master, leave the valley, save people, vomit in bird statues? We're trying to leave. If we would have watched the cutscenes, we would have seen that we are not here by choice. And, all we want is to go home. But we don't know how to do that. That's why at the beginning of the game, Trico was like interested in the White Tower way off in the distance, and the boy was basically like, yeah, I mean, sure, I guess. I don't know how to get out of this place that's fully surrounded by walls on all sides, so I guess we'll go to the White Tower because it's tall, and maybe we can figure out, you know, a way to get up from there. I'm gonna fix my broken leg real quick. Okay. Touch you? Oh, he's stomping me. Stop stomping me! Ouch! Touch you. Touch you. Touch you. We just gotta touch everybody. Touch you. Touch you. Touch you. Who have I missed? Who have I not touched? I mean, that one's my Trico, so... Was it you? I got you. And it already counts that I touched Susan, the other Trico, the one that was following us. Okay, here we go. Was you. But yeah, so we went up to the top of the White Tower, or that was our goal from the beginning. Because, we wanted to just see if we could find a way out. There's cryptozoologist marked off of the list. Is this game before or after Shadow of the Colossus? It kind of depends on who you ask. I think that it's after. I think that Eco happened first, and the aura that we see around the Master in this is the same aura that the Queen had around her that you could see. Whatever that power was, kind of either was Dorman or was seized by Dorman in Shadow of the Colossus. And now you'll get to see, because we're starting a new playthrough, the place where we get the mirror is a giant sarcophagus, like way, way bigger than a human, which I would posit is either Dorman's or some messed up version of Wander's, you know? Or no, I'm sorry, you're right, Shadow's first. And then the queen, the aura from the queen. Dorman has the energy, or is using the energy, or is the energy that becomes the queen. I did it backwards. Why not during? I mean, fair. Could be during. But yeah, mostly my thought process is, you know, the sarcophagus at the bottom, I feel like, should be associated with Dorman because it's made out of 16 pieces. That's how many colossi there are. And also the boy can put on Shadow of the Colossus clothes. And... please let me go. Please let me go. Please get off of him. And I mean, yeah, they could have just put that in as like a, hey, here's clothes from all the other games in case you want to customize your dude. But it feels to me like probably, you know, those are clothes that exist in this boy's universe. So we've got our shield back. They threw the tail in here. So we need to wait. 6:45:30, so 6:48:30 approximately. And then if the hint doesn't trigger, there are some things that we can do, so. They all take place like simultaneously in a simulation. Yeah, in reality, like, is the entire Team Eco series just 3 games about things growing horns that otherwise don't want to have horns, you know? Because I think, personally, that the Tricos aren't supposed to have horns. I think that the only reason they grow horns is because they eat those barrels. And I think that, I mean, the Master, obviously, is using his radio waves or whatever to control the Tricos through their horns. That's why their horns resonate whenever he pings. So I think the Master fed the Tricos these barrels in order to gain some level of control over them. And that's why when our Trico broke his horns, or when we broke the horns of the other Trico, both of them immediately stopped being angry. And henceforth could not be controlled again. Or at least, I mean, I guess technically Trico could, because whenever we hopped into those cages he got upset, but he was gradually able to overcome it, you know? So I don't think they're supposed to have horns. Just like I'm pretty sure Wonder wasn't supposed to have horns. Where does near fit? Near occurs after all of them, when things have gotten real bad. The Queen Beast is just the more ascended version of Dorman. That's exactly what's happening. The Master's using 5G to mind control our animals. Yep. Exactly right. Child, you are exhausting me just by watching you jog in place. We're just about there. Yep. There we go. Unfortunately, that is not our all talked out trophy because we missed number 38 because I am a dongus. Whee! Ah, so close to landing on our feet. So we are missing one hint, a very easy one to get, which is a great place to be. Obviously the better place would be if I hadn't missed it, but you know. So we're about to get multiple trophies. Some of which I've already marked. And then we immediately go into the next playthrough. Unfortunately, we do not get untouchable. Really, just what I want to see here is intensive care. We already know about the emissaries and all that. I just really want to see intensive care. Hello? Excuse me? Excuse me? What has occurred? Oh, okay. It panicked for a minute. Alright, here we go. Fleet emissary, spry emissary, though we're far apart. Intensive care. Come on, you got it. You got it. We can do this. Yes! Oh, you love to see it. And though we are far apart, yep. Beautiful. Those are what we expected to get. Intensive care was the spears. So we don't have to worry about that. We can go a lot faster now. We don't need to go like super fast because still finishing Lightning Emissary, which is 5 hours, is very doable. Even with giving the barrels. So here we go. Right into the thick of it again. We need a Deathless Run and hint number 38. Those are what we kind of have hanging over from last time. So Untouchable Emissary is no deaths, and now our focus is primarily... Oh, just look at this, we can just go. Oh, this is so nice. Do you remember that it genuinely took us 10 minutes to get to this point in the first run? 10 minutes to do that 5-minute or 5-second section. So we need to still get saved by Trico, remove armor heads. Oh, I didn't mark Thundering Wonder. Well, that's actually it. Besides some real basic things. So we're going through, we're giving Trico basically all the barrels without dying. And we're getting saved or removing heads of armors. That is our goal here. So we can play this so much more, like at any percent now. The main thing, more than anything else, we must not die. There is no coming back if we die. Like, dying is a whole additional playthrough. So... And I mean, to be fair, if we die in the first, 30 minutes or something, we just restart. But... Did we get all hints? Hey, Cheville, by the way. Nice to see you. We got all hints except for the one that I knew that I was missing, which we will get in this playthrough. We did get intensive care, which is huge. So basically we are going through this playthrough doing just a little bit of armor cleanup. And, not dying. Not dying is the big one. Plus the hint, of course. I have 0% concern about, like, the speedrun trophy for 5 hours. Which obviously, means that we would be well under estimate, but... So see, we can do all of this differently now that we're not doing the hints. We were not allowed to remove that before, that collar, until much later. Don't fall down the elevator shaft, how dare you? I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, Monkus. Good morning. Morty has finally decided that it was time to wake up for a minute. Hi, buddy. Oh, you thirsty. You getting a drink. The poop was a huge success. Very much. Very, very much. Yes, we got poop. It was very weird. We got it at 3 hours and 10 minutes, which was almost a world record just like by itself. And it was after an entire hints playthrough. It was where you would expect. One of the hot spots, it was right before the giant pot, before Dangly. Or in other words, the place where there are those 3 armors tucked into the walls, and one of them has a barrel behind him. The first time you encounter the 2 eye shield guys. Morty, what are you doing to the camera, my dude? Can never get a super jump when you actually want one, you know? Oh, it's alright. Trico will be here in a second. The place I think first is Coliseum? Yeah, it's a little bit before Coliseum. Well, geez. Somebody's here delivering a package and they just yeeted it against my door. Alright, so now, again, because no hints, we're finally allowed to do some speed tech. So this is the big sarcophagus that I was talking about. I'm not going to stop and look at it, but... And this pool, right, that looks like identical to the one in Shadow of the Colossus. Morty, what, pray tell, are you doing? The world may never know. Delivery person's got the speedrun spirit. I glitched out the scene. Did not mean to do that. Cool, though. Ready? Yeah, mostly I didn't mean to do it because now I still need to be up here for this barrel, but... Yeah. He might just take it on his own, knock it down. And I can let him do that. Just make sure to actually knock it down, buddy. Good job. What are you doing? You gonna eat it? Come on. No, no, no. Don't. Stop. Stop. Come on. Well, don't grumble at me. You were the one who put it there. So yeah, we're just gonna blitz these barrels real quick. Don't sit. Thank you. Trico, why you gotta be this way, my guy? I guess another thing that we're gonna do is start wearing outfits. He never catches this, so there's no sense in me trying. Oh, we actually just got this hint on accident. Alright. Good, good. So yeah, let's... Trico, you can have your badge. We'll wear this outfit for a little bit. Because one of the trophies is wearing all of the stuff. We gave Trico his badge because he pooped in the first run, so he can have his badge for as long as he's good. More schmoovin'. We still have to give Trico these barrels, unfortunately, but not having to wait for the hints and everything, you know. And obviously I can choose to skip any barrels that I want, but we need to be very strategic with that. I mean, we have 5 barrels in the first room and 3 here, technically 4 here. So we could skip as many as 9 of the time-consuming barrels. You know? Oh no, we have 6, actually, in the first space. But yeah, for sure we skip Coliseum, we skip the tail barrel on White Tower. Need to make sure he eats this. But yeah, see, because you missed, huh? Alright, he got it there. Okay, could you let me in, please? You trust yourself on getting all the faster ones after 7 hours of run? I mean, the beginning of the game is really forgiving with barrels, so we're allowed some slip-ups. Yeah, I'm trying to think what other ones we might even want to skip. Like, we could skip, even just, like, the stairs barrels right before the fight. Because that's just, like, quite some distance away, even though it's really easy because you're just walking stairs. You're going way too fast. This took you, like, 30 minutes earlier, right? Rico, please don't leave. Trico! 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 Oh, here he goes. Yep, he's gone. Ouch. Sorry, I didn't mean I need to wait for him to get down here anyway. Dude! Come on! Drago! Get down here! Come on! Hi! You ready? Cool, great. Trico will take your badge away. Don't make me do it. Don't step backwards, Trico. I need you to be up here. I would say that this is harder before we have commands, but, I mean, commands would not assist me in getting Trico any other place than where he is currently standing, so... Bro, you've stomped on me each time. Can we not? I dove past him so as to avoid his shaking, which would have also knocked me over. Now, if you're wondering, by the way, why you can't just keep reloading the game over and over and giving Trico the 3 barrels at the beginning, it's because your progress in barrels only exists within the run that you are currently doing until you get to the end of the game. So you bank your progress in barrels by reaching the credits. Anything you do before that only counts within the context of that playthrough, which is why we are allowed to go 3 barrels into the next playthrough in order to get what we need. But if we reset that playthrough after the 3 barrels, we would have accomplished 0 barrels, right? So unless you get to the end of the game, your barrels are not permanently acquired, except during the playthrough that you are in. I don't know if that made sense. It made sense to me. Morty has been on a long and arduous journey just to go back to where he started. So Ken, we have to be really, really careful. We cannot die. We need to be ready at a moment's notice to pause and reset a checkpoint. Trico's gonna catch up to me here. It is what it is. That's not what we really want for the purposes of a speed run, but it is what we want for the purposes of me not dying. He's like right behind me. But we're still gonna try to do it anyway. The fact that he's not responding with his lightning right away is kind of telling. Yeah, he is really close. It's okay, we'll just wait for him for a little bit. If he had been further away, which he would have been in an any percent where we were more aggressive with those chains, when we get to the top of the stairs here, he will just be coming across the pillar, and he will be exactly ready to jump. But you can see now, he's already down here, so we have to wait for him to, like, go back and turn around. And really, it's not that much time, you know, but that's what you're thinking about if you're an any percent runner. Not here, buddy. Down the stairs. Come on. I know, so sad. Hey, did you notice that the prompts never go away? No matter how many times you play the game or how many times you use the buttons, they never go away. Don't want that, please. Thank you. Isn't this so nice to have spent like 15 minutes and already be where we were at like an hour? Now, question is, do you think we'll get Trico poop this time? It doesn't matter anymore, but... he can figure that out. Oh, is this lap 2? It is. We have started again. Yeah, basically this time, as long as we don't die and we call Trico once at a very specific spot, we're golden. Poop 2 playthroughs in a row is unheard of, isn't it? I mean, it's not impossible, but I don't know that anyone has achieved it. This is correct. Okay. I did reset the last one, because for some reason it didn't give me credit. Even though I very obviously was watching Trico. I knew that was gonna happen. Stop! I don't want Trico to stick his head in here! That's why speedrunners are always eager to have that mirror gone. Because everything is the circle button. And the mirror is one less thing on the circle button once it's gone. I am chatty though, let's be real. I am a blabbermouth. I think platinum is basically as quiet as you'll find me, just because I have to like conserve my energy over 12 hours. Trico turned around. That's too bad. Takes a minute for him to spin again. Alright. Let's put on a different outfit again. See how many fewer tattoos we have on our neck compared to what we just had? Also, it feels illegal to be wearing any of these outfits because, like, I'm the runner that races in the basic standard outfit, or that runs. And, like, Walter and Samurai run in the blue one, Aiden runs in this red one, or the eco one. So it's like, these aren't mine. Sadly, we do have to trigger Upset Trico again, because he's gonna walk over this trigger. And I know that, like, for people watching, they're like, oh, why are you calling Trico, like, constantly? And it's for different purposes. Right now, I am proactively calming him down, because I know that he's upset, because I know that he stepped on this trigger. Come on, dude. Good job. Yeah, I know. You're still a little grumpy. Tell me about it. Get up here. Wonderful. The main reason is Trico is very, very lovable. Bro, why you gotta sit back again? We had this conversation, 6 hours and 20 minutes ago. Yes, that was risky in the context of a deathless, but there's a lot of wiggle room there, so. Alright, again, I'm gonna let that open instead of just resetting the checkpoint because I want Trico to not follow me very closely. Yeah, you didn't listen, dude. Well, don't cry to me about it. You were the one who didn't try. Did you only die once in the previous run? I sure did, and it was a stupid one that I could have avoided with just a fraction of a second of thought. Like, there was no reason for me to risk it. In my brain, I was like, oh, well, you know, if I die here, I have to go back and get that 5-minute hint again, and that will be the third time. That's not cool. But then, like, once I died, I realized, like, no, I literally just stepped on a checkpoint. If I would have reset, I would have gone 2 feet behind me. You know, like, it was just 100% stupid. But, you know, that obviously bodes well for this run because I didn't die, right? So. Yeah, you say yeet the boy. I don't know if you've noticed, but when Trico eats you, you don't go into his stomach. You can very briefly see the boy just like flicker through the floor. Every time. Onward. Again, that was risky, but I had a lot of wiggle room, so I figured it would be fine. Oh, nice jump into there. So now that we are on to the much faster playthrough, opportunities for me to stretch are much fewer and further between. So when we get up to the top up here and Trico's going to start doing his scripted thing where he like runs forward and then runs backwards, I'm going to take a single sprint loop around the house. Get my blood flowing a little bit. And now we don't really need to worry about how this fight goes, as far as like hopping on that guy's back, which is great. Whoa, why did we just zip through there real quick? We could also do Vine Skip now, but I guess since I'm zipping around the house, I'll probably miss the opportunity for it, which is fine. It's not necessarily always faster, kind of depends. We can cheese through the final animation there of the ladder if you time your jumps just right. Now, the main thing, chat. I'm the one responsible for not dying because I made a stupid decision the first time. The only other thing that could really doom us is that hint. Hint number 38. That will come at the part where Trico has jumped down and there's just like fog everywhere. It's... oh, jeez. Oh, hey, thanks. Check this out. Right at my feet. Yoink. Oh, can we do helmet skip? Oh, there's still a guy. Here you go. Look. Helmet. Helmet. No, not that one. This one, honey. Trico, this one, buddy. This one. Helmet. Trico, get over here. Look. Look. Yes. It's the bad guy hat. There we go. Alright, so now he's in this room, like, further than he should be. And we don't have to calm him down. We're just gonna be able to climb him and get to where we need to go. This is helmet skip that I was talking about before. And we can just get up here. But anyway, so yeah, it's right after the first time that we fight armors that have the eye shields. So basically, once we fall down, when the other Trico slaps us in the face, we're gonna fall down, we're gonna get kind of hurt, we're gonna climb back out, and then those eye shields are gonna be there. Right after that, as we go toward Trico being distracted with the jug, that's where that hint is. So I need you, if it seems like I'm just blazing through, to be like, hey, did you remember that you're supposed to stop here? Alright, I'm gonna take a zip around the house real quick. Stretch out my legs. Okay, so he's already back to screaming. I see. That's where we are, huh? Okay, guess we're just gonna teleport through his body. That's cool. Thank you, child, for absolutely nothing. No chance. We didn't quite pass over the checkpoint mark here, so I'm just gonna walk this off, but... we didn't get to do Vine Skip because the boy flubbed it. Push me in there, Trico. But don't worry, I knew that that fall couldn't kill me, so... that's why we did that. Alright, so no Vine Skip for us. That's okay. But because we didn't do Vine Skip, we do actually get to do this, which is nice. We could get the menuing to work. I personally prefer not to do Vine Skip because we get to do this. This checkpoint doesn't work if you have not properly solved the previous puzzle, which Vine Skip does not allow you to do, so... but yeah, I prefer to actually be able to reset and just get Trico's attention that way. Let me see again while Trico's getting us down here. We are very close to losing their minds. And all talked out, obviously. Yeah, I mean, that's really it. We run through the game quickly with all barrels, without dying, and with Trico saving us from armor, and then that's it. Here you go, buddy. And now once again, I'm gonna switch. We're wearing eco clothes now. We'll keep that on until we get the next outfit. Because we need to wear all of the things for a trophy. I remember, because Shivial, I know you said a while ago, I thought his raccoon parts get underestimated. I remember running this at GDQ. Not mainline GDQ, just Frame Fatales. And some people in the comments of after my run got uploaded to YouTube being so upset that I called Trico a chicken dog. Because they were like, he's so much more like a cat. And it's like, I'm not sure that we need to debate the minutia of of whatever creature Trico is. He is an enigma. I mean, he is like a cat, of course. But he's got the heart of a dog, I feel. Thought he was ferret-based. His body is kinda twimpsty like that, isn't it? I can't see, camera, please. Please catch this, buddy. Don't let it go in the abyss. Okay, he didn't quite set up for it. The fact that you can't be sure about what went into him means he's a good creature. He is Trico. And in the end, that's what matters. Okay, so once again, can't skip this fight like we would in an any percent. Again, not sure if that counts, Trico. Technically, you knocked me out of his hands before you killed him. Who's throwing a spear over here? Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey! That guy refused to deal with me. Thank you, Trico. Thank you. Very good. Where's the nearest door? 6 miles away from where you are, Trico! Dude, can we not just stand here? Can you not just take a couple steps back and save your most beloved child friend's life, please? My guy! Yes, thank you. Now you invest some time, huh? Trico, could you chill, dude? Bro. Ah. What a creature. That's like the easiest room to get saved in, and he just managed to just make it worthless. Also, he's making me go the long way around. Like, literally as long as possible. Because he's facing this way. When he sat down, he sat this way instead of the other way. Whatever, it's fine. Don't complain to me, Trico. Again, I'm not gonna bother him with this fight. Good thing I knew what the layout of that room was, because the camera certainly wasn't gonna help. Clip through the top of the ladder there. See, on PS5 you get that load, which you don't get on PS4. So everybody who's like, oh, well, you're running on PS5, so it's not fair. Like, we've looked at it, y'all. Nice, as usual. That guy is easy to juke. Alright, we'll see if Trico's is good this time about recognizing that he's free. Because he did an amazing job at this fight last time. Yeah, I mean, he knows. Dude, destroying them. Another year, another last Guardian run, you know it. Trico, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? I'm unconvinced. No, there's an armor down there. This is what I was talking about last time. He might just whap this guy and I can get his head. Okay. Alright, Trico, you know what, buddy? I'm gonna trust you that at some point between when I get this barrel and when I come back, you will have killed this armor. Is that too much to ask? Oh, Last Guardian runs are some of my favorite. Thank you. It's a comfy game. So the problem, I was describing this in the previous run, although Trico did a good job last time. If Trico starts to head down that long hallway before he's finished the fight that occurs before that hallway, his AI gets confused about whether he's supposed to zoom down the hallway or finish the fight, because he has a trigger that he steps over. And so he kind of tries to do both, which results in him really, really slowly walking down the hallway. Back and forth, usually. Where did he go? Hey? Trico? Hi! Hello! Hey, buddy. You probably got him, I don't know. Come here! Well, he's off. Hi! Hello! Yeah, I can see your creepy eyeballs. Come here. Keep coming, I'm not bringing it to you all the way down there. See, this like really slow walk is what I'm talking about. Bruh. Don't stress yourself or anything. Wouldn't want you to have to take any more steps than you need to. Still can't do command skip, sadly. Because we still need these barrels. These are just so easy, there's absolutely no reason to skip them. Okay, thank you. Buddy, can you stop moving that backwards, please? Take it or don't, I don't care. Just, let's do it one way or the other. Thank you. Well, this is certainly faster than it was last time. Great. Thank you, Trico, for your cooperation. Buddy, please? Yeah, I can tell you don't understand, so how about we try again? Trico! Just like right here, you see? This? Buddy, if you want to understand me, you're gonna have to move a little bit. Thank you. Sometimes he just do be weird, you know? Come on, Trico. Over here. You paying attention? Go. I'm unconvinced. Okay. He seems to be getting it. Will you catch this time, buddy? The answer is still no, apparently. That's usually a very easy catch for you, my guy. Oh, and now it's wedged in there, you're not gonna be able to get it? Is that what you're telling me? I got it. Don't worry, you big baby. Hey. What a baby. Sits down and boo-hoos at the slightest inconvenience. Whoa. Okay. And we gotta do the pillar, huh? You know, you don't have to get on the pillar in order to go over here. That's just kind of what Trico's been obsessed with. Bruh. Can we? Like over here, please? Just spinning? Little spin? Little turn? Yep, mm-hmm. I don't know what is occurring in this weaselly feathered body. Just that it is approximately 70% of what I asked for. The other 30% is heretofore unaccounted. Ooh, almost knocked that off a ledge. Can you grab this? Thank you. That is mighty kind of you. Because now I can just solve the rest of this puzzle without having to rely on you. Alright, so these are still safe to do. Like, the fall down here is not gonna kill us. It never does. It only makes us wish we were dead. With agony. Now again, another really great room for Trico to save us in. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. That fight was over in a hurry. Why are you turning around? Excuse me. Yeah, no, we're not gonna deal with that. I am not dealing with that AI. Here, have a new one. Okay, now again, not gonna do this jump because it's scary, it's easy to die, and it's easy to not see that you've died until it's too late. So we're just gonna do a wholesome little shimmy right along this wall. We have to be fairly close to Trico saving us enough. Probably a little more than halfway there. Thankfully, pulling the heads off is only 10, not 20, so we should get that pretty organically. If not, by the time that we get to White Tower, like White Tower skip, then slightly after. Just landed right on that thing's horns. I really wish there were a way to do this room faster. I mean, there's a way to do it like 0.3 faster or something, you know, but... Pick me up, dude. I don't know if that counted. Trico, why are you so good at this when I don't want you to be? Well, whatever. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, Trico. We still have plenty of opportunities. Just because my completionist brain wants to have this trophy done now doesn't mean that we need to, like, grind it right now or anything. It'll happen. We are not doing bridge jump. I know I talked about it in the previous run. We are not doing that. That is a wonderful way to die. Another checkpoint, another stretch without death. Can I express how wonderful it is to be in the second run and not have to be thinking about poop constantly? That is such a weight off my shoulders. Also, I still don't know if you can hear me eating Chex, but I'm still eating Chex. Hi, Hongi. Minor crunch. Sorry. I don't mean to be giving you ASMR. Oh, we don't need to wait for this hint twice? Alright. Time to redeem ourselves. This is where we died. In perhaps the single stupidest way I have ever seen. When I was doing the Platfecta, we had done Last Guardian, and then I went to sleep and I did Eco Platinum. And then I moved to Shadow of the Colossus Platinum, which was going to be like 10 or 11 hours. And I was in probably hour 9. And was just exhausted and hungry. But hey, this is where we died before. Smart. Yeah, now we get the fall damage cancel, thank you. Little late. And Husbando made me a salad. So just spinach, some cheese, croutons. And I thought that I was eating the croutons quietly. And then one of my friends came on stream and they were like, yeah, no, I can hear you. Like a lot. And the spinach wasn't even that good. And it turned out that it wasn't that good because it gave us food poisoning. So that was kind of just a whole experience encapsulated. I didn't get it nearly as bad as he did. But I appreciated that it was made with love, even if it was also made with poison. I don't know, I wanted to buy fresh spinach. Because I was like, yeah, I don't need to buy this fancy packaged stuff. I can just buy, like, the fresh bundle or whatever. And we washed it, and it just would not come clean. Classic Sable story that escalates unreasonably for some reason. Is that the way my life is? No, not Taco Bell. Taco Bell is my baby. You can't get food poisoning from Taco Bell. The old T-Bell would never do that. Yes, kind of. Really? That's funny. Give me a single other example of when some circumstance of mine has escalated unreasonably. But yeah, I wanted to just make fresh spinach, and we just couldn't get it clean no matter how much we washed it. And I was like, man, I'm never doing this again. I'm just buying the packaged stuff. Dude, it makes you so funny. Food poisoning from McDonald's. I'm trying to think. The last time I got food poisoning, I think it was from fast food fish, which would kind of check out, but I don't remember where. Maybe Long John Silver's, which would have been very much in my childhood. Trico, stop. Child, stop eating my inputs. Thank you. Trico listened for once. Here you go, buddy. That, please. Did you pay attention? Why are you not listening, buddy? Hey. Over there. Yeah? Oh, you got it. You got it, mister. That is kind of true. They are the source of much intrigue, aren't they? Fast food fish is a no-no. Yeah. But every now and then you just kind of have the craving, you know? For me, it's like sometimes when everybody has their own, like, this is my rough day food. And for me, it's like a box of brand name Kraft mac and cheese. Nothing special about it. Just like, make it the way that they say, but use half the butter and, like, not the milk. So that the cheese sauce doesn't fully turn into sauce. That and frozen fish sticks, like microwavable fish sticks, are like my I don't want to think about anything food. You know what I'm talking about? Do not do footsie. Get up here. Do not do footsie. Trico, what is your deal today? Thank you. So, I don't know. Fast food fish can sometimes seem appealing. Yeah, but I mean, I would have gone on the boat whether or not we had indulged in boat talk. Milk skip is 100% the strat, for real. You want to have the Kraft mac and cheese sauce have those little, bursts of, like, really concentrated cheese globs. You know what I'm talking about? I don't want it to be a sauce. Also, Shavil, I didn't split Hodor at all. Are you proud? No, I mean, you're not right. You're not wrong, Queso. Fast food fish like the McDonald's fillet of fish kind of deal. Sometimes you just... For me, with the fillet of fish specifically, it's like... I don't remember what this tastes like. It's probably bad, but I kind of want to know. You know what I mean? I just did that not that long ago with... I guess it was Culver's fish. I was like, this probably isn't great, but I need to know. And it wasn't bad, it just wasn't good either. Oh no, I got it from, don't judge me, I got it from Husbando's favorite pizza place. Which is weird, because it's like a weird pizza place. It's a pizza place that does really, really good pizza. Do you have me? Okay, that was nerve-wracking. And for some reason they also do like really, really good fried chicken. And that is their business model. It's like chicken and pizza. And so I was like, you know what? Their fried chicken is really good. I'll try their fried fish. And it was much better than average. But in the end, it was still like whatever the flavor of fried is, plus... you know? Like, the fish never really tastes like anything. Which I guess if you want it to be a conduit for whatever sauce you have acquired, then it functions very well. Chico, buddy, why are you backing up? I had my finger on the pause button, just in case Trico wasn't gonna get me. Popeyes has a good fried fish sandwich? I haven't been to Popeyes in a long time. Mostly just because their line is always 6 miles long. I don't know why. Doesn't matter what time of day. Doesn't matter what day. It's always just like, you want Popeyes? Okay, well that's a 2-hour commitment. And every Popeyes location near me also is like really tiny. I mean, I guess that's probably why they have a line. But it's tiny and in like a tiny location. So, like you can't just stop on the middle of a 4-lane road to try to go to Popeyes, you know? So it's like, I don't know why they built there. Because 3 people can fit into the drive-thru before you're coming out of the driveway. And the driveway is a 4-lane road in each direction. So it's like, why would you do it like this? It's the same road, in fact, where that accident happened that I was on the jury for. My jury duty. I don't think I ever said anything, by the way, but they tried to pay me half of what they owed me for jury duty. Because it took multiple days, right? And they tried to pay me for just the first day. And then when they got caught, they were like, oh, this is the first time we've had to do this, so... And it's like, nah. You have had juries serve multiple days before. Come on. Give me my money. Is this the time to tell you not to rush? It's not, but thank you. Ooh! We are grabbing onto the edge. I was ready. I was ready to not die. Was he guilty? No. We found the person not guilty. By virtue of... Boy, stop. By virtue of reasonable doubt. Which is to say, yeah, we think that she did it, but we have many reasonable doubts. Therefore, she is not guilty. Trigo? Hello? He just decided to leave. It's like, I don't care anymore. Trigo, where are you? Hello? Now he's out there being angry at the... I don't want to jump over this thing any more than I have to. Trico! Hey! Why did you come out here? Come on! Stop just walking forward and making yourself angry. Trico! This is the pinnacle of, like, stop hitting yourself. Come here. Turn around. And now you're angry. Ugh. My dude. Okay, look. Look, my guy. Pivot. Don't turn. I don't need you up there anymore. Get down. Get down. Trico, get down! Wasting so much time. Come here. Okay, clearly he is just like unwilling to come backwards. We have just lost our chance to get that barrel, I guess. So, that's one of the ones we'll have to get at the beginning of the next one. I've never had him do that before. Draco, I can see nothing, my dude. Yeah, fair. Not like I could see anything. Just to have these. What, are you ready? Okay. So yeah, when I inevitably panic and I'm like, oh, why don't we have the feather painter? It's because we have one more barrel to get. Which, yes, will technically take slightly longer, but not as long as getting Trico back into that room. I just needed to be sure that I wasn't gonna die here. Throwing the barrel over the pit? It wouldn't have gone far enough. In reality, we can't throw barrels very far. But it's fine. We got the trophy for barrels, so it's just a matter of... You know, like I said, we have a leeway of up to 6. 3 are already technically claimed, but... Well, now 4. Alright, ideally we'll do eye skip again. It is swaying quite a lot this time. Oh, hey. Still registered his grab, though. He would do so well at Ninja Warrior. Not just because he's athletic and everything, but because you know how, like, sometimes they have to, like, lift the doors and stuff, and then the doors come down and slam him in the ankle? He just wouldn't care. He'd be like, whatever. Walk it off, losers. He would just take every obstacle to the face. Because it's easier than going around it. Y'all remember, like, the early days of Ninja Warrior, when it was first showing up, like, on American television, and Makoto Nagano was just destroying everybody? And everybody's like, who is this guy? And he was just, like, a fisherman. no, he's a noodle. He's a noodle for sure. I looked down and I was like, oh, it's a spear! It doesn't matter anymore. Trico, why would you do that? He moved his head in the middle of my jump. We used to watch Ninja Warrior religiously. It was back when, what was it called, G4 or something existed as a channel. And it had like Ninja Warrior, it had Banzuki, or Banzuke, I can't remember what it was called. It had X-Play? Is that what it was called? Where it was like, or X Games? That's how I found out about Shadow of the Colossus. Is because they were talking about it on X whatever. He's only 53 now? He's only 53? So I was watching that like 15 years ago or something, right? I remember his face so vividly though. Oh, Attack of the Show, that sounds familiar. We'll approach that with care, so as not to go flinging off the edge. Yeah, my memory of X-Play was like a Ryan Seacrest type, just talking about video games. But I feel like at that point, Shadow of the Colossus must not have been new, right? Because I feel like those timelines don't match up. Well, maybe they do. As Bondo is speaking to me, asking me something I must answer during our next cutscene. Hopefully we can actually do drawbridge skip this time because it's cool. It's fun to show off. Okay, what are you saying, Bondo? $2005, really? I would have said maybe like 2008, but at the same time that seemed like way too late, and I would have said like 2003, you know? Okay, we do actually need to be like really careful with that. That's an easy way to die. Alright, give me drawbridge, skip! Nailed it. Didn't quite grab the ladder like I wanted to, but it's fine. Is he asking for more fruit cups? He's asking me to proofread something. Which I am obviously happy to do, as I am a proofreader. Proofreader and writer, either way. No, the years do not stop coming, do they? Just the other day I was like, how old am I? And I was off by like a notable margin. There's barrel skip for us. Child, please. Husbando's birthday is coming up on the 7th. Today's the 2nd. We're gonna go to, oh boy, Longhorn Steakhouse. Is that what it's called? I say that because we don't call it that. We call it Long Dog. And that's all that we call it. So I can't... Because there's Outback Steakhouse. And Longhorn... Is it also Steakhouse? I mean, it's just Long Dog, as far as we're concerned, so... We have just utterly ruined the name of, like, every single restaurant we eat at, so that's not even an exception. I've had back pain for years, so has Husbando, unfortunately. He had back pain, like... I mean, as early as when I met him, so he was in his 20s. 28, maybe? Is when I, like, really knew that his back hurt all the time. I feel so... It's still... Like, I tried to make it a positive memory, but... when we were on our honeymoon in Japan, which was some years later, obviously, his back was really, really hurting. And we brought medicine. It's just, like, nothing that we did was helping. And we went to the Studio Ghibli Museum, which both of us love Studio Ghibli. I had already been to the Ghibli Museum, like... twice? Ah, Trico's doing this. That's wonderful. I had already been to the Ghibli Museum twice, so it wasn't really for me, it was for him. And that was, like, by far the day that his back pain was the worst. And so I remember, like, even though he was really trying to, like, engage with it and be like, oh, this is really cool that we're here, we just had to get out of there as fast as we could, you know? Like, he sat for a little bit, and it helped for, like, 5 minutes. So all of his pictures from that day, you can tell that he's, like, really tense. So hopefully we get to go back sometime and not have him be so miserable. It's gotten a lot better for him, actually. He started religiously stretching his hamstrings every morning. Like 20 minutes of stretching his hamstrings. Like just sitting against a couch and having his legs straight out and stretching that way. And that has made a huge difference, surprisingly. Or maybe unsurprisingly, given how your hamstrings are connected to your hips. But yeah, in his neck, he has some kind of, like, arthritis disc thing, so that's not quite as easily, addressable, you know? I think that he was really surprised at how much it helped. I mean, obviously you have to do it for a while. I don't think he really started noticing effects for, like, a couple weeks. But every morning, and he did it this morning, too. That's when we were talking about the fruit cups. Every morning for like 20 minutes, he just... That's when he does all of his, like, checking the news, and he has an eBay store, so he's like, what did I sell on eBay, and all that stuff, while he's stretching. Okay, another risky situation, death-free. Child, please. Yeah, it's good that something has helped, you know? The other thing, though, is we have a smith machine, and Husbando's thought process was, you know, I need to keep my back strong so that it doesn't hurt, so I'm gonna do, you know, back-focused exercises, and then slip the disc. And it's like, yeah, probably, uh, you don't wholly need to target your entire back in order for your back to benefit, you know what I mean? Which, by the way, bench presses are like the best exercise. I love bench presses. I mean, I love just weights in general. I would so much rather do weights than any other kind of exercise. Um, but I really love bench presses. I like making heavy thing go up. Boy, child, please. Grab the thing, please. Now Trico is going to turn around. Still worked, just maybe not ideal. Trico, please, go. And we're back to here. So we are going to be approaching now that spot where I need to pay attention. Not like right now or anything, but soonish. Do the thing! There is no way we are doing the thing in this playthrough. Yes, remember the 38th. We are getting there. And it should just be so easy. Of course, now that I've said that, it's gonna be like that I gave the beast tail an almighty tug hint, where it's like, I did everything, where are you? Oh, but the thing saves time. Yeah, it saves like 3 seconds. I'm not sure we could function without that 3 seconds. Well, stop screaming at me and get down there. You ready? I really need you to not drop me. This run needs to be deathless, buddy. Alright, now he should be able to take the rest of the way up here by himself. I was gonna take my medicine, which I have to take in 8 minutes. Why don't we wait until the cutscene? That's how it would go and you know it. Oh, Trico could handle this by himself. I look over. Oh, I guess I'm dead. I'm just kind of embedded into his body. It's probably the safest place for me right now. Oh, there we go. There I am. At least pet him a bit. Now let's let him spin around. There we go. I can clean up his feathers a little bit. Last Guardian is my number 3 most watched categories. Yep, probably that's where it's coming from. Okay, medicine time. Rip in peace. That's the end of our untouchable run. I guess that's true. There's been a couple marathon runs. I forget now that I do marathons. Like, I'm literally doing a marathon right now. Because it's so much different than the way I used to do it. A lot of people know me from probably like 2018 to 2021-ish, where I was helping out with marathons like all the time. In one of those years, I did 30-something marathon runs. I want to say 36 or 37 in 1 year. So basically one per week-ish, a little bit more. Like a little bit more time than just a week. Slightly fewer than one per week is what I'm trying to say. And that's a lot, obviously. You know? Rude times 2. Yeah. She never learns. No, we were just joking. I just fell through the ceiling and it looked like I died, so. So yeah, I mean, I used to do like a ton of marathons. And sometimes it still kind of feels weird to only do like 4 or 5 a year, you know? Come on, buddy. There you go. So now we are not doing Vine Skip. At this point in the previous run, we had already died, and so it was like, yeah, sure, whatever. We will not be doing Vine Skip. It is well too risky for, like, a couple seconds of time save. No more than 5. Alright, Trico, you head on down, and I will follow you the whole way. No vines for me, thank you very much. Great. Okay. Trico has gotten me down here. That's really all I needed. Yes, Last Guardian is, I would say, more than half full of skips where if you attempt them and fail, you've just kind of doomed yourself. You know? That's what Vine Skip is. Both times. There's 2 Vine Skips. You know, that's what White Tower Skip is. To an extent. Elevator Skip, for sure. The Thing, absolutely. Alright, Trico, it landed in the same spot as last time. Can you please eat it? Thank you. That's a very specific, like, piece of tech to get that to land where he can eat it without you having to go and move it. And he just refused to do it last time. Oh hey, we were talking about Legend of Dragoon earlier. Here's my medicine alarm. I don't know if you can hear it. It's Legend of Dragoon. Maybe the noise gate caught it, but... oh well. Which makes your sentence very funny. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, it's that real noodly, like village theme. Who's your favorite Dragoon? Rose, probably. Well, kind of depends, I mean. The way they look? Probably, actually, whichever one is the green one, because definitely you don't have to worry about having different green ones, because absolutely nothing happens. I can't see, Trico, please. Okay, this is, okay. I was ready to reset. No, we definitely get to keep Lavitz forever. He's the green guy. For sure. Uh-huh. But my party, usually... it has to have Dort, of course, because has to. That's lame. If I could just make my own party, it would be... Rose, whoever is green at the moment, and, Maru. Like, Albert's editions are just so good. They're so cool. Albert slaps, okay? Might have had a crush on Albert in, like, 2001. No, wrong guy. Well, that's okay. No matter what, I just never succeed in getting these guys out the window. Do need to pull their heads off. So give me one of these guys, please. I've still got this armor somehow. Let go. Alright, the very last thing I want is to be near that window. Trico absolutely will kick me out the window and kill me. Yes, don't forget hint. Thank you, Cheville. We are now coming up upon it shortly. This is the danger area, where we are at risk of forgetting it. Also, Shanna Optimal. I hate that you're right. Pretty sure Shanna is the speedrun choice. I think everybody loves Rose, and if you don't, I'm not sure what you're doing with your life. You know what I mean? Can I just pick up this barrel? That would be really phenomenal of me. Real cash money of me. Hi, come here. Where helmet? Surely there is helmet. Yep. Okay. I am gonna do this part. Not gonna really focus on having Trico save me, but if that's kind of what happens, then that's also cool. I just want this barrel. Kongal? The half-giant guy? He was sweet. Big ol' sweetie. As Harshal Punch guy? Yes. He is old martial arts man, yeah. Okay, Trico's clearly not pooping. Help me, Trico! But, like, actually, though, don't just kind of knock me out of his arms. Like, actually knock me out of his arms. No, see that? That was useless. What was that? Oh, thank you for doing, like, 0% of what I asked. Truly, wonderful. Hey, buddy. Remember how it was just, like, one thing that I wanted? And then you didn't do that? It's cool, my man. We'll get it at the end. Stop flapping your wings around. Everything's fine. Nice tattoos, again. Yeah, I keep getting caught for no reason, Trico. Hey, Trico. Hello. Did you forget where we're going? She's such a quirky character. A lot of people find her really annoying. But, I don't know, I like her attitude. Okay. The entire area was alive with the strange aroma that so captivated my companion. Distracted by the scent of the pot as it was, the beast would not heed my call. That is the hint that we are missing. And it is right up here. It should take 2 seconds. I swear to God, if we're missing a hint somewhere else, I'm gonna lose my mind. Because I don't know what hint we would be missing, so it should just be this one. We visually confirmed all of the other ones happening, so... Unless something got messed up when I died, but it shouldn't have. Alright, Trico's gonna go down. We just have to not follow him. We'll give it a little bit of time. I don't exactly know the conditions besides just eventually. There's all talked out. Nailed it. Okay. We don't have to think about that anymore. I told you that was like one of the easiest ones and we just like didn't do it the first time. Oh, where am I? Okay. There's a ledge right here, so I thought that I was falling to my death. The reason that I messed it up was because I thought that happened after you came down and you tried to get his attention. And so obviously once you're down here, you can't go back up, so once I realized my mistake, because the following hint triggered, I couldn't go back and fix it. Alright, so that was all talked out. Let's check that one off. Yeah, that's always a relief. It would have been more of a relief to have gotten that in the previous playthrough, but that's okay. So what do we have left? Untouchable Emissary, still on track. Last minute reprieve, saved by Trico, on track. Losing their minds, on track. Lightning Emissary finishing less than 5 hours, easily on track. And then the other two, once we complete those, are entirely unmissable, so... It's just the dying thing. If we can just get to the end without dying, we'll be fine. And considering that dying is considered suboptimal in speedruns, I would like to think that I could get to the end without dying. Just don't die, yeah. You know how you, like, died the first time? Just do that, but, like, less. Did you actually just break that? I can't see because the camera will not allow me. No, he cracked it, but didn't break it. He broke this so fast last time. We were very lucky. The game is so bad about giving him credit for standing on the right spot. Like, he's standing on it. I don't know what the game wants. Did it actually break? And just none of it fell down? It sounded like it broke. But this all looks correct. I think Trico's kind of stuck. He doesn't seem to be, like, moving. I think he's just kind of shimmying back and forth. Like he got caught in a loop, you know? This puzzle can sometimes be like this. That's why I say he did really well the first time. There we go. Game just didn't want to give him credit for all of his hard work. I haven't noticed how many barrels we still have to get. I think we're probably at the 64 that we need. I think it's 64 to switch to the next outfit. And there's his tail already, which is great. That's why I wasn't looking at him. And there's the spin on the tail. You'll love to see it. Yeah, I don't know how Trico has trouble breaking stuff, right? It's like his whole deal. Alright, now I can leave these guys to Trico. I'm not gonna worry about him trying to save me or anything. Whatever. We'll get it. He's usually quite quick at it if I'm not looking, so... Successful Sancho step once again. Trico hasn't quite realized yet that he's hungry. So we're gonna have to wait for him for a second. So now we can do Colo skip, because I am not going to do that barrel. Please eat it before it rolls off the cliff, Trico. We don't need to worry about collar here, so sadly I can interrupt Trico's little happy dance to get us going. What a peculiar name, yeah. Yeah, okay, so here's Warrior's Clothes. These are the Shadow of the Colossus clothes. And there's Dressed for the Fest, which is for wearing all of the outfits. Boy, I sure would like to go somewhere. So now we're just on the quest for the Fine Feather Painter, which is what we use to paint Trico. That's easy enough. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be that hard to get even if we stopped getting barrels, like right now, but we won't do that. The question now, I think, is do we skip Water Puzzle 2 barrel? And I think the answer is yes, because we are already required to get an extra barrel because Trico wouldn't come back at Pendulum. So we're skipping Colo Barrel and the 2 White Tower barrels, and that's the 3 that are at the beginning of the game. The Pendulum Barrel necessitated, then, that we move on to the next part of the beginning. But in that case, there are 2 barrels sitting basically on top of each other, like touching each other, in that section of the game. So if we're going to get one of those barrels, we might as well get the other also. Therefore, would it not make sense to skip Water Puzzle 2 barrel, which is cumbersome, time-consuming, and potentially causes us to have to reset the Trico, please. To reset the puzzle if Trico misses. Trico has not been willing to pick me up at all. Normally, if you just continue to stand there, Trico will grab you and, like, throw you onto his back, and he hasn't done that for me at all, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because that's actually very dangerous. But... Alright, Trico, you gonna let me do this? Okay. Let's see how many armors we've got. We were interrupting their loading as they were loading into the zone, so we should only have the 1. Sadly, and you can see that this mirror is now unused because he didn't spawn in correctly, so I'll break it just in case this guy gets some ideas. Put your spear down and grab me, dude. Hey! Hey! He has no interest in a child. Oh yeah, you actually killed him? This is the first time that Trico has ever, like, killed that dude, instead of just bonking him against the wall where he can't reach him anymore. Anywho, exciting for you, chat. You now get to listen to the battle theme until I decide to reset. Because we've glitched the Colosseum, so it still expects there to be multiple other armors. And since there are not, we can't kill them, which means that it doesn't think that the battle's over. Thankfully, we can just be in and out of here. Don't have to worry about anything down here. Shouldn't you have kept them for the fighting achievements you have left? It's much easier to clean those up at the battle at the front of White Tower. If we still have something missing at that time, it'll take me, like, maybe 1 reset there to grind out what I need. Especially because some of what I need is pulling heads off, which Trico should allow me to do right before White Tower skip, since he's notoriously bad at that fight. What is Trico? Trico is a conglomeration of every lovely, fuzzy, feathery thing you can imagine. So yeah, we're not worrying about this barrel that's over there by that armor that doesn't have a head. Trico, are you, like, still down here, or are you coming? There he is. Okay, good news for you. You don't have to listen to the fight music anymore. We can reset there. Baru, I know, man. Trico, can you believe that we're getting there? Sort of. So I think I will skip water 2 barrel. I'm trying to think ahead if there are other ones that are even worse. Like, yeah, the one up the stairs, but... Which, I mean, technically we could even skip that one too. Decisions. Because there are 3 barrels in the starting room, and then 3 barrels in the neighboring room. One of those barrels is more difficult to get than the other 2. Yes, you need to get a helmet up there to get the barrel, so... Absolutely no question, we are not doing that. We have done it once, which was sufficient to get the trophy. So yeah, we have the 3 barrels in the initial room accounted for with Hollow Barrel that we just skipped, and the 2 barrels at White Tower. Although technically, the first barrel at White Tower isn't that bad, but you know. So then, in the next room, once we give Trico those 3 barrels, we pull the spear out of his shoulder, we get a cutscene, he wakes up, he comes to join us in that other room. And that's where the 3 barrels are. 2 of them are very easily accessible, they're just on the ledge, we can just put them down and he'll eat them. So that's Pendulum Barrel, because Trico refused to come back for it. And now it's going to be Water Puzzle 2 barrel, because we're skipping it. So technically, Ledge Barrel in the initial room, well, the room adjacent to the initial room, by where the mirror is, could also replace another barrel in this playthrough. Is it worth replacing the barrel at the thing? Because the barrel at the thing requires you to go up a tiny staircase. Well, it requires you to go up a large staircase, then a tiny staircase, then a large staircase, and then back down in order to give Trico the barrel. But I don't know, something about pushing that much into the next playthrough kind of makes me nervous. Let's leave ourselves a little bit of wiggle room, you know? I would rather not go all the way to Lake in order to get barrels, although again, we could. It's not actually that far. It's like 2 minutes. For access to 3 barrels, you know, so. There could be some argument about what is the most optimized here. You know, do you go for the lake barrels instead of 3 of the more time-consuming barrels here? I don't know. Still haven't died, so that's cool.
Atamise tarana, ototuri kuno, irakazi, arasai, iniazi, awi.
Now, technically, we're just running snuggle percent at this point. I guess with the inclusion of a couple barrels, but... As far as opportunities to die here, I think we're pretty alright for a while. Honestly, might not really be until White Tower skip that we have any real risk. Just once. If you could face in the right direction, that would be cool. Because yeah, like technically we're climbing a bunch here and whatever, but are we really in danger? Not really. And we can skip that first half of the Trico fight, which is great, since we don't need to worry about the hint. I think you'll find that this entire section goes a lot faster when we're allowed to do the skips, and also when we don't need to grind out that hits the spot. But I mean, obviously you can already see just how much faster this run is compared to the one with hints, so... Please, child. Please. Well, here you just hanging there. So we could just completely glitch out this fight with the other Trico and cause her to, like, not wake up at all. But that kind of also breaks a bunch of other things, and honestly, we don't really need things to be broken, so... Let's just not do that. Even that was a risky jump, but... I mean, as long as I was paying attention, it's alright. Okay, so now we can do this faster. She wasn't quite locked into her animation, that's okay. Usually if you wait just a second, she'll lock into headbutting the tree, and then once that animation starts, she can't stop it. So you can just like walk right past her. And now we are back up where the tree was that we did the first time. Alright, I want to get her into this cycle again, so we waited just a second to get her locked into that animation so that I could sneak out past her here. And again, there's no sense in us trying to, like, beat her here. She still has to stick her head through this. Okay, now let's take this just, like, a little chill. I don't need to make, like, the biggest jump. The most efficient jump. Let's just not die, right? We're safe for a little bit. I am gonna stretch. Jeez. That should be enough stretching until we get to the big cutscene area where Trico tries to drown me. So there she goes. There's not really much we can do here. As I said before, it's just kind of on a timer, so... we're just kind of hanging out, you know? I feel a little secure in my cage right now. Just anything that causes me to not die, you know? I'm reading my emails, and I've been selected for a Venmo credit card. Isn't that cool? They tell me that like once a week.
アティソガジ、オナキッチ、ヨーク、イディロッティ、アウィズィ。
Alright. Back to work. Draco, get over here. Eventually. Come on down, dude. We got a cage puzzle to solve. Thank you, buddy. Now, we can just go over and solve this puzzle instead of having to wait. Like, having to build in more time for Trico. This is like a garbage position. Trico, for once, his meddling should actually help here. It'll help straighten me out. Because when he does this... Okay, didn't really move the cage. Thanks, buddy. Didn't... Was kind of counting on you. Okay, well, thanks. That was pretty good. I can't see anything through your giant head. Alright, that is certainly workable. Alright, and we were able to cheat the game trying to break our leg there. So we could get this done a lot quicker. There is no cheating breaking your leg here, sadly. I've tried many, many times. Hole in one this time, come on. Whoa, jeez. Aw, it was so close. That would have been epic. Okay, just gonna go ahead and clip out of the cage there. Everything's fine. Alright, thankfully this time we are going to be in and out of here because we don't need to worry about that hits the spot. Well, he sure does love to just stand here and stare, doesn't he? He didn't even get the chance to step up there this time. Ha. So we're gonna head out. We are gonna get the barrel on the way out. That one is not especially cumbersome. And then it is the cage, which is fine. And I'm gonna take a stretch at that point. And then we've got the mine, White Tower with that little fight. I'm hoping in that fight we can finally get losing their minds, which is the pulling off their heads. We have to be close. I would say probably 2 more, if I had to guess. And then, let's see, White Tower skip. We will not do the thing. The fight with the other Trico, I don't know how much we're willing to risk, you know? There's a lot of really cool strats you can use to make that fight go extremely fast. But it's always things like, you know, running between their legs or you know, trying to drop during a cutscene, that kind of thing. And all of that is like really risky. And we've put in, at that point, it'll probably be like 9 hours and 40 minutes or something. There's no sense in trying to save 10 seconds at that point, you know what I mean? For risky things like that. And then really after that, it's just Pink Sky and White Tower. White Tower could be a problem. White Tower is by far the most dangerous part of the game, except for those gargoyles around the two towers, which I pointed out when we were there last time. That's where Deathless Runs die. But as long as you know that, then all you have to do is just deal with the encumbrance of maybe having to reset there, which the checkpoint is like really far behind you, but it's better than dying. Don't flash things on my screen. That scared me. I thought that we were failing somehow. Do not go back down, mister. You get up there. Here you go. Focus. 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 And the fact that we don't have to do those barrels on White Tower. And we don't have to farm Lifeline. Means we should actually be doing pretty decent through that section. Would love to move the camera at literally any point. Look the other way, Trico. Thank you. So sadly, it would seem like no poops. There are still, you know, opportunities, but I doubt that he's got it in him. Ping right off the edge of the... Yeah. Look at that. Nice. Hello, child. Grab, please. Trico, you proving me wrong and pooping? Wait, is he actually pooping? What was he? He is! Look at this! He pooped again! Dude. What have you been eating, my guy? No way. Like, for real. No way. Lucky double poop. Yeah. I cannot... That's so unheard of. Well, good job, Trico. It makes me feel bad to just, like, leave it behind, you know? Like, it's such a rare occurrence, I don't just want to run past it. We already got the trophy. I hope. Well, it's too late now. We walked past the checkpoint, so... Well, so now we just have to wonder, can we get 3? It is possible for Trico to poop twice in one run. That's been seen twice. Both times by Shadow Tash, I think. Nature is beautiful. Yeah, that's right. Now, we could have gotten supremely lucky and gotten 4 poops, like the actual orbs. Trico can poop anywhere between 2 and 4. So we could have gotten double 4 poops, and that would have been truly the holy grail. But alas, we got 3 each time. There's a coliseum down there where we first met the other Trico, when our Trico was taking a bath and getting very angry about it. We could have done head to platform there, but again, that's in fact usually you die, so definitely not worth it. The only concern I'm now realizing, our plan to— Whoa! Okay. Whatever you say. Our plan to, do the extra barrels in the side room kind of isn't as great because Trico isn't chained to the floor anymore, which makes him much, much harder to paint. Because you don't just get to, like, go into the Trico editor and choose what colors he is. You have to, like, actually paint him in real time, and he makes that very difficult. Okay, I very much need a stretch. I've been sitting in the same position for too long. So, we're gonna get the scene going. I can't quite leave because, I still need to mash through the screen. I know, Trico. Alright, we skipped the cutscene. Long load this time. Came back after dinner, all going good. I am just standing up. I really need to stretch. I will be right back.
IU Labo OT Ukaya Anetu Tara Ate de Keda Rosi Adatu O Nozi Awo Kuku O Mara Genara Wo So Inaku Bastizi Awizi.
return. I went outside to get the packages that they yeeted against the door earlier, and it's pretty chilly out there. Do y'all have snow where you live? We've gotten a couple inches. And it's like that heavy, crunchy snow that's kind of half melted, you know what I mean? Yeah, all the snow is slush, exactly. Yeah, but they did, like, straight up just yeet it against the door. It was just all disheveled out there. Also, when I stood up, like, 12 joints all crackled at the same time. Thank you, Trico! Alright, back to it. We sure be doing something, don't we? Looks like Trico did that little section 1.6 seconds faster. Because it was a scripted thing, so he chose a different path. So now we don't have to wait around in mine either, which is nice. I remember one time I was on, I think it was PB pace, but not world record pace. And I ran in here before we knew that Mindskip existed. Oh, that was close, actually. And, for the longest time, I was like, why isn't Trico coming in here? Like, dude, we're losing so much time. And I had never opened the door for him. So he was just like, bro, where have you been? We're just trying to get a super jump off of this rock. It's no big deal if we don't. It's rare enough that we didn't even think it was possible, so... I would not expect to get it in a run. But, I mean, we have to wait for Trico anyway, so... Might as well try, you know? Oh, geez, I thought that we would have had it, but the boy didn't grab. Living proof that I don't have control of whether the boy grabs or not. Child, please. That's like the subtitle of this game. Should be on the cover. Just child, please. I'm really hoping we get this trophy during this upcoming fight. It'd be nice to have that off our plates. I don't technically have to hold this open the whole time, but might as well, you know? Almost there. Alright. Alright, let's get to this fight. Let's see what we can do. We're looking for losing their minds because these armors don't care about me at all. They won't pick me up. So we can't do having Trico save me. And if we don't get having Trico save me at the front of the White Tower when we do that fight, then, or, I mean, technically, in the fight right before Susan, then it's better to grind the front of the White Tower as opposed to the battle inside the White Tower, because inside the White Tower has that, as Chivio pointed out earlier, that elevator with holes in it, and it's really, really easy when Trico saves you in there to fall into a hole and die. So we don't want to be in that room any longer than we have to be. Alright, Trico. Just knock down one or two guys, okay? In such a way that I can pull their heads off. That works as long as you let me have it. I knew we were close. I got it, buddy. I got it, dude. Chill. Like, he's so bad at this fight. I knew that we would make a lot of progress here, but... Trico, just finish him off, dude. Thank you. Sometimes, when he's taken, like, forever to kill an enemy, the game will just have pity on him. And just, it'll explode even if he doesn't touch it. Alright, let's mark off losing their minds. Which only leaves Untouchable Emissary, which we are still on track for, and Last Minute Reprieve, which is Trico's saving us from armors. So once again, as long as we don't die... Which seems like such a tall ask. You know, like a tall order. Even though I don't remember the last time I've died in an any percent, you know? Because again, dying in a speedrun is usually suboptimal. Not always. Honestly, these cutscenes are kind of risky. Because you absolutely... Well, then again, they're not cutscenes, they're scripted events. You absolutely can die in these things. And because of how far away the camera usually is, it can be really easy to not notice that you're falling until the screen fades. And by then it's too late, you can't interrupt the screen fade. So we are going to go for White Tower skip even though it's dangerous. Because going around the outside of the White Tower is more dangerous. It's okay if we miss. We'll be okay. Like that. Okay. We have time. As long as my start button works. We're not gonna take any chances. I grabbed that pole and we would have been fine, but we're not gonna take any chances. First try White Tower skip is not expected. It's just nice, so... Suddenly everybody's like, ooh. I don't want to go around the outside of the White Tower. But I burned my first try White Tower skip on the death run. Oh, that was close. Obviously it doesn't want you to be in here, which is why it's kind of pushing me back out. Boy, the camera, please. Yeah, the resets are quick. It literally just comes down to I need to catch that I need to reset, you know? Nice. White Tower skip is over! You can absolutely fail that part too. It's a little scary because that angle is a little bit harder to see. Yeah, you're standing on nothing, because again, you're not supposed to be there. And then as you saw, I like reached my arm up, and the first time I did it, he didn't recognize that anything was there. Because you're not supposed to be like, according to the game, just floating in air, right? Because yeah, the problem with going around the outside of the White Tower is... the best way to explain it is like... something about the... I can't find the word for it, the texture or like the visual asset, like the... like I'm standing on like a wood grain kind of thing. The thing that you wrap around the hitbox to make it look like a thing. That is different than the hitbox in some of the platforms. It's like a little bit longer. So sometimes, you know, you can run just like right off the edge of a platform. And you don't realize that it's happening, you know? So I didn't want to go around the outside of the White Tower because at least with White Tower skip, I can tell when I'm falling. We do need to pay attention during this cutscene. Trico can buck you off. And now for this little bit coming up, I am gonna do what I think most people would consider the riskier strat, because it gives me more time to think. You're supposed to cling on to one of these gargoyles, and the gargoyle is programmed to break, and it'll drop you down to Trico, but it drops you to his tail. So if you miss, if you whiff, that's basically just it, you know? Whereas if I do this jump, which... as a speedrunner, I should be able to do. I land on his head. And if I don't land on his head, I have some idea fairly early on that I am not going to land on his head, you know? And that looks good to me. And I mean, sometimes you land on his back, but again, like, either way. Trico's baby wings grew, yep. You had to be a big boy for a minute. I don't like this. Oh, this one's stressful. You got this, buddy? I think he's got me, yeah. If he drops me, it's usually there. Because he's calculating that in real time, right? So sometimes he's just bad at math. Also, my neck is just absolutely decimated.
Arakulo kutio otiana risoma cura letu arake.
Alright, well, cancel this. Alright, let's get this barrel. I think I've committed to getting this barrel instead of swapping it for one at the beginning of the third playthrough. Just like I said, leave ourselves a little bit of wiggle room. Plus, this is the... Actually, no. I was gonna say this is the final non-mandatory barrel that we're gonna get, but there's one other. And it's, like, really easy. It's literally just the one that's on the floor in White Tower, so... Let's just commit to getting this one and... And that should bring us into the 90s. I'm not gonna look because there's no sense in wasting time on it, but... So yeah, the beginning of Last Guardian is front-loaded with barrels. So if we missed somehow more than I anticipated, we still have flexibility. Where is Trico, is the question. Hello. Oh, sorry, buddy. I would have let you have it if I knew you were ready. Are you ready now? Nope. Don't drop that down the stairs, dude. Come here. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. No, 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 no. Broski. Thank you. Jeez. Trico, I would love to be able to see to make sure that I'm not dying, please. He tried. Yeah. A for effort, F for execution. Oh, is he going backwards? No, 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 no. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Get me to Trico's butt. Stop. This way, my dude. No. No. Bro. This way. Please. Jeez. You're just making my life so much more stressful than it needs to be. So we're just doing these in baby jumps, sadly, instead of the flying. But that's alright, we can live with that. But now I'm sure you can see why flying is faster. Whoa, why did we get that load there? I think I'll take the fight with the other Trico pretty chill. I'm not gonna run between their legs. I can do minecart skip, but I'm not doing the jump down to Trico. That's a recipe for disaster. I'll fall with Trico this time because we don't need the hint. But, like, we're waiting for her to leave. Because, and I'll show you when we get there. When Trico's down on the bridge, he's not grabbable, which means you have to actually, like, land on him flat. And if you don't, the boy will just slip off and die. So... I would love real voice controls. That would be so funny. We'll see if I can get one of these guys to care about me. Oh, this guy's got a spear. Trico, that doesn't count, bro. That does not count. He just refuses to save me in a manner that is useful. Just a swipe, dude, or like a... Where's the door? Nope. No thank you. Trico, why can't you just save me? I've never had this much problem trying to get him to save me. I usually have this trophy by the end of the first playthrough. But he has just whiffed with every single save. Like, I don't even think we're close. I mean, we're kind of close, we're more than halfway, but... What about Lifeline? Alright, Trico. Get over here. Now, could you save me? Thank you. That's really all I wanted. Oh, the name of the janky voice control game? I was confused only because there's a trophy called Lifeline in this game. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna take this a little chill. Give me the camera, thank you. See how nice it is to not have to worry about spears? That, to me, was not risky. It might have looked risky, but that... I was very confident in that. I don't know why the boy is just determined to run directly past that. He'll do it in almost every run. You'll see it like 80% of the time. So like this, normally we would run through their legs. In an any percent or whatever, we would run through their legs. There's a very specific, very tight path. So that we would already be over here and hanging off of this wall by the time that we gain control of the boy. Which would then let us just drop like this. But ain't no chance, because if I'm going down with Trico, then we have to get back up here using a chain, and that's being on the other Trico, which is really dangerous. She moves a lot, and because of her armor, she's not especially grabbable, which means it's easy for the boy to slip off. And again, any percent we would be jumping down to Trico during this cutscene, but he's not grabbable, so it's really easy to die. Okay. Now we can jump down to Trico. And by grabbing one of these spears, we should just be able to ride him down safely. Alright, and now we're safe for a while. We cannot die down here. I could not believe I'm gonna have to grind out Trico saving me. Because he's done such a bad job of it. I feel like you can look at just about any run and see them in a top place. Or just, you know, participating. So I'm like 95% sure that the last like 6 games that I was like, maybe I should run this, they were on the leaderboard. Also, I've never really mentioned it, but that's like more than twice as fast as you're supposed to be able to climb those chains. Just a little speed tech. I figured it out weirdly enough because I learned it from speedrunning Inside, the game that is made by Playdead, just like Limbo. And I was like, oh, well, I understand the concept. That's kind of cool. Wonder if it works here. And it does. No matter how far you fall, as long as you land on Trico, you're safe. I mean, I guess when I said we can't die down here, technically we could have if I had missed Trico, but... Can I just get up here, please? No? I am unable to climb this minecart? Really? Get! Yay, we have the mirror back. That's so exciting. Jeez. So I have my computer on my lap because all of this is from a laptop. And, but I'm looking at the TV, which is past it. And this Domino's ad just came up, and obviously their color scheme is like white, red, and blue, and the white just like blasted my eyeballs just now. Oh, I can't see. It was foolish not to check that that barrel was there. I've definitely had it in the past where one barrel, I don't know if it was the physics or what, of when it hit the ground, it just vanished. It's just gone out of the world. Alright, camera pan, so we're good on spears. We're in the end game. This is Pink Sky. By the power of Baja Blast, be healed. Getting close. We've got that one more barrel. Which again is so easy we're not even gonna think about it. Just don't let me run past it. Yeah, it really is just don't die. Which I would very much like to just be done with the fights at White Tower. I didn't want to have to grind, Trico. Especially at White Tower. But it is what it is. I hope that we're close. And by close, I mean like 1 or 2. But I'm not sure that's true. Oh, geez. I thought that said $1. That is definitely more than $1. Well, wonderful. Thank you. That was a significant portion. Thank you for raising money for a great cause during Together for Good. Always good to help people. It feels good to help people. Trico's doing nothing but twitching his whiskers. Come on, man. And we've still got all the way till December 31st, so... Boy, there's a lot of opportunity here. For Open Medicine Foundation. Yeah, poggers in chat, whatever poggers emotes you have. I have one also, let me use it. The Mort Pog. Where you at, Mort? There he is. You know what? I'm not gonna risk this. This is actually kind of a risky jump. We can just get Trico to do this the normal way. Trico, I know you won't do this if you don't turn around, so if you could just like turn around, that'd be swell. Very cash money of you. Come on, buddy. Spin. Please. Thank you. Oh boy. This really is more cumbersome doing it over here, isn't it? Compared to just standing right in front of the door. You don't understand the rhyme. You mean like between... Well, it's between fire and inspire, right? But you mean that it's not like 4 out of 4 rhyme? Thank you also, K-Leader. You all are wonderful. Already at 13:26. Oh, you know what we should do? In honor of such a large donation, when we have a free moment, we should give Trico a good pet. He's been asking for pets the entire run, and we've been ignoring him. Here, come here, buddy. But gently. Come here. This is gonna, like, mess up my... There you go. There you go, buddy. Good pet. Kinda messes up my setup, but that's cool. That's cool, it's worth it. Where am I? Oh, don't kill me, please. We're just gonna do this from Trico's back, I think. Oh boy. Where am I? Get down, Trico, please. Can you not be the way that you are? I just gave you a good pet in honor of charity. Chill. Here you go, I can't see, buddy. You're making this so difficult. We're getting there, though. Eventually. I don't know why he never wants to shoot this one. Here you go. Come on, man. We're almost there. We're in the home stretch. He might not let me do this. Depends on how much of a wiggle worm he is. That was steady. Good job, dude. Alright, we were gonna hold that and make sure that it actually exploded. I am gonna save this other one. It's gonna be too much of a hassle to try to grab it right now. Oh, thank you, Heron. I appreciate that. It's hard to be too stressed about Last Guardian, you know? Trico's just so cute. And he'll always be a little bit different, a little bit of a weirdo. And that makes it fun. So yeah, we're gonna get both of these here in a second. We're still gonna get them early for checkpoint reasons because I am not afraid to reset up ahead, make sure we don't die. Alright. Less than ideal, but still fine. One more, Trico. We are so close. Yeah, donation total, right? We gave Trico special pets and everything. I'm so nervous about dying. And I shouldn't be because there's... like, I know what I'm doing. It's just... that borks the whole thing, you know? And I mean, even if it happens, like, whatever, we still completed the run, technically. But I would just rather actually get the platinum, you know? There's really just a few areas left. Ugh, didn't actually explode it. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Bro, blow the thing up, please. Thank you, jeez. So, I shared this story on Blue Sky and in my Discord. At Thanksgiving, we were with my nephews. What are you doing, Trico? Explain? And Husbando was playing Mario Kart with them. And the younger one, who's 6 or 7, I think he's 6, was playing against him while the older one, who's like 10, watched. And the 6-year-old, you know, he was in 14th place and Husbando was in 2nd. And despite that, he was like, I'm cooking, I'm cooking. And the older one was like, nah, man, you're cooked. And that was like the most brutal takedown I've heard all year. But even the 6-year-old kept saying 6, 7. And yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be the person who's like, I don't know what that means. I guess it means like a bunch of stuff, but mostly it's just like a way for kids to be like, hi, you're not in my peer group, you know? Like, I don't think the internet can even agree on what it means. I went for it. That's the jump where you die, usually. So I was just like, I'm not gonna think about it, because I know how to do it. I'm just gonna let my hands do it. It means nothing? Yeah, exactly, right? I think that's the point, is that it means nothing. Pretty cool that Twitch supports that initiative. Yeah, right? That makes a big difference. Thank you, Twitch! It means, 6, 7, yeah. But does that mean that everybody has forgotten about Skibbity Toilet, which I never knew what that was either? Also, isn't this run going really well? Yes, it's going extremely well. Poop early, get off my back, and the hints usually triggering as expected made a big difference. But, Queso, if I die now, it's on your shoulders. I want you to know that. It has nothing whatsoever to do with my skill as a runner. It is 100% you. Here you go, please. Why you scream so much? Am I old? Right? Works in an elementary school and never hears about Skibbity anymore. Was that also just like a... I want to interject into the conversation. Skibbity. Like, was that the function also? Because that seems to be mostly what the slang is these days. Like, it has taken on a different linguistic function. Besides just being like a vocal tick. Come on, Trigo. I destroyed those armors for you. including losing their YouTube channel. I feel like you shouldn't be able to do that to somebody. No, it had a whole lore. Which, oh, by the way, this blew my mind. I was looking at like an indie game, like a solo dev game the other day. And the first thing that you see when you click into their Steam page is a very distinct red and black logo shape that should be pretty obviously not. You get me? A little bit of World War II going on. And everybody was like, "Ooh, you should probably change that," you know? And they were like, "Well, it's this old cultural symbol, and we won't get into that here." But the point was, they were talking about how they didn't really know, and I quote, "the World War II lore." And I was like, "What? We calling it lore now?" It just blew my mind. I mean, it kind of makes it cooler, because then you're in, like, lore class, you know? The word lore has gone too far. That was my immediate thought. I was like, there's no way this person means it. Okay, good. That missed. So it didn't cause Trico to flinch. Easy. Oh, and straight back down his neck as well. That's nice. Do I want to... I don't. I've answered my own question. It's like, do I want to do lever drop? Which is what I told you before, where you'd like walk out the window. And I almost died last time because Trico was starting to turn around. I don't want to do that, turns out. I'm thinking about it. Because, yeah, you have time to reset, usually, but let's not, at this point, 20 minutes from the end, you know? Oof, I nearly fell through there. Who are you shipping in World War II? Oh no. What was the filler arc between the two main ones? Alright, Trico, come on. But yeah, I don't know, that has just stuck with me. Okay, I'm glad Trico started to move. I really needed that. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do lever drop. That's like way too risky. I'm like being so careful. Oh, lever drop is so tempting. It's so much faster, but I can't. Especially because I was careful and I took extra time coming up here, which means Trico is gonna be like in an animation I'm not expecting him to be. Yeah, like he was just looking up. Turns out it would have been fine. Probably. Like he turned there. Probably would have been fine, but... Hey buddy, are you waiting for me? You are. Thank you. Oh, oh, did you get me? Okay. I didn't want to be flying through the air. Thank you, Trico. We got music? Yep. Woo! White Tower, alright, grind out, last minute reprieve. Oh, I don't want to have to grind. It's dangerous. Anything that leaves us in a fight longer is dangerous, but... Life flashed before my eyes. You're welcome. I'm glad I could provide an exhilarating moment. I don't necessarily like where I am on his head. I'm just like a little high, so I'm just doodling all over the place. Okay, I'm still there though. Sorry, I bumped the microphone. Are all the hard trophies done? Hey, Deacon. Yeah. Yeah, all the hard trophies are done, except technically, I need to not die. Bro. Dude. Do you see this? Trico is glitching through the floor in order to not save me. Oh, bro. Bro, please. Just somebody. Somebody pick me up and Trico save me. Trico, please. Please, man. Thank you. This is agony. Oh, he didn't knock me over. Yes! We're doing it! This blue guy just cannot. That's the third time he's tried to pick me up. Come on, buddy. That didn't work. Is there a guy behind Trico? Hey, buddy. You just can't get these guys. I do need to be careful, though, because, if Trico swats me to the left, he can kill me. See, I told you we were not close. That's 3 guys. I don't want to let this fight proceed to the second stage because, it becomes, like, much harder to get things to happen. And it's possible there could be a guy with a shield. So... or possibly 2 guys with a shield. Hey man, you're just standing around not doing your job. Oh, yes! Oh, let's finish this fight. We finish it like any percent. Ah, Trico! Why are you the way that you are? Trico! Stop walking in front of me! He just keeps on focusing the mirror. Yeah, there's still like a lot of guys. But I need to get down here in preparation for this. I got this guy, Trico, just... chill, okay? And that guy didn't even die? Look at him, he's glowing! Bro! What are these fights, man? I need you to not grab me next to the door, please. We are actually trying to win this fight this time. Stop unfocusing the mirror, Trico. I can get him because you clearly can't. Jeez. Go away. Alright, this guy does not have a shield. That is ideal. Can I please just destroy these balconies before Trico changes his mind about where he's standing? He'll leave. Not before being as close as possible, though. This guy shouldn't be able to get me. I had to make sure. But... oh, Trico, please! I was hoping to double hit those guys, and it did work. He's not gonna be able to get this one right now. Where is this guy going? I've never seen an armor go that far. Come here, Trico, please. Let that guy mind his own business, I guess. He's just gone. Oh, there he is. I see him. This fight is a catastrophe. Oh, my lord. Dude. What is the matter with this guy? Just get out of my life, man. Trico, please, please, walk over here. We have lost 6 minutes. The fight's not over, dude. Come here. Yes. Jeez. Now let's go. Okay, so last minute reprieve is done. Glad to see they haven't fixed their AI, right? Last minute reprieve. While Trico's coming, I'm gonna check these trophies. No. Okay, Trico's here. Untouchable Emissary, can't get that yet. Lightning Emissary, can't get that yet. Beast Friends Forever, can't get that yet. Looking good. The badge is going in the bin, you're right, I should take it off. I'll take it off at the beginning of next run. If I take it off now, he'll kill me. Like, literally. God, I don't want to think about elevator skip now, but it's so much safer. Okay. It's so much safer than going down on Trico's tail. I know it doesn't seem that way. How many barrels do you need to feed Trico? I need to feed him 96. And we have fed him 48 in the first run. We fed him 44 in this run. Which means we'll give him 4 out of the 6 in the starting rooms in the third run. Okay, the helmets didn't load right. Sometimes that happens. Nice. I think that that woke up both of them. That's what we want. It did. That was legitimately perfect. Except for this guy. Oh, got him. Alright. You'll love to see it. That's exactly what we want. The heads flew in 2 separate directions. Oh, his boots are just standing straight up. He got crispified. You want Trico to destroy the first 4 in 1 hit. 2 of their helmets fly in opposite directions to wake up those armors. And then you get a 2 cycle. Okay, this is it. Much easier than you think to die in this fight. But we're not worrying about anything besides getting this fight over as fast as possible. Just don't want another shield shenanigan. Alright, Trico. Please. Please earn your badge. Don't hang too close to the cabin. I can't hang too close to the elevator, and I can't hang too close to the doors, and that's the only things that are in this room. The pressure is immense. That took a smidge too long. The guy might come over the plinth to grab me. Yeah. Trico is right here. Thanks, buddy. Nobody's behind me. Where are these guys? They can kind of... Oh, Trico, you unfocused it. I'll see if Trico saves me again. Yeah. Well, now you're on it. Please just stand still for a second, Trico, while I've got this guy. Alright, whoa. Around, please. Quickly. Oh, not the tail, Trico. Stop. Trico got somebody just with his hop, which is nice. I already want to be over here. He's doing pretty decent. I knew he wasn't gonna get that guy. He never does. Just leave him alone, buddy. Oh, really? Bro. Ooh, and he got this guy. Okay, this guy is like invincible. His head is gonna explode and it's gonna be in my way. I could not be focusing on this guy more. Put your shield down, dude. What? This one didn't break, and that's gonna be a problem, which means I have to sacrifice... Whoa, jeez! Yeah, I have to sacrifice this one. I don't like being here, Trico. Smash it. Nice. Oh, I don't... Oh, too bad that thing wasn't open. That guy would have fallen down the elevator. Like me. Alright, I want to see if I can get a double shot here. Couldn't get a single shot because that guy disappeared behind the plinth. Fine. Who are you switching to? I thought so. Oh, just stomping on that guy. Killed him. Nice. Where is this guy? Oh, he's going fast. Because he's just straight running. Trico, would you shoot, please? Trico destroyed them. I mean, we destroyed them together. That was very good. We were a team, Trico. You get to keep your badge. Yes, 48 times 2 is 96 for the feather painter. Thank you, Cheville. I'm glad that you also, because I'm sure that your what was about hitting that guy twice and him just being Superman. Now, to be fair, we are going to lose a little bit of time at the end of the run because we are going one barrel further than we normally would. Or depending on what I did during this PB, we might even be going a couple barrels further. I don't remember how many I chose not to get. Trico, that doesn't help, buddy. Thank you. That's not the one I really want you to go up, but I can't really stop you, so... I don't think I'm gonna risk the window jump. I'm just gonna reset the checkpoint. Because that should put me just right on the pillar. Trico's tail getting caught in a gear and glitching out would be interesting. He has some weird body things sometimes. Sometimes if... Because, like, you saw at the beginning of the first White Tower fight, he, like, clipped his head through the floor. Sometimes when he does things like that, his ears come out just, like, completely broken for the rest of the run. And so they're not upright anymore. They're just kind of, like, flopping in circles. And it's very funny. And then, of course, we also have Giraffe Trico, which I have a gif of in Discord. Yeah, so this puts us right in front of the hole instead of having to jump to it, which is obviously more dangerous. But yeah, it was... Giraffe Trico was, us trying to figure out how to run on 1.0, and we turned the camera around to look at him, and his neck was just the whole screen, and it just whoop back down to where it was supposed to be. And, you know, so it's actually really cool. I didn't realize this until a couple months ago. All these doors on the outside of this room all lead to the other doors that the guards are trying to take you to. So all of the ones in the room that we were just in lead here, and I didn't realize it because I hadn't turned, like, my visual settings. It takes a very specific kind of gamma to look into it. But if you look inside, you can see this chamber inside the doors, which is just, like, really creepy that as soon as the armors grab you, they're just taking you to the master's chamber. We're a little past it, that's okay. Get out, Treeks, please. Can we not? Thank you. Sometimes he can get stuck there and it's just a straight hard lock. Alright, well he's yelling, which means he's not pooping. Oh hey, we're right by the cutscene trigger. That's cool. Isn't that the point where running 1.0 just failed? Yeah, it was one of the hard lock points. It was right before the fight with Susan. Technically, I could still die. By the looks of it, I went into playthrough 2. We have at least 10 minutes there. Or I went into playthrough 3, I meant. Which means I did not give Trico the feather painter in the White Tower here when we got the final barrel. In the background, is there a city? I've never noticed one, but I actually can't say that I have looked very closely. Trico flew a long way during the cutscenes for us, but that doesn't mean that we were just in the closest village, you know? So maybe there's something there. If you're referring to the little things sticking out of the trees on the edges, those are all Trico statues. Feels like you can see him now, you know? Yeah, I think that's basically what's happening. There's a lot of villages around. They all get visited by Tricos sometimes. That's why they have the legends, right, about them. This ending is so long. Like, I remember being... When I got the 312, which was world record by a decent margin, and it was world record against myself. So it was like 3 minutes ahead of the next person. I remember, like, being at that time and being like, there's no way this run is this good, right? And then, like, all these cutscenes are happening. And I'm like, oh, just finish, please! Who's the last guardian anyway? Is it the Master of the Valley? Great question. I don't know. Kind of up to interpretation, right? Could be Trico, because he's taking care of you. Could be you, because you're taking care of Trico. Could be the master, because he's taking care of the valley. Still time for the end of the run. Let's go. We're getting there. Right, Cheville, like, sometimes these things just, like, show up. They show up, obviously, often enough that the master has the infrastructure for it, so... For the people. Bird, would you land, please? It's the same every time, but oh. That shadow looming behind me is terrifying. Yeah, poor Trico, but in the end he gives us the means to win, so... Excuse me. I don't necessarily like the way that this landed. Please. Please just come down. Thank you. You don't want to go down there, like, without the tail, so... Of course we couldn't get first shot, huh? Alright, that's playthrough 2. I didn't die, to my knowledge. So that should give us Untouchable and Lightning, leaving only the barrels for Feather Painter. And then Painting Trico. Assuming that this loads. I don't know why it had such a hard time loading last time. Like, it wasn't even that it was on this screen with the loading icon, it was just, like, black. Yeah, there we go. It got stuck there last time. There's Lightning Emissary. Give me Untouchable, please. Okay, good. Alright, chat, we have 18 minutes to do this. It is not gonna take 18 minutes unless something horrifying happens. So looks like, hopefully, we're looking at a new world record, which is cool. Thank you, Queso. Skip this. We got 3 barrels to give, a scene, and then another barrel. Lock in! In fact, we had 18 minutes and 53 seconds, so we even had a little bit longer. Alright, Trico. Let me just confirm the number of barrels that we need. Once this scene is over. Shove those barrels down Trico's throat. Come on, Trico! Eat! So we should be missing 4. If we're missing up to 6, that's fine. If we're missing somehow more than that, then that's a little unfortunate, but still fine. If we're missing more than 9, then I'm horrible at math, which, you know, that's fair. Thanks for hanging out. It's nice to see you. What am I doing? Menuing. 91. We're missing 5. Okay, I couldn't remember. That's fine. Because 4 and 5 are literally touching, so... There is no difference, practically, between 4 and 5, so... Thanks for the amazing run as usual. Thank you. Platinum is one of the runs where it's always like, you know, but by the time you're done with it, it's always very satisfying to have done it, you know? It's extraordinarily mentally intensive, so I will be quite glad to just turn my brain off for the rest of the day. There's 3 of the 5. Easy. Definitely seems like a marathon. 1, 2. Flip your ears. Two more. Get this little scene. We'll get Trico into that room, or, you know, if I get ledge jump. And then, oh boy, we have to paint him. Which, I don't know, if we focus on his right side, if we can, then when he lays down, his left side will be visible. Assuming that it takes us long enough that he's gonna lay down. GG question mark? We're almost there. 2 more barrels, and then we gotta use a spray paint can to paint Trico. Hey chat, what color do you want Trico? Green, blue, red, or like some dark, like purplish, blackish color? They're not very pronounced. Oh, well, green is very pronounced. But... green, red. Come on in here, Treeks. Okay, green, we'll do it. I love my green bean Trico. If I'm gonna paint him a single color instead of rainbow, I'm going to paint him green. I'm not painting him rainbow, that takes way too long. Alright, buddy. Does the paint harm Trico in any way, shape, or form? It does not. He loves it. Trico already got painted red. '96 fine feather painter. Here we go. It takes the place of my mirror. We got green. Here, Trico. Show me your good side. This is so hard. Hi, excuse me. Oh, he's already laying down. Get the green on this side while you can. No, I don't want to pet him. Let go. Okay, well. He going green. Slowly but surely. You really do have to paint, like, the vast majority of him in order for this trophy to trigger. It can sometimes actually kind of be a nightmare. Alright, now his tail. And still some of his back, I see. His wings never really change. No, don't pet his tail. Oh, thank you for the hint, and not the trophy. I would appreciate the trophy instead. Trigo, buddy, I need you to be more painted. Because the trophy says fully paint Trico. So I think we're gonna have to, get him up. Just fine. Yeah, the whole side on which he's laying down. That's why I was trying to get it before he laid down. So we just go in here and get this and then come back out. That'll wake him up. Alright, back out we go. Trico's gonna wake up, he's gonna be a little nervous, and then sadly we can't restart the checkpoint here to teleport out like we could on the way in. Hey buddy, missed the whole side of your face, huh? Yeah, like, I didn't expect him to lie down that fast. You know? I would like the feather painter, please. Got your face. Get your legs. Your side. I told you, it's really hard to paint Trico. More of your face. Legs. Feet. Trico, my guy, why aren't you painted? Come on, right? neck, back of head. Trico, I need you to move, buddy. You can't be sitting down. Thank you. Big old spot on your butt. Okay, well. Get your tummy. Get you as you go. Oh, this is so hard to control. Oh, we did it! There it is! As soon as this plat hits, it's time. Time. Jeez. Oh, that took so long to paint you, Trico. Missed a spot over there. Whew. Kinda rough there at the end, but we did get a green bean Trico out of it. Yeah, sub 11. It's 10:59:47 according to my splits. But we'll see. I'll have to retime it. So that's a new world record. Previous world record was 11:06. We did it! Yay! Thank you everybody for hanging out, especially during the beginning when there was all the hint shenanigans. Oh, you gotta love it. Very nice cozy run to start the day. Thank you. Oh, so I guess I'll submit that at some point. I am going to go get a drink and not look at the TV anymore, you know? Before the next run, you should all get up and stretch. Get a drink, get a snack if you need it. Thank you so much to everybody who donated during my run. It was lovely to have all of you for some friendly chat and some cozy times. Sorry, really long thon that I left you so much time until the next run, so... Enjoy your day, everybody. I don't need hints anymore, narrator. You're obsolete. Go away.